It all starts on a battlefield where they say an unkillable mercenary is bottom-tier material. But the truth is, they get paid a lot of money for one simple reason. They're paid to die on behalf of their own masters. Jake has to put up with this kind of corporate nonsense from his employers every single day. But at the end of the day, there isn't much he can do about it. After all, that's just the harsh reality of life for any mercenary. It's that all nobles are the same when it comes down to it. When they need help, they promise land and titles while making absurd demands. But in the end, they change their tune real fast and start making up stupid excuses. Except the proposal he just heard completely crosses the line. Jake stares down the man in front of him and asks if he heard him right. The army commander is standing right below him in front of the wall. We're talking about the Supreme Commander leading that military garrison. The man confirms that the mercenary heard him loud and clear and orders him to die. Jake asks if he forgot who he is, but the leader says he remembers his name just fine. With a crazy grin, the captain remarks that he didn't know the boss had this kind of a sense of humor, especially since he'd never give such a stupid or to just any ordinary mercenary, demanding that he fight and die with the supposed honor only a noble knight would have. The wind hauls hard between the two warriors as the atmosphere gets heavier and heavier. The commander admits with his head down that he probably jumped the gun with that demand. The noble apologizes for the misunderstanding, but Jake just mocks the bizarre situation. The noble explains that he actually just wanted to entrust him with one last desperate mission. He points out that their successive defeats have pretty much sealed their fate. Cows and destruction have taken over the entire region around that royal fortress. Now the rebels' blades are a direct threat to the influential Crawford family in the battle. The mercenary listens closely to the noble's story without showing a single ounce of emotion. The commander reveals that the panic of having nowhere to run made him blurt out all that nonsense. Jake replies with a smile that he totally gets the tricky spot the guy is in. He makes it clear that considering this whole disaster, it's time for him to walk away. He admits that if one of the Empire's greatest talents is cornered like this, defeat is a lock. Even so, Jake wonders what kind of final task the commander wants to pitch in the middle of all this. The noble says the mission is to hold off the rebels. All-out attack happening tomorrow. They need to stall the enemy long enough for his lord to make a safe escape. His plan is simply to hold the enemy back until he ends up dying himself. To seal the deal, he offers a valuable gem as final payment for the risky gig. He claims that precious stone will keep the whole crew fed for about 3 years. But the mercenary questions the guy's actions, and the commander snaps back that he should be the one asking. Jake gets furious and asks if the noble thinks he's a total idiot just because he's always smiling. He complains that this order basically means using his men as human shields in the war. The captain is pissed off at the idea of sacrificing his soldiers just to buy a few seconds. Even if they pulled off a miracle and held out, the enemy would never let his crew walk away alive. The army leader listens in silence to the harsh truth spoken by the pissed-off mercenary captain. The commander argues that the enemy knows they're mercenaries, not royal knights. Jake sarcastically agrees, shouting that that's exactly how things usually go down. But he reminds him that the commander knows damn well what their gang's real situation is here. To those opponents, the mercenary crew are sworn enemies marked for death. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, a group of warriors moves carefully through the trees. One of the soldiers starts coughing heavily, catching the attention of the guy right next to him. The other warrior makes a quick hand gesture, calling for total silence in the dark spot. Two quickly hide behind a thick tree so they don't get spotted by anyone else. Suddenly, one of the soldiers is hit by a surprise attack and takes a heavy blow. The other warrior is completely horrified, seeing his buddy wounded right in front of him. Jake pops out wearing enemy armor and laughs as he reveals it was all a huge trap. The enemies panic when they realize they're going up against the famous mercenary crew. The rebel leader yells out in rage at them for dressing up like dead guys in the woods. The man asks if mercenaries don't have any kind of honor on the battlefield, but he gets shut up instantly by a lightning, fast and dead on sword slash. The rebel captain's head hits the bloody dirt after being chopped off in a split second. Jake watches the scene coldly, keeping his ruthless posture amidst all the bloodshed. He remembers that slitting enemy leaders' throats is what kept them alive this long. Jake walks up to the noble and says the rebels want to wipe out their crew above everything else. He realizes the commander's plan was literally to use them as bait to draw fire. The noble just looks away, hoping the mission gets done no matter what. He threatens that if he has to, he'll take out the captain himself to take control. Jumps back, dodging any immediate danger coming from the armed warrior. He vents that he thought the commander was different, but he's the worst piece of trash of them all. The garrison leader offers a sincere apology, knowing he's acting cowardly and vile. Jake tells him not to bother apologizing because taking off a traitor's head like his is gonna feel great. He plans to hand the commander's head over to the rebels to save his own skin. The noble gets the mercenary's intention, but knows things won't be that easy. He confesses he already made secret moves to trap the mercenary crew there for good. Jake explains he'll do whatever it takes to guarantee his men's freedom and survival. The commander is shocked to realize the captain is planning to offer his own life for them. He asks if the mercenary would actually do something that crazy to save his subordinates. The captain points out that he dragged the crew into this mess, so he's gonna see it through to the end. They trusted him to get this far, so it's his duty to take full responsibility. He proudly states that this is his one and only main duty as the leader of that group. The noble watches the warriors resolve with a mix of deep respect and surprise. He lets out a small laugh, recognizing the unexpected nobility in the mercenary's words. He admits that attitude shows the true essence of what it means to be a great leader. The commander deeply regrets the tragic fate of someone with so much military potential. He reveals he really wishes that Captain was his true lord and master. In a fast and brutal move, the mercenary rushes forward, landing a fatal blow on the noble. He screams with all his might, focused on ending this final duel on the castle wall. The commander gets hit dead, and starts crashing to the ground with no strength left to fight back. The noble asks him not to forgive him for his cowardly choices as the final moment arrives. The finishing blow is dealt with absolute coldness, splashing blood across the cold stone wall. Jake takes in the situation and admits he saw this tragic ending coming from the start. He reflects on the crazy power gap between them as the fight finally wraps up. He respects his opponent's incredible talent and accepts his fate without complaining. Jake dies in peace knowing he gave the order for his men to run if he didn't make it back. He wonders if his life would have been different if he'd had the same breaks as the noble. The mercenary asks himself how far he could have gone if fate had played fair. A distant voice starts calling out to him, begging him to wake up from that sleep already. A red-haired kid shows up, desperately begging the blonde guy in bed to wake up. The young man opens his eyes, confused, and asks who this weird person standing next to him is. He reaches out his hand, trying to figure out where he is and what actually happened to him. Suddenly, the kid smacks the young man right across the face to snap him out of it once and for all. The guy is in total shock, not getting why he's taking a random beating right after opening his eyes. He gets pissed off at the slap and wonders who the hell this kid is telling him to pull himself together. The servant calls him young Master Lucian, freaking out over his health. The protagonist is confused hearing a name that means absolutely nothing to him. The protagonist watches the servant crying next to the fancy bed he's lying on now. He instantly feels like something is seriously wrong with this whole setup. The first question popping into his head is what happened to his old physical body. His old body was covered in scars, but now his hands are clean and soft. He looks away, still super confused by the room around him. He wonders who the kid is who just slapped him and is now crying his eyes out. The kid keeps sobbing loudly while trying to calm down in front of his master. The kid yells out in relief, saying he thought that the young master had kicked the bucket for good. He explains that if his master died, he'd be executed as punishment for failing. Lucian thinks everything the kid is saying makes zero sense to him. Terms like young master and personal servant are things that were never part of his life. Ex-mercenary is 100% sure he died a brutal death on the battlefield. Given that, he wonders how his head is still attached to his neck. A brief silence takes over the luxury bedroom while he tries to get his thoughts straight. Processing the whole situation, the protagonist can only reach one logical conclusion. He realizes that somehow, mysteriously, he ended up inside the body of a total stranger. Looking in the mirror, he notices this new body has an insanely handsome and youthful look. He stands frozen in front of the mirror while the servant watches him with deep concern in his eyes. The aura the body gives off makes it clear this is a member of some important noble bloodline. The decor of the massive room shows that this family is rolling in wealth and power. The protagonist decides he needs more info to figure out this guy's identity. He calls out to the young servant named Hans and says he has an important question for him. Lucian asks what year it is, leaving poor Hans totally confused by the question. The kid answers that it's Imperial Year 846, shocking the protagonist. He realizes he's gone back 15 years in time, before his tragic death on the battlefield. The ex-mercenary tries to keep his cool, so he doesn't freak out over this unbelievable time warp. He decides to focus on what he needs to do right now and gets ready to hit the servant with the next question. The protagonist coldly asks if Hans has a death wish today. He demands to know how a mere servant dares touch his master's body without permission. Hans shakes with terror as the young master demands to know if the house rules changed recently. He looks deep into the servant's eyes and demands to know who he really is. The kid freezes up with fear at the master's super dark and intimidating tone of voice. Hans drops to his knees, begging for mercy and admitting he crossed a major line by hitting him. The servant blurts out that the young man's name is Lucian Valdek, the third son of the Grand Valdek family. Hearing that major last name, the ex-mercenary is totally shocked by the reveal. He knows all about the influential Valdek family, who hold massive clout across the whole kingdom. That noble bloodline's mansion is a giant palace he's laid eyes on before in his life. That family is one of the pillars of the empire, acting as a close ally to the emperor himself for years. The political and military power they hold is pretty on par with the imperial family. But the main reason he knows this place so well is because of what went down 15 years ago. Back then, the protagonist worked as a low-level estate security guard for years. He thought he was back to being a guard, but found out he reincarnated as the family's third son. He lets out an ironic chuckle, thinking the whole situation is wildly absurd and unbelievable. He remembers the endless humiliation he had to swallow in the past because of his social class. He was treated like trash just because he sat at the bottom rung of that cruel society. He asks himself why fate decided to hand him a golden ticket only now. The ex-mercenary always wanted to see how far he could go if he had the same chances as the nobles. He takes up the challenge and decides he's going to prove his true worth for the whole world to see. He throws open his bedroom windows to take in the sweet view outside. The guy smiles, locked in on climbing as high as he can using this fresh start. The palace architecture is seriously imposing and loaded with luxury gold details. He walks the halls of the Grand Duchy, remembering he's traveled through plenty of dangerous places. But he admits that in pure wealth, this castle beats anything he's ever seen. He knows damn well he needs to get used to the rules of this new reality ASAP. As he walks, he notices the local staff acting super weird when they see him pass by. The maids whisper among themselves whether this sharp-looking guy is really young Master Lucian. They talk in shock about him stepping out of his room after locking himself away for so long. Lucian notices the looks thrown his way are packed with judgment and pretty abnormal. He asks Hans if it's just him, but the servant explains people's reactions are totally natural. Hans reveals the young master stayed locked in his room for over a whole year. He thinks it's ridiculous that the body's previous owner locked himself away with all that wealth on hand. The ex-mercenary figure's rich noble's mindsets are seriously hard to wrap your head around. That's because this territory is ruled by the feared and powerful Grand Duke Sigmund de Valdek. He figures a guy that important would never be cool with his own son, acting like a softie. Lou suspects the old owner of the body might have been totally ghosted by his dad. He decides the smart move to dodge any contact with the head of the noble family. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes down the hall confirming the kid didn't actually get hurt. The head butler walks up with a warm smile, saying he's super happy to see the young master. He asks if the guy is feeling any discomfort, while Lucian tries to remember who this dude is. We're talking about Edwin, the influential butler who runs all household affairs like a well-oiled machine. On top of that, this sharp butler is known as the Grand Duke's most trusted right-hand man. Protagonist realizes he ran into the most dangerous person who could pick up on his weird behavior. The only silver lining is that the butler himself hadn't seen the young master in over a year either. To avoid blowing his cover, Lucian decides to channel the commander he met in the past. That commander had the most class and solid posture the mercenary had ever witnessed. With a polite smile, the guy thanks the servant warmly for his genuine concern. He claims that thanks to everyone looking out for him, he bounced back big time from his weak spell. He explains he decided to break out of isolation to handle some business, and running into Edwin was lucky. Next, he casually asks if anything major or unexpected went down in the noble family. Edwin answers in relief that everything's smooth, and he's stoked to see the young master is still the same. The guy praised the butler's work and high-fives himself mentally for not raising any red flags. He announces he's heading back to his room to rest because walking after so long wiped him out. However, the butler cuts him off politely, asking him to hold tight for a second. The servant firmly requests that the guy hold off on heading back to his quarters for a bit. He drops the bomb that the supreme leader of the duchy wants an immediate audience with his son. Lucian feels a chill run down his spine, realizing he can't dodge this toxic meeting. With no way out, the guy steps into the Grand Duke's massive office to face the big boss. Sitting right across the big desk is the intimidating and famous leader, Sigmund de Waldeck. The ruler stares his son down with a dead, serious look and starts dropping hard questions. Shockingly, the man coldly asks his own son why he's still breathing. That brutal question drops a heavy, tense silence over the whole massive royal office. Super confused, the protagonist asks what his dad means by such a wild statement. The family patriarch says his original plan was to let the kid's rebellious phase slide. He'd choose the guy out for using his mom's death as an excuse to ditch duties and act like a child. The man keeps up the lecture, saying the kid crossed every acceptable line this time. He slams the fact that his son tried to off himself in such a cowardly and irresponsible way. Lucian is blown away finding out this dark truth about the body's past life. He realizes he seriously needs more info to crack the mystery of the suicide attempt. He finally clicks why Little Hands was crying his eyes out like that earlier. He tries to argue, calling him father and saying there's some kind of misunderstanding here. The Grand Duke coldly demands the kid spill all his hidden thoughts right now. He accuses his son of using his weak body just to grab his attention. The guy is in shock finding out the old Lucian popped sleeping pills on purpose, connects the dots, and finally gets what actually went down with the body's original owner. It's the tragic story of Lucian Waldeck, the third son of the influential ducal family. Back when the protagonist worked as a plain guard there, the young master was already in the picture. He figures out the kid actually kicked the bucket after swallowing way too many of those pills. His dad, Grand Duke Sigmund, is known for being an ice-cold, hyper-strict dude. The powerhouse leader has 4 kids under his wing, all born from different mothers. During the decade he worked there as a guard, he occasionally spotted the other young masters, but he'd never personally laid eyes on the third son or his mom back in the day. The kid's mom passed away super young from a bad illness, leaving her son all alone in the palace. The protagonist just figured the mom and son were sickly, which is why they lived like recluses. But the truth was the kid couldn't handle the family pressure and ended up going for the pills. His only goal with that extreme stunt was to get some attention from his super distant dad. But due to his run-down state, the kid actually died for real while locked away. It was right at that exact moment of death that the mercenary's soul slid into the dead body. He thinks this whole situation is a massive headache and views the dad as way too harsh on his kid. He concludes that the Grand Duke's tough act is kinda understandable given such a stunt. I mean, any dad would be totally rattled seeing his kid act like that. Except now the ex-mercenary knows he can't afford to stress about other people. He realizes he's in a tight spot, and his dad just has dropped a final warning on him. Though the Grand Duke is about to drop the hammer on a decision that could trash his whole new future. He feels like his plush new life with all its perks might end before it even starts. If he plays his cards wrong now, the dad might straight up banish him for good. He dreads getting shipped off to live cut off in some distant monastery like a humble monk, or worse, getting sent to the frozen north to fight wild beasts in a miserable exile. He refuses to take a pathetic fate like that after scoring this sweet new lease on life. The guy decides he won't let the previous owner's mess ruin his future. He starts speaking up firmly, apologizing sincerely for dragging the family name through the mud. He pulls off a sharp, classy bow, showing some very real remorse. He owns his past mistakes and warns that he'll take whatever punishment comes without making excuses. Sigmund fires back that empty words won't undo the fallout from his actions. The family head asks if the guy really thinks he can just slide out from under the blame. Lucian listens to the lecture, keeping his cool and super respectful posture in front of his dad. The guy points out that the past can't be rewritten, and he wants to focus on moving forward now. He takes a firm step forward, showing his game plan to change his ways is locked and loaded. He declares with determination that he plans to live hard, working and honorably from here on out. He asks his dad to throw him some words of encouragement, acting like a real parent. The guy claims a repentant son deserves to be welcomed and forgiven in a father's arms. He asks if that isn't the sacred duty between parents and kids under divine law. Edwin, the butler, watches the chat with a jaw-dropped look at the young man's posture. He notices the guy's presence, and swagger completely shifted out of nowhere. Edwin remembers the old Lucian was total coward material and always cowered in fear. He wonders if this confident guy in front of them is really the same fragile kid from before. Even the feared Grand Duke is left speechless with his heart racing at that kind of audacity. He angrily demands how his son dares raise his voice and school him on a dad's duties. The Grand Duke surprisingly admits he's lived long enough to see every kind of weirdness out there. Lucian maintains his firm posture, waiting patiently for the Grand Duke's final reaction. He realizes his bold plan worked and feels his heart beat a little faster with relief. He celebrates mentally for managing to dodge such a dangerous situation. He knows the leader prefers a wild dog that attacks over a scared, weak rat. The patriarch remarks that his son seems to have grown a lot more daring after almost dying. The man accepts the change and asks what the young man intends to do with his life from now on. Lucian replies seriously that his first objective will be to fix his weak body. Next, he recalls his old combat skills and all his sword techniques. He remembers the feeling of wielding a real weapon and facing powerful opponents. He states out loud that he intends to learn how to handle a sword properly and seriously. The young man acknowledges that before starting training, he needs to strengthen his fragile frame. Sigmund stares at him thoughtfully, trying to assess the seriousness of the commitment his son just made. The Grand Duke comments that the young man has really learned to express himself with plenty of ease and firmness. He finishes by saying that he will keep a close eye on him to see if that is just talk or not. The patriarch then orders the butler, Edwin, to return the financial resources to the young man. He points out that giving that practical incentive will be much more useful than mere words of support. Lucian is intrigued, not knowing what this mysterious item mentioned by his father could be. The butler agrees immediately, promising to arrange everything as quickly as possible. The young master is left deep in thought, trying to guess what surprise awaits him now. Shortly after, a carriage loaded with goods arrives noisily at the palace's main entrance. The delivermen carry an extremely heavy, reinforced wooden chest inside the bedroom. When the lid of the chest is opened, a massive amount of gold coins shines brightly in the room. Lucian and hands are left slack, jawed at the absurd amount of wealth handed over to them. The young man is impressed by the level of economic power the high nobility flaunts daily. He can hardly believe that this giant fortune represents just a single month's allowance. With all this capital in hand, the former mercenary realizes he can finally put his plans into action. He plans to use the gold coins to buy the ingredients for a powerful strengthening elixir. Meanwhile, in a lovely glass greenhouse, flowers bloom under the soft light of dusk. Sigmund walks thoughtfully through the beautiful garden, closely followed by his loyal butler. That garden was the most cherished and cared for spot of the late Grand Duchess, Lucian's mother. The butler notices that his boss hadn't visited that sanctuary in a long time because of his pain. The young master's sudden change in attitude was what sparked that reflective walk. After all, the boy is the fruit of that beloved woman's love, and the Grand Duke would never abandon him. The ruler walks slowly among the plants, taking in the beauty of the nostalgic setting. Sigmund recalls that his son's previous behavior was truly pathetic and cowardly. The young master used to live scared, looking around in fear of everything and everyone. He would always whimper in terror if his father raised his voice, even the slightest bit at him. The father used to think the boy's only resemblance to his late mother was just his handsome physical appearance. However, the behavior the young man showed in the office today changed everything drastically. The powerful leader confesses that, for the first time, he realized he might have been completely wrong. He points out that his son looked him straight in the eye with a firm and very resolute posture. Without hesitating, the butler agrees, saying the young heir has proven to have the same strong blood as his father. The Grand Duke cracks a slight smile, but comments that something only time will tell. He remembers that the future challenges awaiting the kid won't be solved just with words. Edwin then adopts a more serious demeanor and reveals that there is a serious problem going on. He reports that part of the funds intended for Lucian are being illegally siphoned off behind the scenes. Investigations point to the second son, Jordi Valdec, as the mastermind behind this dirty scheme. Jordi fired the head of Lucian's maids to put one of his own allies in her place and keep a close eye on him. The father acknowledges that Jordi's family rivalry against his younger brother has crossed acceptable limits. He forbids the butler from intervening, believing the boy must learn to defend himself. Sigmund comments that his brother's traps are just cheap tricks the boy needs to overcome. He wants to see how the young master will handle this, because if he fails, he deserves no expectations at all. He points out that even with the family's valuable blood, everyone must carve out their own path. A few days pass, and the atmosphere in the mansion starts buzzing with new developments. The servants gossip in corners, wondering if the young master locked himself in his room again. Hans overhears the malicious rumors and gets extremely angry at their lack of respect. He panics upon realizing that this is already the third day the master has remained completely isolated. The servant remembers that the funds came back after Lucian's conversation with the dreaded Grand Duke. The chest full of gold and precious stones had brought a lot of hope to both of them. He knows that getting that support from the strict father must not have been an easy task at all. Hans figures the young master definitely had to gather massive courage for that. The little servant tears up, thinking the master is trying to overcome his deep sadness. However, Lucian is actually having a great time counting the gold coins inside his room. The former mercenary knows that with this immense fortune in hand, his bold plan is totally worth it. He lets out a wicked laugh as he maps out the next steps of his physical overhaul. The young man is sure he will manage to brew the legendary elixir to change this weak body. Colorful smoke starts rising from the room as he begins his chemical experiments. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, focused on finishing the boiling process for the rare ingredients. He praises Hans' loyalty for guarding the bedroom door properly without asking stupid questions. The protagonist uses alchemy tools that a noble heir would never touch in a million years. The main ingredient is an extremely expensive herb that only grows under the moonlight. It is the moonflower, a super rare plant on which he spent his entire generous allowance. The young man knows there is still time to buy out all the available stock of that special flower. Although it sounds crazy to spend everything on flowers, he has a very clear business vision. He knows that in just 1 year, things are going to change drastically in the alchemy market. the value of that special herb will skyrocket to more than 20 times its current price. He celebrates knowing the ingredient's price will shoot up absurdly in the near future. His mercenary strategist mind is already planning how to make massive profits off this secret. He acknowledges the genius audacity of the Alchemist Guild for keeping that secret formula under wraps. At first, the effectiveness of that legendary potion was still met with a lot of suspicion by everyone, but the guild acted fast and bought up every single moon herb stock that existed in the empire. It was an extremely risky gamble that would define the fate of the entire organization. Fortunately, thanks to that boldness, they managed to achieve the result they wanted so badly. They created the Nectar of the Gods, a powerful elixir capable of revolutionizing the warrior's world. The guild even got accused of blasphemy by the church for giving such a divine name to the potion. However, as soon as the miraculous effects were proven, everyone started praising the formula. Lucian smiles, remembering the history of that elixir, which became legendary back in his past life. For millennia, it was believed a warrior's limit was set right at the moment of their birth. This was considered an absolute, unchangeable law that no fighter could ever defy. But what shattered this common sense and changed the rules of the game was the creation of that elixir. The powerful, miraculous drink known as the nectar was the only one capable of pulling off that feat. Consuming the liquid could turn talentless people into brilliant swordsmen. Sure, the version he brewed is just a simplified and much less potent copy, but to strengthen a fragile, broken body like his, there is no better option out there. He tells the former owner of the body to consider himself lucky to have an experienced mercenary here. In the future, the original recipe would be destroyed in the guild fire for being considered too dangerous. Thanks to that tragedy, the formula vanished from the world, leaving only the secrets stored in his mind. He gathered clues from the past to recreate the elixir, even though many died from the side effects. Without hesitating, the young man flips the vial and swallows the reddish liquid in one go to kick off the change. The protagonist knows the real test of physical endurance starts from now on. He feels an absurd amount of mana start flowing through the veins of his new body. The success of the process depends entirely on how this energy circulates and spreads through the channels. He uses the power of the nectar to open paths that were completely blocked before, but even with the pathways open, he finds it weird that he doesn't feel any resistance or pain. That intense suffering always happens when an ordinary body tries to absorb mana. However, the energy is spreading freely as if it already belonged there. Even newborns have natural impurities that block the free flow of mana. He starts to suspect that the former owner of this body had an out of the ordinary gift. It's that super rare type of person born with the innate talent of a true genius. Time passes, and the peaceful town around the palace keeps following its calm routine. Hans carefully opens the bedroom door and is extremely surprised to see his master standing up. Lucian asks with a smile if everything went well during the time he was isolated in there. Little Hans runs crying toward the young master, relieved to see him healthy and strong. The servant complains, sobbing, that the boss didn't answer his calls and made him super worried. He confesses he was scared to death that something terrible had happened to him. The master just watches the kid vent, understanding all of his sincere concern. He flashes a friendly smile to reassure little Hans that everything worked out in the end. Hans stops crying and notices that his master's posture and walk look a lot firmer. The servant feels a slight suspicion, but brushes the thought away when he sees Lucian's familiar face. The protagonist smiles inwardly, knowing the kid was the one closest to the former owner. Having lived closely with Lucian, it's only natural little Hans feels something changed in him. The former mercenary acknowledges that his new body still needs time and good nutrition. He knows big physical changes won't show up right away at the start, but what really matters is that his internal structure is strengthening rapidly. The magical power is flowing and developing at simply unbelievable speeds. This fantastic evolution was only possible thanks to Lucian's excellent genetic constitution. The young man is 100% sure he hit the jackpot with his new bodily structure. That young noble's potential is on the same level as the greatest legendary warriors. He calculates that if he plays his cards right, he can surpass his mercenary prime in under a year. He thanks Hans for the opportunity, but the servant is completely completely clueless. The former mercenary states firmly that rewards and punishments must always be crystal clear. He asks for the servant's full attention and warns he will say this only once, so he better listen up. He tells Hans to pool all his savings and invest everything in buying that rare flower. The young man guarantees with total conviction that this bet will take them straight to the top of wealth. He celebrates theatrically while the little servant watches him, not knowing what to make of it. The young man says he envies Hans, because back in his old days, there weren't generous bosses like this. A week later, they walk together through a peaceful forest near the palace. Lucien walks calmly among the trees, enjoying the fresh air and nature's freedom. He whistles happily while the servant follows closely behind, carrying his belongings. The young man comments that this easy, luxury-filled life is simply perfect and wonderful. He loves the fact that delicious banquets are served promptly every day without any effort. On top of that, his room is cleaned by maids without him having to lift a single finger to help. He finds it funny because in his previous life, starving to death was part of his daily routine. This ease allowed him to focus on his recovery and look into something that was bugging him. The former mercenary wanted to track down the whereabouts of his own past identity. Back then, he searched for clues about the guard Jake, who should be working for the noble family now. But after talking to the captain of the guards, he found out nobody by that name worked there. The post he used to hold was being occupied by a completely unknown guard. He concludes that not having another out in the world is actually the best thing that could happen. He admits with a smile that he'd probably die of embarrassment if he ran into his past self. Hans watches his young master from behind and notices he is shaking quite a bit along the way. Lucien turns around calmly, and the servant calls out to him in a very hesitant tone of voice. The kid asks, deeply worried, if the master is really thinking about stepping into that place. He reminds him that the young man had promised never to step foot in the training ground again out of pure hatred for it. Lucien is confused by the reveal, and Hans yells to confirm that he really did say that. The servant explains that the second young master used to heavily mistreat Lucien during their old training sessions. The former mercenary starts to understand the situation since swordsmanship is mandatory for the duchy's sons. Geordie used the training sessions as an excuse to cruelly beat up his younger brother without raising suspicion. This constant suffering ended up creating deep trauma and a terrible fear of violence in the kid. Geordie's cruel plan worked like a charm to keep Lucien away from training once and for all. The protagonist says he understands the reason for all that fear, but guarantees he has nothing to worry about. He states with conviction that all that suffering is now a thing of the past, leaving Hans surprised. Lucien takes a firm, decisive step toward the grand training hall without showing any hesitation. The young man asks the servant to just trust him and follow his lead from this moment on. The two enter the gigantic and imposing training hall, belonging to the powerful family. Someone notices their presence and wonders in surprise if this unexpected visit is actually real. A man confirms, astonished, that the third young master actually came all the way there with his servant. Hendrik twirls his mustache, intrigued by the audacity of that scaredy cat kid stepping into the training hall. He knows the young man would never get his past trauma, but figures this appearance could come in very handy. Hendrik immediately orders one of his guards to report the situation to Geordie without delay. The man flashes a wicked grin, promising to whip up a very painful welcome for the kid. Meanwhile, Lucien looks around and admits the place has far exceeded his high expectations. The venue features a massive variety of spare weapons ready to be used at any moment. The central space is so huge it allows for the most complex and rapid combat movements. He is impressed to remember that a single person owns such a spectacular facility. The former mercenary sighs, thinking more of his old comrades would have survived with this kind of training. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the hall, and a sarcastic voice remarks that he wasn't seeing things after all. Hendrik approaches mockingly, saying it was hard to believe when he heard about Lucien being there. He tauntingly brings up the day the kid fled in desperation after the beating Geordie gave him. The instructor compares him to a defenseless little lamb running for its life from a fierce wolf. He provokes the young man, asking if that's why he still looks so terrified of this place. The man mocks the fact that Lucian even brought a servant to protect him in this sacred space. Hendrik drops a mocking bow and formally introduces himself after so long apart. He asks with a menacing glare if the kid still remembers his posture instructions from a year ago. Hendrik cynically claims that the young man's period of suffering was a really fun time. He sports an evil grin, hoping to see the young master's usual panic and desperation. However, Lucian reacts with a dark smile on his lips, finding the instructor's audacity amusing. Knights are usually seen as the ultimate symbols of honor and loyalty within that kingdom. They generally come from noble families and train in martial arts and strict etiquette since childhood. These warriors need to prove their worth in real combat and pull off great feats of war. Only then do they finally earn the prestigious title granted directly by the ruler. But the protagonist knows deep down they are nothing more than hunting dogs wearing expensive leashes to serve their masters. He watches the man closely with a sharp gaze, knowing full well what that class's duty is. A knight has the obligation to show absolute respect to his lord and everyone in his bloodline. However, that instructor's arrogant attitude completely disrespects every single rule of etiquette. Lucian knows the former body owner's bad reputation in the family turned him into a target for this disdain. The young man notices a dark, invisible magical mark that seems to shackle the instructor's loyalty. He realizes Hendrik only acts so bold because he has Geordie's direct backing from the shadows. The former mercenary decides it's time to do things his own way and teach that man a good lesson. He has fun imagining a very painful and extreme training method to fix that mindset. Lucian reacts with such boldness that Hendrik drops what he was holding out of pure shock. He knows Grand Duke Sigmund would never let such an absurd situation slide. A punishment without a formal process against a knight would only cause unnecessary conflicts in the duchy. The protagonist concludes that the ideal moment to lay down a physical beating on the instructor hasn't arrived yet. He says out loud that it would be foolish to avoid the hall and that he plans to train there to learn sword forms. He mentions he needs to make up for lost time, and Hendrik questions him about wanting to learn the forms. The instructor bursts out laughing, saying the young master is a great comedian and it's way too late for that. Hendrik arrogantly explains that once someone is past 15, it's impossible to master the technique. He describes sword forms as the legacy of ancestors, meant to strengthen and evolve the physical body. He pauses dramatically to point out there's a crucial detail for this process to actually work. Hendrik claims the forms only work if the mana channels are open before closing at 16. He argues that training without awakening mana makes the movements empty, like some random dance. Hendrik mocks him, suggesting the kid should use his lack of talent to become an empire dancer. The guards watch from afar and agree with the instructor's mean taunt, laughing at the humiliating situation. The man keeps mocking him, sarcastically suggesting Lucian should just spend his free time tending to flowers. He finishes by saying with disdain that everyone in the world should only focus on what they're actually good at. The instructor crosses his arms victoriously upon seeing that the young master seems completely left without words. He thinks to himself that this whole story about mana channels closing at 16 is a blatant lie. He celebrates that his real goal of humiliating the kid was successfully achieved without him being able to defend himself. Hendrik sees Lucian as a useless coward who swallows his provocations because he's paralyzed with fear. To him, the young master is showing the exact same pathetic weakness he displayed during the painful training a year ago. On the other side, Lucian adjusts his fists, finding that ridiculous rumor he heard from the fencing instructor weird. He knows mana channels only close at 25 and questions if Hendrik is sure about his claim. He asks in a doubtful tone if his older brother also believes in such bizarre common sense. Hendrik thinks dropping the terrifying Geordie's name will shut the kid up instantly out of sheer terror. Lucian pretends to agree with the answer, confirming that even his dreaded older brother said that Suddenly, the young man dramatically puts his hand on the servant's head, lamenting that the noble family is doomed. The servant gets startled by this weird behavior, while the master insists he agree with his mourning. He starts screaming scandalously, calling it absurd that Joe doesn't know something as basic as swordsmanship. He pretends to cry loudly, complaining about how many talents have been wasted in the duchy due to this limitless stupidity. Hendrik is left completely speechless by the acted out meltdown while Hans tries to calm the master down. The blonde pushes the servant away and yells that if the instructor is right, his older brother is a disgrace to the family. He turns to Hendrik with a wicked glare and asks if he dare lie to his sovereign's son. A dead silence takes over the massive training hall after the young master's bold statement. Hendrik starts sweating nervously and stammers, trying to deny he was tricking the kid on purpose. Lucian changes his tone quickly and asks everyone to forget what he said, claiming he just got carried away because he couldn't believe the situation. The young man says with a smile that an honorable family knight would never commit such a petty, shameful act. The instructor agrees hesitantly while Lucian feigns relief at confirming his honesty. Next, the blonde young man adopts a serious posture and says Jordy's grave ignorance cannot be forgiven. He secretly plans to teach the instructor an unforgettable lesson for talking nonsense. Without thinking about the consequences, the young man calls Hendrik by name and warns that he doesn't seem to grasp the sheer gravity of the whole situation. The instructor is confused, and the noble youth claims he would let it slide if the intention was just to humiliate him personally. He declares dramatically that everyone's contempt toward him is his own fault for his past mistakes and wasted time. The blonde puts his hand on his chest, acting it out to perfection, and asks how he could possibly blame anyone for that disdain. But he points out he can't ignore the fact that a knight and his brother are spreading false rumors to the recruits. He warns that this lie could hurt the recruitment of new talent and weaken the knight's overall strength. He adds heroically that at the end of the day, this would put the safety of the territory's people at risk. The young man yells that he has a duty to revolt for the family's name, celebrating his acting success internally. He stares at Hendrik seriously and asks if the man finally understands the massive gravity of the matter. Lucian pokes the instructor's chest and gives him an intimidating warning to brace himself for what's coming next. Lucian states coldly that he plans to report the whole incident to his father and demand a thorough investigation in the training hall. Hendrik falls into despair, wondering why that timid kid is suddenly acting so bold and dangerous. He tries to remember if the young master had always hidden such a strong personality behind his fragile posture. The instructor feels an overwhelming pressure, as if he were standing before a wild, starving wolf about to attack. Firm footsteps begin to echo through the room as a hand adorned with a valuable ring is shown in close up. An imposing voice demands to know the reason for all the scandalous noise, catching everyone's attention. Hendrik feels immense relief upon noticing the arrival of Jordy Valdek, right at the most tense moment of the argument. Lucian flashes a wicked smile, knowing his half-brother's appearance happened right on cue for his plan. The newcomer stares at the protagonist with a cold gaze and calls him by his full name with total disdain. Jordy walks slowly toward the group, exuding all his natural arrogance as the second young master. Hendrik rushes desperately toward Jordy in attempt to explain the whole awkward situation. The instructor stutters nervously, trying to find the right words to justify his failure in front of the boss. Jordy raises his hand calmly, cutting off Hendrik's speech and ordering him to shut up immediately. Lucian's brother wears a superior smirk and states that the knight doesn't need to give any explanation. He steps closer and whispers harshly that he personally witnessed the instructor's entire disgraceful attitude. He confesses he is extremely disappointed to see a strong knight being intimidated by a much younger kid. The noble tells the man to wipe the panic off his face, so he doesn't show weakness in front of the other guards. He warns coldly that the knight shouldn't drag him into an even more complicated mess than this one. Jordy turns around with a confident posture and begins walking slowly toward his younger brother. Han starts shaking with dread upon noticing Geordi's obvious fury and asks his master what they should do. The protagonist just flashes a sarcastic smile, finding Geordi's hateful reaction quite amusing. He remembers that Geordi has always been known throughout the territory for having an extremely selfish personality. Since he had less power than the eldest son, Geordi used to recruit outsiders who always ended up badly. This happened because the young noble usually threw his own allies under the bus as soon as they lost their usefulness. Lucian adopts a docile posture and greets his half-brother with a bright, fake smile to keep up appearances. The blonde cynically asks if his esteemed brother has been doing well during all this time apart. Geordi replies by calling the kid a fool, leaving Lucian with a feigned expression of pure surprise. The newcomer arrogantly claims that he watched in detail everything that happened there with the instructor. He accuses his younger brother of acting in a shameful way that gravely tarnishes their noble family's name. Lucian shrugs calmly and asks his brother to better explain how that situation supposedly stained their honor. Geordi makes up an excuse, saying the knight just got confused because he hadn't studied the theory in a long time. He scolds the instructor, stating that using his name to start rumors and trouble was an unforgivable mistake. But he points out that he won't punish Hendrik because he deeply values his loyalty and all his past sacrifices. The older brother proudly highlights that the warrior has already spilled plenty of blood, defending their noble lineage. He points an accusing finger and asks if a coward who ran away from basic fencing training has any right to judge him. Geordi sternly orders Lucian to learn some proper respect for the warriors who protect his territory. He continues his arrogant speech, claiming that it's thanks to the tireless effort of that entire guard force. The silver-haired guy caps it off by saying the duchy's very existence depends on the strength of these warriors. Geordi turns to the guards, apologizes for his brother's immature behavior, and asks for everyone's indulgence. He flashes a wicked smile and promises he will personally take charge of educating such a foolish younger brother. Lucian smiles out of the corner of his mouth, impressed by his brother's mental agility in turning the whole situation around in his favor. The protagonist realizes Geordi twisted a personal offense into an attack against the entire Knight Corps. The former mercenary accepts the challenge mentally and decides to cede a little ground for his brother's counterattack. The blonde praises Geordi's attitude, calling him an exemplary brother, which leaves the silver-haired guy suspicious. He claims Geordi should have reprimanded him severely for daring to insult his honor so directly. The kid puts his hands together emotionally and ironically thanks him for the valuable lessons he just received. Hans widens his eyes and panics upon hearing his master talk about his dangerous brother's empty head. Geordi turns red with rage upon noticing the subtle provocation, while Lucian fakes shyness over his own words. The blonde kid celebrates loudly, claiming he learned a lot from his older brother's great generosity. He tells Hans to write down those valuable lessons on fine silk, leaving the surrounding guards totally clueless. Geordi secretly plans to use his younger brother to wipe away his own image of weakness and strengthen his personal power. The protagonist smiles inwardly, knowing that the fragile, cowardly kid of the past simply doesn't exist anymore. Lucian cordially asks for permission to withdraw and begins walking toward the hall's exit. As he passes his brother, the young man discreetly warns that dragging out this argument won't benefit either of them. Geordi gets furious at the audacity and mutters angrily that the shouldn't think he can just walk away like that. The protagonist's gaze shines brightly as he asks if his older brother happened to forget a crucial detail. He reminds him that their father is keeping an eye on him and that, having nothing to lose, the brother would be the only one hurt by a scandal. Lucian turns his back and says goodbye, interpreting Geordi's tense silence as agreement with his departure. The blonde walks away cheerfully, waving at Geordi while Hans follows him, still a bit confused. The former mercenary whispers in an amused tone that they need to get out of there fast, making the servant even more desperate. Hendrik approaches Geordi cautiously and fearfully after that humiliating and scandalous scene ends. The knight hesitatingly asks if it's really a good idea to let the third young master leave like that. Geordie stays in absolute silence while a dark, murderous fury begins to radiate from his entire body. Time passes, and the scene shifts to show the beautiful, sunlit gardens surrounding the noble family's massive residence. The two of them walk calmly along the dirt path surrounded by lush green trees after leaving the training hall. Hans breaks the silence by asking with deep concern if everything is really going to be fine from now on. He mentions that his master knows Geordie's vindictive personality better than anyone else in the palace. The servant vents in tears, saying he is absolutely certain the second young master won't let this go. The kid cries, imagining that the mustached knight is going to make him vanish off the face of the earth, while Lucian tells him to calm down. Protagonist reflects thoughtfully, remembering that only those who have lived through it know what the pain of injustice feels like. He recalls how sickening it is when an incompetent superior messes up and pretends they had nothing to do with it. The former mercenary guarantees with a smile that he won't let that kind of unfair treatment happen to his loyal servant. He states firmly that a mere knight wouldn't dare move against them without proper authorization. The blonde extends a hand to help the kid up, acknowledging that he has already suffered way too much because of him in the past. He reflects sincerely that when the boss acts like a fool, the ones who end up paying the highest price are the subordinates. The guy adds that Hans's situation must have been even worse, since he is his trusted personal aide. The protagonist looks into the tearful kid's eyes and makes a very important promise for the future of both. He guarantees he will never again let his servants be ignored or shake with fear because of his own decisions. With a friendly smile, he holds out his hand to seal that pact of mutual loyalty with his faithful traveling companion. The next morning begins peacefully, and the sun brilliantly illuminates the imposing facade of the Waldeck family palace. Lucian walks down the hallway, finding it strange that everything is so quiet after the chaos he stirred up in the training hall. He knows very well that his half-brother isn't the type to swallow a humiliating defeat without planning something. The blonde examines a newly received document and instantly spots the petty trick his brother pulled on him. He grips the paper with intense anger upon realizing the underhanded plot to wreck his financial budget. The servant agrees furiously, stating that there is no way they can just take that absurd provocation lying down. The young man asks if the kid is fully prepared to act, and the aide confirms with great enthusiasm. The protagonist gets beyond furious upon realizing his brother dared to cut his precious monthly noble allowance. Hans screams in outrage upon discovering that his own servant's salary was also drastically slashed. It all started with the expense report for the dyed guy intended to stock up on the precious moonlight herb at the palace. That was precisely the day his financial balance was supposed to be replenished to make the purchases. The guy figured everything would go smoothly until he ran smack into the absurd alterations on the document. His smile vanishes instantly as he reads the new numbers written in the mansion's expense report. The blonde drops the paper to the floor in pure shock upon realizing the severity of the financial blow Geordie dealt him. The document showed that Lucian's allowance took a 75% cut and Hans's salary dropped by 30%. He concludes that his brother used the head housekeeper planted in his annex to sabotage and siphon off his monthly funds. The protagonist knows that embezzling money is a grave crime punished by death, even among the high nobility. He admits Geordie only managed to pull off this dirty trick because he found a flaw in his own defenses. After his mother passed away, the body's previous owner had transferred all money management to someone else. The financial responsibility used to belong to the former head housekeeper named Donna, who cared for him dearly. However, the current management ended up falling into the hands of the new head housekeeper, who secretly acts as Geordie's spy. The new head housekeeper approaches mockingly to greet the young master personally for the first time. She formally introduces herself as Jenny and says with a fake smile that she came to replace the former housekeeper Dana. She mentions with disdain that she tried to talk to him before, but the guy seemed to refuse to leave his room for anything. Jenny ironically asks if that long period of isolation and cowardice on the young man's part has finally come to an end. Hans gets extremely furious and shouts, asking what kind of disrespectful tone that is to use with his boss. Lucian calmly tells his servant to calm down, stating that the housekeeper's comment isn't entirely wrong. The protagonist flashes a friendly smile and suggests they put small talk aside for the moment. He holds up the crumpled expense document in his hand and warns that they have much more urgent matters to deal with. The blonde looks firmly at the housekeeper and decides to ask a direct, straightforward question about what is going on. He holds the expense report right out in front of her and asks if she was the one who drew up that financial plan. Jenny tries to hide a mocking giggle upon noticing the obvious outrage on the third young master's face. She disdainfully admits to writing the report and scoffs, saying she figured that was the reason for being called here. The housekeeper cynically explains that she just followed the orders passed down to her after inheriting Donna's post. She pretends to be offended at being interrogated like this after working in such a dedicated and honest manner. Jenny says mockingly that keeping track of the books was a task the young master himself should have been handling. Protagonist acknowledges that she would use the former body owner's negligence as the perfect excuse for the scam. He plays along with the argument falsely, agreeing that the past situation really couldn't be helped at the time. However, the blonde steps forward and states there is something very fishy about those accounts that needs explaining. He explains that most of the funds sent by his father should have gone toward raising the servants' wages. He says this raise was meant as compensation for past mistakes, but pauses dramatically to confront her. The guy puts on an ice-cold expression and asks why only Hans suffered a pay cut. The blonde points to the servant's name crossed out in red and asks the housekeeper if she doesn't think this is way too scandalous. Jenny fakes surprise, saying it must have all been a minor mistake due to the hustle and bustle of running the mansion. She claims with a cynical smirk that all the other maids in the house can vouch for how hard she works. The housekeeper turns to her subordinates and asks in a threatening tone if they agree with what she just said. The maids shake with fear and quickly confirm that Jenny has been extremely busy with chores lately. They nervously guarantee they will help the housekeeper even more, laying bare the oppressive atmosphere they suffer under. The protagonist just watches that pathetic charade, keeping a silent, mysterious smile on his lips. He suddenly turns around and tells Hans to leave, leaving the little servant completely shocked by his backing down. He thinks to himself that even though the servants' bodies belong to the mansion, their actions answer to another master. Before leaving, the blonde warns he will ask one last question and advises the housekeeper to answer very carefully. He shoots her an intimidating look and asks if she really knows who the true master is that she owes obedience to. Jenny smiles with extreme arrogance and cynically replies that she will consult Geordie about this specific matter. Night falls over the city, and a voiceover highlights that the infected part of a body must be cut away. The protagonist's mysterious voice states seriously that at this very moment, his own heart is rotting. Time passes, and the scene shows the wooden sign of a noisy tavern located in a dark alley in the city. Two hooded figures step inside, and Hans asks, confused, if they weren't just going fishing to clear their minds. The servant whispers, scared upon realizing his master brought him to a pretty dangerous and rowdy joint. Shouts from gamblers echo through the hall, with people screaming that they bet their entire paycheck on tonight's fight. Two muscular men trade violent blows in the arena, while the crowd around them goes wild, crying out for more blood. Lucian cracks an enigmatic smile from beneath his hood and asks his servant if he can feel that energy. The former mercenary scans the underground gambling den and states that this is the ideal place to catch a big fish. The hooded guy walks purposefully toward the tavern's service counter without drawing too much attention. The bartender in a vest glares at the pair with disdain and tells the kids to get lost before things get ugly. The man behind the counter changes expression and starts breaking into a cold sweat upon noticing the luxury details on Lucian's clothes. The young noble pulls back his hood slightly and mockingly asks why a gambling house is being so picky. He flashes a defiant smile with his golden eyes glowing and asks if the bartender isn't going to serve his customers. The protagonist reflects on the reasons that stopped him from physically punishing the housekeeper Jenny back then. He knows that Planet Head housekeeper isn't just some ordinary run-of-the-mill employee inside the mansion. She is the daughter of the wet nurse who raised Geordie, and any rash punishment against her would cause a massive headache. Besides, the power structure inside Lucian's palace was a much worse mess than he had imagined. The guy knows this absurd situation calls for a drastic and well-planned move to get sorted out. He is dead certain that Grand Duke Sigmund knows all about this internal thievery. The protagonist concludes that sorting out this huge financial mess is actually just another test from his father. The ruler watches everything from the shadows, waiting to see if his youngest son really has what it takes to fight back. The blonde decides it's time to show his true claws and prove what he is actually capable of doing. He sits comfortably at a gambling table and starts playing cards with the underground den's veterans. With plenty of agility and precision, the guy handles deck with the confidence of someone who knows exactly what he's doing. He deals the cards into the game, showing formidable technical skill that impresses his opponents there. The former mercenary smiles mockingly, thinking that making some good extra cash on the side will come in super handy. In just a few rounds, a gigantic pile of valuable chips begins to pile up in front of the guy at the gaming table. The surrounding gamblers are blown away by the young noble's winning streak against pro players. Lucian's last opponent falls into despair upon realizing he lost his entire fortune in a single brilliant play. The blonde spins a chip between his fingers and mockingly asks if he's planning to quit right at the most fun part. He wears a defiant smile and invites the man to bet even more cash if he has the guts to keep going. The man flees in terror, leaving Hans's jaw dropping and complete in disbelief at his master's hidden talent. Lucian stretches out on the couch and taunts the room, asking if there isn't a single challenger in the city worthy of him. The golden-eyed guy figures that after cashing in so much money, the owners of the place would soon have to make a move. He knows his overwhelming victory, the perfect bait to reel in the true commander of that establishment. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the private parlor swing open loudly, revealing the arrival of an imposing figure. The protagonist smiles out of the corner of his mouth, celebrating the fact that his main target showed up right on schedule. The mysterious man adjusts his white shirt buttons as he walks slowly and threateningly across the room. The newcomer ironically apologizes for taking so long to welcome such an illustrious guest to his gambling house. He reveals his name is Hugo and formally introduces himself as the manager and owner of that underground spot. The man snaps his fingers coldly, signaling for his thugs to move fast and clear out the entire room. The employee announces that the gaming house is shutting down temporarily, leaving the servant quite intrigued by it all. All other customers are asked to leave the parlor immediately for internal security reasons. Silence takes over the empty arena, while the manager completely ignores the financial hit caused by customers walking out. Hugo's gaze glitters as he zeroes in on the blonde, stating that the important thing is ensuring young Master Lucian's peace and quiet fun. Lucian is impressed at being recognized right away and praises the sharp intuition need to run a business like that. Hugo apologizes once more for the delay, while Lucian says he just came looking for a bit of entertainment tonight. The manager mockingly praises the blonde's skills, admitting he's never seen such a tall stack of chips on his table. Hugo asks if the noble would accept the challenge of taking him on personally as an opponent in the next round of card betting. Lucian settles back on the couch with a defiant grin and asks if the crime lord himself is going to face him at the table. Hugo plays it modest, but warns that he's picked up a few valuable cheating tricks over his years of experience there. He stares at the guy with a piercing gaze and asks if his proposal is interesting enough to pass the time. Hans whispers desperately right in his master's ear, begging them to take the money and run out of there. The kid confesses he has a terrible gut feeling about Hugo because because that man's stare is unlike anything he's ever seen. He notices the manager has the cold, ruthless gaze of a pro-assassin used to extreme violence. Lucian whispering back, hands. I guess those years as a servant weren't for nothing. The protagonist agrees in silence, recognizing that the young servant's gut feeling is dead on. Hugo watches the two of them react, keeping a friendly but intensely dangerous posture behind his confident smile. This is the legendary Hugo Black Shark, the man who in the future would be feared as the greatest sovereign of the criminal underworld. His story started in the city's dark alleys with a resilient body and a ruthless intelligence for crime. He climbed to power real fast through smuggling, contract killings, and control of illegal betting in the region. He became the Emperor of the Night, dominating organized crime across 5 major imperial territories. In the future, he would win the title of Baron and establish himself as one of the most powerful warlords in the empire. He knows that for now, Hugo is just a beginner, but even so, he remains a lethal and dangerous opponent. The protagonist cracks a defiant, enigmatic smile, showing he doesn't fear the danger the other man represents. He wraps up his thoughts by revealing that his true goal in stepping in there tonight was to hunt the black shark. A new round of cards is dealt across the wooden table, kicking off a direct showdown between the two. Hugo proposes a simple card game, but Lucian surprises him by suggesting they put no cap on the bets. The manager scoffs mockingly, saying he doesn't want to leave his illustrious guest bored in his own establishment. The protagonist cheers animatedly, saying he finally found a reasonable business partner to talk to. Hugo ironically thanks him while thinking Lucian is just another spoiled noble leaning on his family name. He thinks wickedly that the blonde kid has no clue this high stakes bet will be the rope hanging his own neck. Hugo concludes with satisfaction that the kid's brashness actually makes his plan to strip him of everything way easier. He admits that his previous dealer's humiliating defeat wasn't in the plans, but now the situation is just perfect. The defeated employee steps away from the table with his head down as Hugo takes total control of the deal. Hugo firmly believes that immature kids like Lucian tend to gamble even more desperately the more they lose. He mentally promises to completely clean out the pockets of that arrogant noble who hasn't the foggiest notion of danger. Lucian fakes an apology for his bad manners and mockingly asks if there's some kind of problem with the bet. The blonde warns he would like to ask just one simple question before the game starts, and Hugo promises to answer honestly. The guy says mockingly that although this is their first time meeting, he's taken quite a liking to Hugo's persona. He cleverly comments that you can judge the quality of a leader just by the posture of his subordinates. He praises Hugo's ability to run a business of that size, even knowing it's illegal stuff. The blonde points out that if the gambling house had crossed the line, the Valdec family would have crushed it long ago. He gestures calmly, asking the manager not to get so tense, just because he's part of the ruling family. The protagonist smiles in a friendly way and asks when the manager plans to kick off mass production of the product. Hugo's expression shifts instantly, and he asks seriously what specific merchandise the noble is referring to. Lucian stares right at him and says he's talking about that illegal product he's cooking up in the Vestra region. The voiceover reveals that Hugo's secret business is the smuggling and refining of a banned hallucinogen. Hugo's thugs standing near the door start breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing their secret's been exposed. The manager himself stays completely still, digesting that bombshell revelation dropped so casually. He stutters, trying to play dumb, and nervously asks what this hallucinogen mentioned by the young master is supposed to be. The blonde tosses a few chips onto the table casually and complains that the man heard him loud and clear. The golden-eyed guy reveals he knows Hugo was hired by the influential Marcus Logren family for the job. Secret plan was to destabilize the Valdec family's lands through the illegal distribution of that drug. The blonde laments the Marquis's petty attitude and states seriously that there are lines that must never be crossed. He rests his chin on his hand hand and cynically asks if the manager doesn't agree with his moral standpoint. Hugo realizes with dread the sheer audacity that kid confronting him alone right in the middle of his own turf. He knows that if the Valdecs catch wind of this smuggling scheme, everyone involved will be hunted down and executed without mercy. The punishment would be swift and fatal for every single member of Hugo's gang, with zero exceptions. The purple-haired manager's mind goes into a tailspin upon realizing his whole secret plot has been blown wide open. The former mercenary became the worst opponent imaginable for that faction's criminal plans due to his intel. In the original timeline, this drug conspiracy wouldn't be uncovered by the Grand Duke until 2 years of investigations later. The ruler would eventually order a violent raid on the secret refining base in an attempt to smash the place. But back then, the raid would fail miserably because the savvy Hugo would have already skipped town ahead of time. The protagonist amuses himself, thinking that his tragic past experience now serves as a valuable trump card in the present. Hugo tries to regain his composure and stutters, claiming that whole story must be just a massive misunderstanding. He plays the victim, pretend to be just a poor merchant struggling day to make an honest living. The man swears innocence, claiming envious enemies spread that fake rumor, and promises to investigate the case himself. Lucien fakes buying the excuse and mutters mockingly, repeating the manager's words in a playful tone. The blonde precisely cites the rice mill facade and the secret underground passage used for the criminal's escape. The guide puts on a dead, serious look and warns he'll ask the final question about the current production status. Hugo widens his eyes and starts sweating with terror upon realizing the noble actually knows every detail of his secret operation. The purple-haired manager swallows hard and loses his voice completely upon seeing his state secret cracked wide open. He understands that with so much precise evidence laid out by the kid, any excuse or denial from here on is useless. The manager starts moving his hand slowly toward his pocket as he makes a drastic, desperate decision. The black shark glares at the protagonist with a cold, killer look, weighing the option of killing him right there in the parlor. One of his subordinates hides a sharp knife behind his back, just waiting for Hugo's signal to make a move. The henchman coldly thinks that it would be ridiculously easy to assassinate this protected young noble with a single strike. The protagonist calmly warns the manager to think very carefully before doing anything foolish. The blonde man smiles darkly and warns that the chip used to pay for that bet will be the manager's own life. He advises the man to be cautious, reminding him of all the hard work it took to reach his current position in the criminal underworld. Hugo breaks into a nervous sweat as he realizes how stupid he would be even consider attacking a member of the nobility. He knows that if he did anything to Lucien, the torture he would suffer would make him desperately beg for death. The manager closes his eyes, swallows his pride, and forcefully suppresses his violent instincts since in the face of this thinly veiled threat, he drops to his knees on the tavern floor, realizing that his only real way to survive is to surrender. He bows before the young noble and humbly begs for his life to be spared from any punishment. The purple-haired man admits that the young master must have a very strong reason to come looking for him in person. He adds submissively that if the noble had just wanted him dead, his head would have rolled a long time ago. The manager swears absolute loyalty, promising to act like a loyal hound who crawls and barks at his new owner's command. Seeing their boss submit, all the henchmen in the room drop to their knees as well, begging for mercy. The whole gang stays bowed at Lucien's feet, pleading for the young master to show them mercy. The protagonist flashes a victorious smile and lightly taps his index finger against the pile of chips scattered across the gaming table. He relaxes back into the sofa and remarks sarcastically that having a loyal guard dog by his side isn't a bad idea after all. He says he really was in need of some useful subordinates, and Hugo expresses his gratitude, promising to do any job he's ordered to. The blonde man starts walking toward the exit and warns with a tease that his plan doesn't end there. He taunts the manager, claiming it would be way too boring for a man like him to settle for being a mere hunting dog. The blonde man steps closer in a friendly way and drapes his arm over the purple-haired manager's shoulder with an air of camaraderie. The young man makes an unbelievable proposal, asking if he'd like to try becoming a real knight. The manager's eyes go wide in shock as he mentally flashes back to that old, hidden desire of his. He remembers that in the past, becoming a knight was his ultimate dream, but he was forced to give it all up. Hugo recalls with bitterness that no matter how hard he trained and honed his combat skills, it was never enough. He risked his own life countless times in bloody battles while serving his old, ungrateful master. In the end, he realized he would never be anything more than a disposable tool for high-ranking nobles. It broke him to know that his humble background was an insurmountable wall that could never be broken down, no matter how hard he tried. The young blonde's question keeps echoing in his mind, waking up that old, painful ambition he thought was dead and buried. He admits to himself that he'd sell his very soul if it meant actually earning that title of honor. The purple-haired man looks at him full of anticipation and asks if he really stands a chance at becoming one of them. Lucian adopts a solemn stance and guarantees his dream will come true, swearing upon his noble family's name and honor. He sets one condition: Hugo must act with integrity and honor, so he never has to be ashamed of his actions in the future. The blonde man states with conviction that the man's humble social background will never be an obstacle in his path. The protagonist extends his hand and calls him by name in an imposing tone, sealing that unbreakable alliance. He extends a final invitation for the man to stop being someone else's tool and start living like a real person. A few days pass, and the scene shifts back to the luxurious residential palace, where everything used to happen. The mansion's maids chat excitedly when they find out a new and important staff member is about to be introduced to everyone. The other vest-wearing servants watch the commotion with deep distrust and nervous tension, not knowing what to expect. The administrator announces in a loud voice the hiring of a new and talented professional coming straight from outside the palace. Lucian kicks back with his feet up on the desk in a casual pose and orders the new hire to introduce himself to the group. Hugo keeps his hands clasped behind his back and formally introduces himself as the young master's new personal assistant. The former purple-haired manager is now wearing a sharp suit and wishes his new coworkers a good team dynamic. The administrator and the other staff watch the new recruit in absolute shock through the grand hall's windows. The blonde man leans back comfortably at his desk and announces that Hugo's quick team introduction is already done. The protagonist claps his hands together, declaring that the new employee's brief orientation is officially over, puts on a challenging look, and immediately orders them to bring head housekeeper Jenny right into his presence in the hall. The servant is completely shocked by the sudden order and nervously asks why on earth he wants to call the housekeeper. The blonde man fires back sarcastically that since he's the boss, it's only right to introduce his new personal servant to the head of the staff. He adds with a hint of irony that he doesn't want to cause any more misunderstandings, so he needs to report the hire directly to the housekeeper. Lucian observes the tense looks on the servants' faces and sees that their reactions were exactly what he expected. The staff whisper nervously among themselves, saying the internal situation in the mansion is already beyond any simple fix. They glare at the young master with total disdain, because to that group, Lucian is nothing more than a completely rotten branch. The young blonde decides right then and there that he needs to make it crystal clear who's actually running the show on his turf. One of the older servants steps forward and cynically asks the young master to consider the staff's side of things too. He argues mockingly that head housekeeper Jenny is very close to Geordie and that they didn't do anything wrong. Other employees back up their coworker, begging Lucian to understand them and stop trying to stir up trouble. Hans gets super irritated listening to the cowardly excuses from a group that just wants to coast through life without a care in the world. The young redhead shouts angrily, telling everyone to snap out of it and stop forgetting what a servant's true duty is. Hans speaks up with tears in his eyes, reminding them that the true master of this annex is none other than young Lucian. He emphasizes that their leader isn't Jordy, while Hugo watches the whole argument closely from the corner. Hugo cracks a confident smile and gently asks veteran Hans to leave the rest of this situation in his hands. The purple-haired man remarks that Hans's sharp words are way too good to be wasted on a bunch of cowards. He bows and says he already knows what needs to be done, while the protagonist just watches on with curiosity. Hugo wears a terrifying expression, thinking to himself that teaching loyalty to people who don't know their place is pretty simple. He warns that his methods might get a little violent, so he's formally asking his new master for permission. The protagonist smiles inwardly, impressed by how fast his henchman thinks, and glad he had the good luck to recruit him. He knows that if Hugo were higher up in the criminal world, he'd be totally uncontrollable, but he gladly grants the permission anyway. Lucian gives a mental order for him to show the staff something intense, and Hugo accepts right away, startling the veteran. The former purple-haired manager walks slowly down the stairs and approaches the insolent servant with firm, heavy steps. The insolent servant swallows hard and breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what this giant of a guy is planning to do. Up close, the servant realizes just how intimidating his presence is, not to mention that the brute practically screams career criminal. He tries to calm his own fears by foolishly assuming the guy is nothing more than some low-level alley thug. The sassy servant leans in and whispers to Hugo that he'd better pick his side carefully if he doesn't want to end up in bad shape around here. He keeps whispering in an intimidating tone, asking if the newcomer even knows how cruel young Jordy can be. He asks ironically if the new assistant is stupid enough to risk his life for pocket change. Hugo stays completely silent with a dark look in his eyes and replies dryly that was a pretty pathetic last will and testament. The insolent employee's eyes pop wide open in confusion as he asks what on earth the guy is talking about. The servant barely manages to finish his question before taking a brutally violent punch square to the face. The impact of Hugo's powerful blow sends the man's body flying backward through the hall with extreme force. The man sails through the air across the grand room and crashes violently against the mansion's luxurious floor. Hugo stands tall, staring coldly down at the fallen employee, while the other servants watch completely paralyzed. The defeated servant groans in pain on the floor, his face totally swollen and bleeding from the sheer impact of the hit. The maids scream in sheer terror, and the others try to protest, accusing the big guy of using unfair violence. Hugo cracks his knuckles calmly and responds with authority that he definitely has every right to act like this. He flashes a terrifying grin and boasts mockingly that he's an absolute expert at teaching insolent idiots a lesson. Meanwhile, the sound of a loud argument starts echoing from just outside the blue hall's imposing doors. Housekeeper Jenny is dragged forcefully into the room by two guards while she screams at the top of her lungs to let her go. The red-haired woman lashes out furiously at the men, warning them they'll pay dearly for such nerve. One guard rudely tells her to shut her trap and asks if she still hasn't realized how serious the situation is. Jenny struggles angrily, demanding to know how mere underlings dare raise their voices at her like that. The housekeeper swears to herself with a look of pure hatred that every single one of them will get what's coming to them for today. However, she freezes in shock when she looks ahead and sees all the other servants kneeling on the floor in total submission. The guards bow before Lucian and formally report that they have brought head housekeeper Jenny, just as ordered. The protagonist keeps his back turned, calmly looking out the hall window with an imposing and cold posture. The young blonde finally turns around with a cynical smirk on his face and casually greets her upon her arrival. He gestures mockingly with an outstretched hand, mentioning that he did indeed ask his subordinates to bring her here. The blonde teases the situation, saying the guards seemed a bit too enthusiastic about carrying out such a simple order. The redhead demands to know the meaning of this abusive treatment, threatening that he won't get away with this mistake. Jenny rants that she won't be intimidated and guarantees, with absolute certainty, that Jordy will never let this insult slide. Jenny tries to cut a deal, saying that if he stops right now, she'll handle everything quietly, but Lucian interrupts her with disdain. The protagonist calmly reaches out toward the table and picks up a leather whip that was resting there. He grips the weapon tightly and warns with an ice-cold stare that the real show is only just beginning. The young blonde sarcastically tells the housekeeper to say whatever she wants while she still has the chance. The blonde adopts a terrifying demeanor and states coldly that she's going to die right here, today. A guillotine is shown, symbolizing that public execution has been the most efficient method for sending a message since ancient times. This kind of severe punishment has a clear justification. It maintains order and punishes traitors. It sets a clear target, serving as a living example of what happens to anyone who dares break the rules. And above all, this act leaves a deep impression on everyone's minds, showing that the force applied was more than enough. Lucian stands face to face with the head housekeeper, holding the whip and showing he won't hesitate to use it on her. Jenny starts sweating from sheer nerves as she realizes the young master's threat might be painfully real. The protagonist knows he can control the entire situation without even needing to open the palace's power structure. He plans to use this temporary pretext to prove to the Grand Duke that the weak third son is gone for good. The housekeeper tries to keep up her arrogant posture and points a finger in an attempt to intimidate the young master right back. Hugo moves lightning fast, grabbing the housekeeper's red hair with a tight grip to stop her from fighting back. She is forced to her knees in front of Lucian under the firm, merciless grip of the new purple-haired bodyguard. Even while kneeling, the woman sneers with disdain and advises the blonde to think very carefully before trying anything against her. Jenny asks threateningly if he honestly believes Jordy will just sit back and do nothing if she suffers even the slightest scratch. She proudly reminds him that her mother was Jordy's wet nurse, making them practically foster brothers. The protagonist sighs with boredom and asks if these recycled excuses are really all she has to say at the end of her life. He taunts her, asking if it wouldn't be completely pathetic to spend her final moments just screaming her brother's name. The blonde raises the whip menacingly and coldly orders her to come up with a better excuse if she has one. Jenny stutters and trembles, trying to repeat her protector's name as fear finally takes over her mind. Lucian fires back that she's dead wrong, because he already has more than enough reasons to execute her for theft and insolence. He warns that she's confused her standing because of her wet nurse connection, and doubts Jordy can do a thing to save her. The protagonist explains that at most, Jordy might try to lash out at him, but even that won't work if the Grand Duke steps in. He breaks into a wicked smile, revealing that the Grand Duke might actually reward him for punishing an insolent servant. The reward would be for handling an insolent maid in exemplary fashion, someone who completely forgot her place. Lucian raises the whip again and coldly reminds her that at the end of the day, Jordy is just one of many heirs. He adds menacingly that his rival holds the exact same heir status as he does. The young man points out that he gave her a clear chance earlier, but she chose to bring this terrible situation upon herself. The head housekeeper starts shaking uncontrollably with dread as she realizes she has nowhere left to run. She starts crying desperately and begs for mercy, finally acknowledging her grave mistake right in front of him. The protagonist just gives a cold half-smile, completely ignoring her tears and her belated desperation against a blood-red background. He raises his arm and coldly tells her to just consider herself unlucky. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoes violently across the grand hall, kicking off the housekeeper's merciless punishment. The scene cuts to the exterior of the imposing Valdec family castle. Bathed in the calm light of late afternoon, Jordy is sprinting frantically through the palace corridors, followed closely by his personal guards in a massive rush. The silver-haired young man is beside himself, thinking to himself that this absurd news simply cannot be real. He remembers remembers that just a few days ago, Lucian backed down humiliated by Jenny, and now he's acting this threatening and violent. The silver hair is confused because he had planted several spies right in the annex, where Lucian lives specifically to prevent this. He was sure the infiltrated servants would have tried to stop Lucian's actions at any cost today. He approaches the annex doors, realizing that if things have reached this point, something went horribly wrong. Jordy comes to the shocking conclusion that his blonde brother has somehow managed to take total control of everyone in there. Jordy's henchmen try to calm him down, suggesting the report must be wrong, because Lucian wouldn't have the guts to go this far. They claim the blonde is terrified of Jordy, and the hair agrees, believing it must all just be a huge misunderstanding. Suddenly, an agonizing scream of pain echoes from inside the hall, making Jordy's eyes go wide in absolute shock. The whip is shown again, now completely soaked in blood and dripping slowly onto the floor of the mansion's luxurious hall. Jenny drops to the floor in front of Lucian, completely unconscious and battered, while Hugo watches the aftermath of the punishment. Jordy finally storms into the place shouting, furiously demanding to know what the hell they think they're doing in here. Lucian turns around calmly and asks with irony what brings his esteemed brother to this humble annex. He mockingly apologizes, saying he's very busy today ripping out the house's disobedience by the roots. The blonde orders Hugo to pick the bruised housekeeper back up, and the former manager obeys instantly. Jordy flies into a total rage and shouts orders for his guards, Oliver and Gert, to bring the housekeeper back. Jordy's two soldiers rush across the hall to carry out the order, completely ignoring the blonde brother's presence. Lucian keeps a calm smile and warns his purple-haired guard what to do if anyone gets too close. He coldly orders Hugo to slit the housekeeper's throat if Jordy's gossards take even one more step. The protagonist puts on a murderous look and guarantees he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Hearing the lethal threat, the soldiers slam on the brakes, stopping their advance while Jordy watches the scene totally paralyzed. Hugo flashes a sinister grin, assuring them there's zero chance the woman will survive his strike. The sharp blade of Hugo's dagger is pressed right against Jenny's trembling throat, leaving the servant completely helpless. The housekeeper cries out in terror, desperately begging Jordy to save her as she feels death breathing down her neck. Jordy screams furiously, ordering no one to dare touch that dagger, and demands immediate obedience from everyone in the room. The silver hair loses his mind and threatens to decapitate Hugo and his entire family, hanging their heads on the city walls. Lucian cuts through the shouting with disdain, stating dryly that things aren't going to work the way Jordy wants them to. Hugo thinks mockingly that he only serves Master Lucian and has no reason to listen to orders from some other hair. Hugo shows absolute loyalty, knowing his duty is to follow only Lucian's orders no matter what happens. Jordy grits his teeth and clenches his fists in extreme anger as he realizes his threats haven't had any effect at all. The silver hair tries to keep his anger in check and demands to know what terrible crime Jenny committed to be treated this way. The blonde coldly lists the servant's crimes, including insubordination and embezzlement, justifying it as a fair punishment. He glares at his rival out of the corner of his eye and asks if an hair like him doesn't know how to tell public business from private. Jordy's face turns beet red with rage at being questioned so boldly by his younger brother. The narration explains that the current succession structure of the powerful Valdek family is extremely rigid and divided. The first heir in the direct line of succession is Tristan Valdek, who keeps his focus entirely on his own military duties. Jordy is second in line, which has solidified a fierce power struggle between the two main factions within the territory. Because of this, solidifying his base of support among the nobles and allies is of the utmost importance for the silver-haired youth. However, his reputation took a serious hit after he was humiliated by Lucian and forced to let Hendrik go. Facing such an unfavorable scenario, if he failed to protect a close ally like Jenny, everything would be ruined. It would create massive distrust and unfixable cracks among everyone who had sworn loyalty to the silver hair. But Jordy realizes this move by his brother is a calculated strategic play to permanently cut him off from power. He swallows his massive pride and demands once again that his younger brother order Jenny's immediate release without any further delay. The servants and guards present exchange nervous glances, feeling the heavy political tension filling the room. Hans lets out a genuine gasp of dread with his hands over his face, terrified that a bloody battle is about to break out any second. Meanwhile, Hugo keeps his cold, focused gaze, holding a tight grip on the housekeeper as she weeps and struggles in despair. Lucian laughs off Geordie's request, remarking sarcastically that such an absurd demand borders on total ridiculousness. He points to a crumpled piece of paper on the desk and asks how she dared steal such valuable belongings without facing consequences. The blonde mocks his rival's posture, pointing out how nobles really do act like their words are worth pure gold. The protagonist shrugs casually and pokes the fun that his brother is simply ordering him to let her go. He explains that he's just doing his duty as an heir against theft crimes, which are severely punished across the entire empire. He paces imposingly around the room, asking what other people would think if a crime like that got swept under the rug. The younger brother pretends to be cordial, saying he'd even love to wrap things up amicably at his older brother's request. He wears an intensely cunning and manipulative smile, showing he has Geordie completely under his thumb. He turns back to the silver hair, cynically revealing that unfortunately, he lacks a good excuse to pardon the servant. Geordie grits his teeth and squeezes his fist, so hard his knuckles turn white with pure rage. The silver-haired guy tells his little brother to stop playing games and get straight to the point, demanding to know what he really wants in exchange. The protagonist calmly warns that criminals who steal other people's property have always faced harsh punishments throughout history. Jenny keeps sobbing uncontrollably on the floor, knowing her fate now rests entirely in that blonde guy's hands. He concludes with bitter resignation that the only way out on the table is to pay back an amount way higher than what was stolen. Lucian breaks into a huge, bright smile at Geordie, cynically asking how far his brother went into investigating the situation. The scene ends showing the beautiful, luxurious facade of the Valdec Palace beneath the peaceful expanse of a clear blue sky. The next day, Grand Duke Sigmund stands deep in thought, looking out the window of his luxurious office in the palace. Head butler Edwin finishes giving a detailed report on how the conflict between the two brothers was finally resolved. The head of the Valdec family reviews the report's paperwork with a serious expression, while listening to his staff member. Sigmund locks his focused gaze on the documents and asks, seriously, if all the information in them is actually true. Edwin places a hand over his heart respectfully and guarantees that he personally checked and confirmed every single detail of the case. The butler reports that Geordie indeed agreed to pay compensation equal to 10 times the amount that had been embezzled. He adds that Lucian recruited a man named Hugo, who swiftly wiped out all the spies in that residence. The Grand Duke listens in silence and concludes that because of all these changes, his youngest son's annex is different now. Edwin confirms that the place is currently guarded much more strictly than any other area of the mansion. At that moment, the office doors swing open, announcing Lucian's arrival for his talk with the Grand Duke. The young blonde walks into the room with his head held high, saying respectfully that he heard he'd been summoned by his father. Sigmund slowly turns his head to face his youngest son, taking in his features and his new, imposing posture. The protagonist immediately senses that the atmosphere in his father's office is considerably different than usual. The head of the family breaks the silence, remarking with insight that the younger son has been making some bold moves lately. Lucian fires back that he was simply disciplining rebellious staff members who forgot who the true master of the place was. His father taps his fingers lightly on the armchair, reminding him that with this stunt, the younger son ended up dragging Geordie's reputation through the mud. Sigmund issues a serious warning that Geordie will never forget this humiliation and asks if he can really handle the fallout. The blonde wears a fearless look and answers, with total firmness, that he genuinely has no other choice but to face the consequences. He argues proudly that his actions were simply a righteous move to correct the rules and restore the law within the mansion. He asks how he could possibly carry the Valdec name across the world if he backed down from a righteous act out of sheer fear of revenge. Sigmund stares at his son in silence, while the protagonist insists he only made an honorable decision that doesn't stain the family name. The Grand Duke closes his eyes for a brief second and lets out a muffled chuckle, looking quite pleased with Lucian's words. The patriarch reopens his eyes and guarantees that if the silver-haired brother keeps picking fights, things are going to change. He states loud and clear that hitting back and returning those attacks in kind is also the younger son's legitimate right. However, the leader warns coldly that if this feud goes too far and hurts the family, he'll have to step in. He shocks Lucian by declaring that in that extreme case, he will back Geordie unconditionally, no matter who is right. The protagonist is totally thrown off and asks what his father actually means by such an unfair declaration. The Grand Duke glares at his son with an ice-cold look and asks why he's acting so surprised. The father weighs in, saying that while Geordie is quite impulsive, the contributions he's made to the family up to now have been massive. He throws it in the younger son's face that, unlike his older brother, he spent a whole year just wasting his time. He concludes coldly that it's completely obvious for the head of the family to favor heirs who have already proven their true worth. Lucian processes his father's statement in silence, realizing the real hidden meaning behind those harsh words. The young man concludes that his father is actually egging him on to step over Geordie if he wants to reach a higher position. Sigmund gives him some serious advice to develop his combat skills and become a true asset to the clan. The Grand Duke guarantees that only when the younger son does that will he finally find the answers he's been searching for. The blonde realizes his father's intention is just to stir up a sense of constant danger to force him to move faster. This sudden haste from Sigmund to test them means the family's final succession process must be happening very soon. Faced with this, the protagonist smiles with confidence, determined to act quickly before he misses this one-off golden opportunity. He catches his father's silent desire to see him seize the chance and wonders if all fathers are this cold. The young man discreetly slips his hand under his sleek coat and pulls out a mysterious document he'd been holding onto the whole time. Lucian grabs the Grand Duke's attention and casually mentions that he'd like to bring up one final matter. He places the paper on Sigmund's desk and asks sarcastically what his father would say if he knew he'd already made a power play. He breaks into a huge, victorious grin, boasting mockingly that this secret move of his is insanely huge. Sigmund focuses all his attention on his younger son's hand and reaches out seriously to grab the mysterious document. The Grand Duke starts reading the contents of the letter and grips the paper so hard the veins on his hand bulge with anger. The patriarch crumples the paperwork in a rage and asks incredulously if the facts in that report are actually true. Lucian puts on a neutral expression and guarantees with unshakable firmness that what's laid out there is the absolute truth with no lies. He reveals that he already captured the smuggler who was distributing the illegal drug in the territory on a rival house's orders. Lucian's eyes flash a bright gold as he proudly tells his father he can check the evidence right now. A surge of blue spiritual energy wraps around the blonde young man as he stands tall and imposing before his stunned and serious father. Sigmund is furious at the revelation, lashing out at Bernhardt, the good-for-nothing son of a rival marquis. The Grand Duke demands with utter hatred how that young noble dared to try and defile the Valdec family's sacred territory. Lucian feels the crushing pressure of his father's power and understands the real meaning of leading that powerful family. The protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking that if this killing aura keeps up, he's the one who's going to end up in trouble. The young blonde tries to ease the tension and asks permission to reveal one more crucial detail about the investigation. He explains that even if they reported it to the Emperor, the Logrand family would just sacrifice a pawn to get off the hook. Sigmund listens closely, knowing that since the crimes were carried out through a hidden guild, there's no surface-level proof. The Grand Duke figures the Emperor would hate the conflict and gets caught off guard by his youngest son's sharp strategic mind. Lucian points out that in the end, the dishonor brought upon their family, gets settled by cutting financial ties. The young man puts on a serious expression and states that they should chop off at least one of the enemy's arms as a harsh punishment. The dust starts to settle in the study as father and son keep up the conversation with extreme seriousness and focus. Sigmund stands still, silently weighing his youngest son's bold and daring words. The Grand Duke crosses his arms, intrigued, and orders Lucian to tell him in detail what his actual plans are. The protagonist smirks with mischief and guarantees that he has already found a foolproof way to make sure the enemy doesn't escape. He reveals that not long ago, a man the rival family trusted completely surrendered to him voluntarily in the underworld. Sigmund immediately recalls Edwin's report about hiring the mysterious purple-haired assistant. He realizes that Hugo was the mole and is impressed to see that his son had foreseen the whole situation ahead of time. The patriarch rests his hand on the desk and deduces the Lucian plans to use the traitor to set up a brutal counter-trap. Lucian confirms the plan, saying it would be impossible for the enemies to predict the betrayal of one of their top leaders. He adds that he'll make it look like their plans are going smoothly to force the true rival leader to show their face. The Grand Duke reflects seriously, admitting to himself that his youngest son's idea isn't something to brush off. Still, the leader crosses his arms and seriously points out that there's a massive flaw in pulling off that strategy. He warns that his youngest is foolishly betting all his success on a single variable, a traitor straight off the streets. Sigmund sternly warns that human nature is flawed and that he should never take a single step with someone he doesn't trust. The young blonde stays completely silent in the office, flashing just a slight, mysterious smirk. He astutely clarifies that he doesn't trust the man, but rather his sheer greed and craving for power. Lucian reveals that Hugo has made it clear he desperately wants to become a true, honored knight and spread his fame far and wide. The former purple-haired manager is dying to carve his name into the Empire's history once and for all. The patriarch fires back that it's a crazy dream from someone who forgot his place, though he gets the power of a dream. The protagonist smiles, thinking back to his past life, and guarantees he'll blindly trust the strength of that obsessive drive. Sigmund hears the justification and sarcastically remarks that it's certainly a very sentimental reason to make a move. The leader questions him about the consequences of failure, and Lucian guarantees he'll take the fall if things go sideways. He stares his father down with absolute determination and promises to pay for this gamble with his very life if needed. The Grand Duke studies his youngest son's unshakable look, realizing his old weakness is truly gone for good. Sigmund unexpectedly orders the blonde to show up at the training grounds as soon as he's done recovering. He reveals that he'll pass down the clan's legendary swordsmanship to Lucian, officially making him one of the family's real heirs. The annex glows under the harsh afternoon sun as a new, dangerous power struggle kicks off inside the palace. Night falls over the luxury palace corridors, dimly lighting the massive library of the noble residence. Sigmund stands reading an old book closely as Edwin the butler walks up behind his boss. The butler apologizes, ashamed for failing to stop the smuggling of hallucinogens right in the heart of their territory. The Grand Duke snaps the book shut and softly tells the staff member there's no need to apologize anymore. Takes the blame, remembering that Edwin was swamped dealing with heavy border issues. Edwin figures Lucian finding the Drud must have been pure luck since Bernhard's plan was flawless. He adds that Bernhard's real goal wasn't money, but rather to stain Sigmund's honor in front of the Emperor. The Grand Duke bitterly laments that a rival Marquess only thinks of himself instead of prioritizing the Empire's well-being. Edwin changes the subject and reports that Hugo is actually the leader of a new faction, feared across the entire criminal underworld. The butler adds that Hugo didn't seem the type to serve anyone, and is shocked by Lucian's growth. Sigmund stares blankly into space, thoughtfully repeating Edwin's words about his son's fast development. The Grand Duke remembers his youngest son's cold, imposing look and suspects there might be way more to it than just luck. The leader knows Hugo is too smart to get fooled by cheap, empty promises of achieving greatness. Sigmund realizes the former manager Hugo spotted the massive potential Lucian hides behind his posture right away. The man saw the protagonist as a truly worthy master worth risking his own life for. Dark Library stays dead silent as the Grand Duke's mind keeps racing with new thoughts. Edwin remembers the Grand Duke's words about speeding up the training and the path of succession, trying to make sense of the plan. The butler praises the decision to start teaching the secret techniques and asks who will be picked as the instructor. Sigmund firmly replies that he intends to ask Sir Eisen in person to take on this important training task. Edwin is visibly surprised by that name being dropped, showing a bit of nervousness over that choice of master. A massive pillar of blue energy shoots up toward the skies, symbolizing the tremendous spiritual power involved. The mana currents churn at full blast, showing that the learning process is going to be brutally tough and demanding. The narrator points out that this grueling training will undoubtedly be a crucial period for the young heir. The scene cuts to the beautiful annex palace, bathed in the soft, bright light of a gorgeous full moon in the night sky. Inside the annex, Hans's panicked voice echoes through the grand, luxurious hall lit only by the moon outside. The red-headed servant is on the verge of tears, trembling as he begs the young master to confirm this isn't some kind of joke. Hans shakes the blonde in disbelief, shouting to ask if he really became an official candidate for the succession. Lucian sighs and asks how many times he has to say yes before Hans finally stops yelling and calms down for good. Hugo reaches out with his massive hand and grips the young redhead's shoulder firmly to keep him from shaking the protagonist anymore. The purple-haired guard respectfully asks veteran Hans to calm down and keep his composure in Lucian's presence. He remarks that given the master's immense talent, this promotion was obvious and fit right in with his bright future. He adds seriously that the person acting as the young blonde's right-hand man should never act like that. Hans's eyes go wide in absolute shock upon hearing he's considered young Master Lucian's official right-hand man. The redhead blushes, turning shy as he tries to brush it off, claiming he still has too many flaws to carry such a huge title. Hugo praises the veteran's modesty while Hans fires back a joke, affectionately calling his buddy Hugo his left arm. The protagonist just flashes a calm smile, mockingly thinking that experienced servants really know how to play their parts well. The blonde says seriously that it was only fair to tell the two of them the big news first, before breaking it to the whole family. Lucian puts on a focused, solemn look as he mentally analyzes each of their true personalities and usefulness. The youth knows Hans has a very kind and innocent nature that could unfortunately turn into a dangerous weakness. Even so, he knows the redhead is fiercely loyal and has the willpower needed to stay true even through crises. He plans to train Hans in administrative work so he can become the most reliable and secure rear guard of all. On the other hand, Hugo's incredible leadership and combat skills in the underworld are totally unquestionable. The protagonist just needs to pave the way to turn him into a knight and squeeze out every drop of his combat potential. That way, Hugo will transform into the ideal knight, acting as the sharpest, most destructive sword to protect his future. The blonde decides to focus strictly on quality, instead of recruiting a bunch of servants, building up his forces step by step. He gives a defiant smile and warns that from now on, things are going to get a lot more hectic around the mansion. He admits he won't be able to handle this long, dangerous road of succession if he keeps going it alone. He stresses with conviction that making this grand venture a success is only possible with the faithful backing of the two right here. Hugo makes a tight fist and solemnly swears he'll never let the young master down or fail his expectations. Hans beams with excitement, cheerfully agreeing that the boss can totally count on both of them. The next day, the scene shifts to the vast, sun-drenched military training grounds located near the mansion. Lucian steps into the massive combat arena and stands right in the center of the hall, waiting for his first lesson to start. He shuts his eyes for a split second to focus and prep his mind for the rigorous learning ahead. The protagonist thinks back to his past life, when he traveled to every corner of the vast continent looking for a technique. He was hunting for the essence of ancient techniques, said to be capable of raising any warrior's level in the world. These incredible secret techniques and ancient combat skills were widely known as sword forms, and among all the existing variations, there was an ultra-secret level known as the advanced sword form. Yet, he recalls with deep bitterness that after trying so hard, what he finally managed to get his hands on back then wasn't even close to the manual for the legendary advanced technique he so badly wanted and lusted after in his past life. The item he got wasn't the intermediate technique either, but a heavily degraded version, meant purely for beginners. Back then, he realized with a heavy heart that royal fencing techniques were strictly reserved for nobles. For a mere mercenary of humble background, actually managing to learn any of those techniques was already a massive stroke of luck, and because of that lack of raw power, he constantly suffered, failing to protect his own comrades' lives. He remembers how, in the past, he lived under the torture of an obsessive desire to learn a real sword form, but now, for someone like him, reincarnated as a noble, a totally unexpected opportunity has finally landed on his doorstep. He has the chance to inherit secret swordsmanship passed down only to successors that puts any advanced technique to shame. It's the legendary lion, heart sword technique, which he now has the golden chance to learn and master. The protagonist smiles to himself, buzzing with excitement as he wonders just how powerful that combat technique must be. The blonde gets super pumped, imagining the wonders and sheer power this new skill will bring him down the road. He takes a deep breath to calm himself down, admitting to himself that he's getting pretty nervous even before training kicks off. Since his first combat lesson is still a bit away, the young hare paces back and forth anxiously. The blonde then decides to put his hand on the ground, using his free time to focus on circulating his mana and calming his mind. He remembers how in the past he learned to fight just by scraping together scraps of techniques and never had a real weapons master. Thinking about that, the protagonist breaks into a wide grin, figuring that living a second life really is an incredible and unique experience. He stays silent, meditating with intense focus right in the middle of the luxury arena while he patiently waits for the master to show up. The outside view of the arena zeroes in on the young blonde isolated in the grand hall, lost in his own thoughts and mana flow. Suddenly, a massive, imposing shadow starts creeping up slowly, signaling the arrival of a heavy presence. A pair of elegant hands rests softly on the balcony railing, closely watching the blonde's meditative training. Sir Eisen watches him from above, super impressed to notice the young master hasn't moved or flinched for a single second. The old instructor wonders to himself if some kind of trigger happened to cause such a sudden attitude shift. Eisen notes that the old, cowardly, scaredy-cat kid from before is genuinely gone without a single trace left behind. He thinks back to the chat he had with Sigmund the night before when the leader asked him to be the youngest son's new instructor. The old man admits that at first, he genuinely believed the Grand Duke's third son was a lost cause with zero future. Still, the family leader calmly points out that upon re-evaluating the youngest's behavior, he noticed some very valuable traits. Sigmund suggests, with a slight smile, that training the blonde kid could also serve as great entertainment for his old friend. Hearing the high praise straight from the Grand Duke, the old man concludes the kid's talent must be truly out of the ordinary. Sigmund stares at his glass thoughtfully, repeating the word talent as if that trait wasn't even the most important thing about him. He seriously clarifies that way beyond any natural aptitude. It's the youngest son's tough, determined mindset that blows him away. The father wraps up by warning ahead of time that the master will totally understand the whole situation once he sees the kid in person. The flashback ends, and Sir Eisen finally heads down to the arena, walking with a solemn stride toward his new, focused student. The powerful gray-haired warrior with green eyes and an imposing stance is none other than the legendary sword Saint Eisen Brighter. He's a superhuman fighter who hit the peak of awakening, locking down the supreme title of master in the Empire. To any ordinary swordsman across the continent, holders of that military title are looked at like living deities. Lucian opens his eyes and comes face to face with the master's immense presence, instantly realizing he's standing before a living legend. The young noble is utterly floored to see the famous sword saint standing right in front of him in the arena. Eisen Brighter keeps an upright, relaxed posture, radiating an overwhelming aura that would intimidate any opponent. The seasoned instructor greets him politely, mentioning that the last time they saw each other was at his father's birthday party. He formally introduces himself as Eisenbrainter and announces he'll be taking over the young master's training, starting right now. The blonde remembers with a start that Hans had mentioned the new instructor that morning, but left out the most important detail. He mentally chews out Hans for skipping the obvious fact that the seasoned knight is none other than the sword saint himself. The protagonist lowers his head respectfully, formally greeting his new teacher and wishing them a good training period. Sir Eisen flashes a modest, soft smile and mildly states he's nothing more than an old man hiding behind a title. The old master seriously asks him why an official candidate for the house leadership is bowing his head so easily. Lucian fires back nobly, saying that while he has to uphold the clan's honor, he could never drop proper etiquette in front of him. The blonde solemnly guarantees that no matter his noble status, the master is worthy of his sincerest, deepest respect. The gray-haired man's eyes go wide, totally surprised and touched by the young student's maturity and brilliant, polite manners. He gives in, letting the blonde act however feels most comfortable, while warmly thanking him for his understanding. Eisen formally announces that the training will kick off right away, and the protagonist accepts with high energy and readiness. The master points to the outer courtyard and asks if the young blonde would mind starting out by running a few laps around it. Lucian doesn't hesitate for a single second, taking off at a fast sprint across the courtyard with extreme dedication and willpower. Even so, his weak body's extreme fatigue catches up to him fast, and he ends up collapsing onto his hands and knees on the hard ground, totally exhausted. The protagonist catches his breath with a struggle, staring up at the instructor to ask if he should keep going and pick the run back up right now. Sir Eisen's eyes go wide with shock as he tells the blonde to hold on, worried the kid might pass out from sheer exhaustion right there. Sir Eisen asks him if he doesn't have questions about why he's running or what the actual purpose of this drill is. Lucian smiles, claiming he's curious, but trusts the master has a great reason for not explaining yet. The young man proudly adds that a true disciple simply obeys his master's word blindly. Eisen analyzes the kid's honest look, spotting a pure, sincere hunger for swordsmanship in him that sets him apart from other nobles. The sword saint admits silently that he finally gets the real meaning behind the Grand Duke's cryptic words. The seasoned warrior gladly takes up the challenge, immediately ordering them to kick off the training for real. The determined young blonde hair sprints past the arena's grand gates toward the vast, sunlit fields. Sir Eisen watches the kid's steady stride closely from afar as he knocks out the grueling training laps. Lucian keeps running with total focus, keeping his golden eyes locked on the horizon without showing a shred of fatigue. Truth be told, the blonde followed orders without hesitation because he figured out the real, secret goal behind this exhausting run. It's a rigorous test to gauge his aptitude as a disciple and find out if he actually has the spark. He recalls using a pretty similar method back when he led a group of mercenaries as captain. If you hand a green, inexperienced recruit a task that on the surface looks totally dumb and useless, just by coldly watching his behavior and how he reacts to boredom, you can figure out a lot of useful things. The recruit's look of frustration or dedication instantly gives away the true value hiding deep inside him. The protagonist knows this trivial physical endurance drill will spill all the beans Sir Eisen needs to know about him. Lucian pours all his strength into the run, the why. A gray-haired master keeps a close eye on every move from the edge of the courtyard. The sword saint realizes the kid has a stellar combat mindset that fits right in with his family's high nobility. The blonde knows the only thing left to prove now is his stubborn determination and pure willpower in the arena. He wears a fierce look and mentally vows to keep running nonstop until his weak body gives out from exhaustion. Still, after running for a full hour, the protagonist stops in his tracks, surprised to notice something weird happening to his body. He wonders in shock how he managed to run at max speed for so long without feeling the slightest hint of muscle fatigue. On the contrary, he's shocked to feel that the more he runs, the stronger and more refreshed his weak physical body feels in the arena. The young man feels his body turn amazingly light as a powerful surge of golden energy wraps around his steps. He remembers he only drank the nectar and took short walks, having no clue how this physical miracle is even possible. Sir Eisen watches him, breaking out in a cold sweat as he mentally admits he didn't hold high hopes for the youngest son's physical stamina. Still, seeing the kid's mind blowing output, the old sword sate realizes this completely defies all logic. There's no sweat, and his breathing is as calm as a placid lake, something that would be tough even for seasoned knights. The old man grips his coat in shock at what he's seeing, feeling a massive wave of disbelief wash over his body in the arena. The instructor remembers the kid meditating calmly on the ground earlier, and an unbelievable theory pops into his head. Set on getting immediate answers, the sword saint strides firmly and quickly toward the young blonde. He raises his voice imposingly, ordering Lucian to stop running right now and calling off the endurance test. The protagonist halts his steps, looking confused as he gently asks if some unexpected problem popped up. The old master glares at him in shock, pointing out that the blonde is somehow naturally using mana while he runs. Sir Eisen adopts a very serious posture and grills the youngest on the meditative technique he pulled off that morning. He asks straight out if what kid did was the legendary pure mana circulation instead of just taking a normal rest. The youth keeps a calm profile and mildly replies that if the master is talking about what happened earlier, he casually confirms he did practice the circulation technique, since it's great for clearing his head of trouble. Hearing that confirmation, the sword saint starts sweating nervously as he realizes his wild suspicion was spot on. The old man grabs the blonde's arm tightly, asking for a second as he says he needs to check his physical condition right this second. The master grabs the youngest's wrist and sternly orders him not to move an inch, even if he feels something weird. He shuts his eyes and sends his own blue spiritual energy right into the blonde kid's mana channels. The blue energy streams intensely through his palms, revealing the deep spiritual scan happening right then. The green-eyed master is left in total shock as he tracks the mind-boggling energy circulating inside Lucian. The blonde's immense spiritual pressure starts kicking in, bathing the instructor's stunned, terrified face in a blue glow. The old man realizes with horror that Lucian has already fully mastered mana circulation, hitting the exact same legendary level as him. Even so, the sword saint notices with dread that the blonde's skills are going way beyond anything he's ever witnessed. He realizes in disbelief that the youngest son is literally carving out an unprecedented spiritual path in the Empire's history. The master slowly lets go of the kid's wrist, staring at him with a mix of extreme dread, deep religious respect. He looks down at his own hand, shaking uncontrollably, and asks with a trembling voice how long the youngest has been hiding this secret. Sir Eisen faces the youth and asks, right when he managed to reach the end of his mana circulation. Lucian is thrown off by the question, asking what the master means by reaching the end. The master explains that the purity of the boy's mana was like fresh snow falling on a winter field. The master says his core works to maximize mana, kinda like a water mill. The old man states that this is a level only a handful of warriors trained their whole lives can reach. The young blonde concludes mentally that he really is super close to hitting the completion stage of the technique. Thinking back to his past life as Jake, he decides he has zero reason to hide his real progress anymore. He remembers having tons of doubts about his current condition and needing urgent answers. The young man knows full well that kind of question could only be answered by a legendary sword saint. He reveals that he started circulating mana a month ago and that all his channels have been wide open the whole time. Sir Eisen's eyes go wide in total shock upon hearing the kid's absurd revelation. Lucian keeps going, saying he heard the process caused pain and blockages, but he didn't feel any of that. The master thinks, panicked, that the kid blew past all expectations since it took him decades of hard work. He wonders if the legends about the ancient swordsman were real and asks permission to speak frankly. The sword saint stares hard at the kid and asks if he'd consider making a major decision. He asks straight up if the blonde would agree to give up his claim as the successor to House Valdek. The wind blows hard, rustling the leaves under the blue sky as the proposal echoes through the training arena. Lucian fakes surprise at the question and asks why he'd have to drop his position as heir. He starts touching his own body, faking worry that something might be wrong with his health or mana. The instructor instantly reassures him, seriously stating that the situation is the exact opposite of that. Sir Eisen calmly explains that the young heir's body is literally what they call the ideal vessel. He says Lucian can push mana efficiency to the absolute limit and has unmatched potential. The old master states that if the third young master decides to pour all his attention strictly into swordsmanship, becoming the next legendary sword saint would be a totally achievable goal in no time flat. The youth reflects with surprise on the real possibility of breaking into the realm of a sword saint. He knew the former heir's body was top tier, but he had no idea it was this mind-blowing. He remembers he luckily got to learn the family's ancient technique, the legendary lion, heart sword. The young man thought he'd found the path to the level he so badly wanted to reach in his past life as a warrior. Lucian wears a focused, thoughtful look as he weighs the incredible options sitting in front of him. He can barely believe he now has a real shot at seeing the true end of the path of the sword. The blonde asks if he has to choose, because he can't walk both paths at the same time. Sir Eisen confirms the kid's suspicion, saying his reasoning is spot on. The warrior explains that the real reason for his rush is that he doesn't have much time left to live. He says the circulation keeps him going at 100 years old, but it can't stop his body from aging. The old master states that focusing solely on the sword is the bare minimum needed to manage to pass down his whole legacy. Lucian remembers the sword saint is going to die in 8 years, and that his time is genuinely running out. Deep down in his heart, the protagonist wants to take up the invite to focus entirely on the sword, but he hesitates. He knows full well that the upcoming period of chaos can't be faced with brute force alone. Lucian figures out that the only survivors of that terrible future war were people who had legitimacy. Even though it was the moment he wanted most in life, the young man clenches his fist and sincerely apologizes to the old master. He states with conviction that he wants to stay and fight for the Valdec family until the end of his journey. The young man thanks for the grand proposal and deeply regrets not being able to accept the generous offer. Sir Eisen lowers his head, saying he should be ashamed of himself for cooking up such a tough spot. The old man regrets what he did in his youth, kicking himself for getting so greedy in his old age. He realizes deep down he just wanted to leave a piece of himself behind in this world through the talented kid. Lucian gently grabs the master's attention, making him look up, surprised at what's coming next. He mysteriously asks what the master would do if someone else with real talent showed up in his place. The wind blows hard, scattering leaves across the green lawn, under the blazing sun shining bright in the sky. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a light-haired youth jumps with his imposing brown horse over an obstacle. The horse lands on the track, kicking up dust as a man runs hurriedly toward him in the background. The butler hurries over, out of breath, to announce that the news about the third son has finally been confirmed. Joshua Valdec hears the call while sitting astride his imposing brown horse, glancing back looking quite intrigued. The young man is shocked and asks if those ridiculous stories he heard earlier were actually true. Joshua slaps a hand to his head in irritation, thinking that idiot is now a candidate for family head. The family's fourth son quickly dismounts as the butler approaches to give more details. The servant confirms that the Grand Duke has included Lucian in the succession and that he is already training in fencing. He adds that the young man is practicing his techniques under the direct guidance of the legendary Sir Eisen. Joshua gets annoyed, saying Lucian is a nuisance and it is already hard enough dealing with pressure from the other brothers. He gets furious realizing that even the neutral factions in the territory now have a new option to choose from. In a moment of anger, the young man throws his white handkerchief onto the ground, showing all his frustration. He rants about whether his brother couldn't have just rotted away in his room, while the startled butler asks him to be careful. Joshua shouts that he can't stay calm while running the risk of losing the allies he has gathered. He says it's unbearable having to call Lucian older brother when the age gap is only a few months. Chewing on his gloves in hatred, the fourth son decides there is no way he can just stand by and do nothing. He puts on a dark and focused look while swearing that there has to be some way to fix this situation. He turns to the servant and says that since Lucian has started training so soon, he is going to need a sparring partner. With a serious expression, the young man orders the startled staff member to immediately prepare 2 sharpened swords. He makes a point of emphasizing that he doesn't want wooden training swords, but real, cutting steel blades. With a wicked smile, he thinks to himself that he'll show his older brother that absolutely nothing has changed in the house. Back in the courtyard, Lucian asks his master what he would do if another great fencing talent were to show up. The blonde says that even though it might take a while to find this person, they would more than make up for all the waiting time. He claims it would be someone capable of keeping the very legacy of the sword saint alive in history. Lucian adds with conviction that the master's legacy would be remembered even after hundreds of years. Sir Eisen stays completely silent for a brief moment, processing the boy's deep words. The master feels a heavy heart, thinking he ended up placing a massive burden on the young boy's shoulders. The elderly man thanks the youngest for his affection and gently asks him not to worry about such matters anymore. Eisen thanks him for the sweet words, calling the blonde young master as Lucian watches him respectfully. Lucian thinks his proposal probably sounded like total nonsense or a meaningless joke to the old man. He knows that not even the greatest swordsman impressed the master, so it's normal for him to doubt a mere beginner. The youngest keeps his head down for a moment while plotting his next moves in silence. Suddenly, he cracks a confident smile and tells his master mentally that he can look forward to it. The young man figures that if he himself is considered a perfect vessel, there has to be a true sword genius out there in the world. He recalls that in the past, even with a fragile physique and learning inferior swordsmanship, one person stood out. The blonde remembers the intense battles of his previous life, where a purple-haired warrior fought fiercely. An explosion of white light and lightning, fast slashes bursts across the battlefield, tearing through enemy defenses. Soldiers in heavy metal armor are easily sliced apart by the powerful, mysterious warrior's lethal blow. He was the very embodiment of swordsmanship, his sheer talent easily sweeping across the entire battlefield. The purple-haired warrior watched the carnage around him amidst a trail of defeated enemies. It's the legendary sword demon Felix, known for his extreme dexterity and brutality in combat. The young man plans to make him his strongest follower and the heir who will receive all of Sir Eisen's legacy. In the present, the two prepare in the arena, and the youngest grips his wooden sword tightly in front of the training dummy. The old man proposes evaluating the boy's progress before they start advanced fencing-style lessons. The old man orders the blonde to perform a vertical strike followed by a horizontal one, and a diagonal against the training dummy. Finally, he asks the kid to demonstrate a mana-infused attack while the blonde stares at him seriously. The young man grips the wooden hilt tightly, remembering this is the first time he's wielded a weapon with this body. He thinks he needs to hold back his true power a bit, but knows the former Lucian had already trained before. He positions himself firmly in the combat arena, concentrating all his focus as energy begins to flow. The blonde takes a deep breath and puts on an extremely serious and intimidating look, entirely focused on his wooden target. In an ultra-fast movement, he delivers a flawless vertical strike that cuts through the air toward the dummy. Next, he executes a powerful horizontal slash with staggering speed against the wooden target. Lucian completes the sequence by delivering a swift diagonal slash that tears through the air with agility in front of the master. Right after, the young man gets ready to demonstrate his final blow, concentrating all his spiritual energy. He focuses on infusing pure mana directly into the blade of the wooden sword, making the energy glow brightly. The youngest's golden eye glows intensely, reflecting the immense spiritual power he gathered for that attack. The young blonde swings the sword in a swift arc toward the wooden dummy equipped with armor. A powerful whirlwind of mana and wind is unleashed with a crushing impact that hits the target in the courtyard dead center. The pieces of the training dummy's heavy armor crash, shattered onto the stone floor after taking the heavy blow. Lucian finishes the movement and slowly exhales, maintaining his low and firm stance in the training arena. He reflects that since it's his first time using this body, the attack wasn't perfect, but it should do for a beginner. The young man starts wondering silently if the Sword Saint is going to get even more demanding from now on. Sir Eisen watches everything in silence for a long time, adopting a very serious and thoughtful profile expression. The master breaks the silence, saying he expected skill from the hare, but that he was surprised by him once again. To Lucian's utter shock, the old master states bluntly that his display was simply pathetic. The young man lets out an awkward laugh, asking confusedly what the Sword Saint meant by that harsh criticism. Eisen explains calmly that he doesn't know why, but the blonde is full of bad habits when swinging his sword. He points out that the young man ignores basic fencing techniques and like a mercenary desperate to survive. He says that focusing only on strength and speed unbalances the body and mana, leaving dangerous openings in his movements. The old man then questions him severely about how long he thinks it took to infuse the energy before the strike. Lucian thinks for a second and answers honestly that the process must have taken about 1 or 2 seconds. The master repeats the term seriously, highlighting that this brief time mentioned so casually is a hazard. Lucian breaks into a cold sweat as he notices the atmosphere around him suddenly shift and become extremely heavy. In the blink of an eye, and before the blonde can even see, Sir Eisen lunges forward and places the tip of his sword at his throat. The master says that brief time interval is more than enough for an opponent to take his life. He teaches that training starts with understanding this weight, since a real enemy will never make things easy in combat. Lucian trembles with dread upon realizing he didn't even notice the fast approach until the blade touched his skin. Thinking as Jake, he curses himself mentally, calling himself a fool for making such a basic mistake during training. The young man realizes he could have been killed without knowing it and that he was acting way too carelessly and arrogantly. He lowers his head humbly and guarantees he will keep the advice in mind to fix his bad habits and mindset. Sir Eisen watches the young man's mature reaction in profile and seems satisfied with his quick acceptance and respect. The old man says that a talented body isn't everything and that pure physical strength won't beat an experienced mana user. He teaches that to unleash the true power of the sword, internal energy and external force must flow in harmony. With a quick movement, the Sword Saint lunges forward and executes a flawless cut demonstrating true technique. Just the wind pressure generated by the old man's strike wraps around and makes the wooden dummy's sturdy armor tremble. A surgical and brilliant slash propagates through the target structure, showing the veteran's immense mastery. The training dummy is sliced in half instantly, exploding into several pieces before the blonde's watchful gaze. Eisen sheathes his sword and states seriously that this is the true path of swordsmanship the young man must tread. A few days pass at the castle under the blue sky, and the rigorous training between master and disciple continues strong. The two warriors' wooden swords clash violently in the air, creating a loud snap across the entire courtyard. Lucian and Sir Eisen exchange fee attacks at a frantic pace as sparks of pure spiritual energy fly. The master blocks the attacks easily and warns that the boy's mana flow must never be interrupted. He explains that just as physical training shapes the body, the youth needs to achieve instinctive control over his mana. The master instructs him to use energy to reinforce his whole body, while always keeping a reserve for later use. The veteran stresses that the main secret lies in focusing this energy at the exact point and precise moment of the strike. Lucian leaps with agility and strikes from top to bottom, but the master blocks the impact easily in the arena. Sir Eisen repels him hard and says he will only understand swordsmanship when he masters these elements in harmony. The blonde slides backward on the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he tries to regain his balance. Wasting no time, the young man recovers and takes a firm defensive stance, gripping his wooden weapon. Out of breath with sweat dripping down his face, the hare fixes his yellow eyes on his opponent with extreme determination. Sir Eisen wraps his sword in intense, glowing green mana and dares the blonde to try and defend against his attack. The old man smiles slightly and warns firmly that this time he intends to crank up the difficulty level a bit. Sir Eisen instructs the boy to calculate the opponent's speed before responding with the exact amount of force. The master raises his green mana-infused sword, concentrating all his power to deliver the final blow. Lucian understands that the essence of the master's teachings consists of seeking harmony with the flow of water. The young man concludes that with this method, he can fill the gaps and focus energy to get maximum power. Sir Eisen encourages him to stay calm and keep his eyes forward without letting the pressure of the attack rattle him. Determined, the young blonde rushes forward to meet the master with his weapon, wrapped in intense, bluish mana. The clash between the two powerful energies creates a massive shock wave that shakes the entire castle courtyard. The wooden blades cross, releasing intense sparks, while the two swordsmen stare each other down with fierce looks. The immense spiritual pressure expands, lighting up the entire arena with an incredible glow of blue and green energy. Sir Eisen analyzes the boy's posture up close and takes on a focused look upon noticing his disciple's evolution. He decides to end today's training and orders the exhausted blonde to lock today's sensations deep inside his soul. The master smiles and guarantees that this understanding alone will be enough to turn him into an elite knight. Lucian laughs nervously and tiredly while desperately trying to catch his breath after the clash. Out of strength, the boy collapses onto the sandy ground, his whole body sweaty and steaming from the extreme effort. The young man lifts his head and stares at his master with a look mixing extreme exhaustion and deep respect. He sincerely thanks him for today's valuable lesson while trying to recover, sitting in the now destroyed courtyard. The castle servants watch in shock at the training arena, which has been totally wrecked by the strikes. Startled servant wonders what kind of absurd training the third son of the house is putting himself through. Another servant holds a broken stone and wonders worriedly if the young heir is really going to be okay. The scene shifts to the imposing and luxurious palace hallway where absolute silence reigns across the upper floors. Inside his quarters, Lucian sits on the floor leaning against the wall, taking advantage of the quiet moment to rest. He breathes a sigh of relief and smiles happily upon realizing he somehow managed to survive today's grueling session. The blonde stares at the palm of his hand and finds it pretty curious how the old man's rigorous training method actually helped. He realizes the master was deliberately trying to fix all his bad old habits from his past life. He concludes that if this is the price to wipe out his old fighting vices, he'll gladly accept the challenge. Thanks to his prior knowledge as a mercenary, he was able to grasp the taught concept quickly. However, the blonde admits mentally that the more he watches Sir Eisen, the more impressed he gets with his wisdom. The old man creates danger situations suited to his skill level, giving precise instructions for him to evolve. The young man knows doing this is really hard and would be impossible if the old man didn't know his body inside and out. Trusting the experienced master's teachings was all it took for the blonde to feel his physical evolution in practice. He reflects that before, he only focused on the power of the advanced form and never thought much about balance and mana control. He smiles as he realizes that the most important element for perfect swordsmanship was already inside him. The young blonde laments and thinks quietly about how things would have turned out if he had known all this in his previous life. He recalls his past incarnation as Jake when he stared from afar at a powerful and imposing knight in blue. The red-haired opponent watched from atop the wall as the wind heavily whipped his cape under the dark mist. The young man wonders just how close his sword technique could have gotten to that powerful opponent. He recalls the opponent's cold expression and his burning desire to defeat him for good in their past combat. The memories show the terrifying sword clash where the two traded lethal blows at high speed in the rain. The protagonist smiled insanely during the duel while the red-haired enemy maintained a serious and implacable face. Returning to the present, he stares at the bedroom ceiling and wonders why they didn't exchange more blows in practice. The young man bites his lip and concludes it seems like a huge waste to wrap up the day's activities like this. He asks himself, annoyed, if there isn't some decent opponent of the right level nearby for a new duel. Suddenly, he hears the sound of firm footsteps approaching the hall entrance and raises his head, curious about the visitor. Lucian stares at the newcomers and recognizes Joshua's silhouette, walking closely accompanied by his staff. Sir Eisen is meditating calmly on the stone floor when he is surprised by a voice wishing him well. Joshua assumes a respectful posture and offers his greetings to the master, formally introducing himself as his disciple. The master opens his eyes and asks the fourth young master the real reason for his unexpected visit to the place. The old man says he is training the youngest and asks him to come back later, but the newcomer says that's unnecessary. The old man asks the true purpose of his coming there, while the boy's butler starts sweating nervously. With a sarcastic smile on his face, Joshua answers enigmatically that things are exactly what they seem to be. Joshua says falsely that as the younger brother who started training first, he wants to help Lucian with his workouts. The young man puts on a smiling face and asks, ironically, what his older brother thinks of this idea of his. Lucian grips the hilt of his training weapon tightly upon realizing what is happening and shows a subtle reaction. The blonde cracks a wicked smile as he silently concludes that the perfect opponent to test his strength has just arrived. Everyone present in the grand hall gathers in a circle, maintaining a tense atmosphere over the unexpected duel announcement. Sir Eisen seriously questions the young man about the real meaning behind wanting to help the third master with his training. Joshua argues that a real duel is needed to test the practical application of his brother's mana. He flashes a fake smile and volunteers to act as his older brother's opponent in the arena. He claims falsely that given the circumstances, he's barely had a chance to interact closely with his brothers. Joshua says that's why he came to see them, as a surprise, and insists the master allow this match. Lucian calmly stands up, thinking to himself that the kids in this noble family are really quite bold. The young man wears an ironic look and concludes that his younger brother's smooth talk is truly unbelievable. He finds the talk of wanting to help with training funny since the youngest barged into the courtyard out of nowhere without telling anyone. Lucian notices that the youngest brought a real steel blade to face someone who's barely trained for a week. The blonde realizes the kid's plan is to humiliate him to cement his own position as heir to the house. Using the fake excuse of helping his older brother, the youngest knows no one can punish him in any way. If the respected sword saint oversees the duel, the weight of Joshua's victory will be even greater in the family. The blonde laughs at the youngest's insolence, remembering the master himself suggested he give up the succession. Figures that refusing the challenge now will end up putting the master in a pretty awkward spot. Decided to take a leadership stance, the youngest of the Valdek family calmly walks toward the two with slow steps. Lucian loudly asks Sir Eisen to accept the duel, leaving both the master and Joshua stunned. He scoffs and comments ironically that his younger brother's dedication is truly admirable. The blonde decides silently that he won't tolerate the spoiled behavior or the youngest's transparent argument. He stares at the youngest with authority and warns in an imposing tone that he will personally care of teaching him a lesson later. The blonde says he won't accept tantrums and orders Joshua never to put the master in an embarrassing situation again. Sir Eisen realizes that Lucian knows all about Joshua's ulterior motives, but chose to accept the duel head-on. The master sighs at that lineage's pride and firmly declares that if both agree, he will allow the duel. However, the master warns it will be the last match and guarantees he will interrupt the duel if he spots real danger. With the rules set, the two young hares immediately answer in unison that they will keep the warnings in mind. The blonde puts on a scary expression and mentally invites his younger brother to have an excellent duel. Joshua stares at him with fury written all over his face as he accepts the challenge, overtaken by rage. The two position themselves on opposite sides of the courtyard under the watchful supervision of the master waiting in the center. The old man warns that the fight is just to check what has been learned, not to hurt the opponent. He instructs that since it's Lucian's first official duel, he should adopt a posture focused solely on learning. Likewise, he reminds Joshua that since he started training training earlier, he carries the responsibility of acting as a senior. The master hopes both put on a clean fight that brings no shame to the renowned family name. He orders the two to draw their respective swords as a sign they are ready to start the duel. With precise movements, the brothers pull their steel blades, making the metallic sound echo across the courtyard. Joshua glares at his brother with contempt, wondering since when he started acting like a real older brother. He complains angrily about hearing him talk in a paternal tone when the guy was born just a few minutes before him. The youngest grips the steel sword tight, determined to shut Lucian's mouth once and for all with a victory. He promises silently that he'll show who is on top and that this is nothing to do with birth order. Lucian notices Joshua's furious look and figures that even facing a mortal rival, he wouldn't have that much hatred on his face. The blonde decides to forget the taunts and focuses his attention on the duel about to begin. Grabbing the metal hilt, he feels the cold, heavy sensation of steel and nostalgically remembers he hadn't held a weapon in months. The blonde thinks that in his past life as a mercenary, he would use dirty tricks and cheap shots to secure a win. However, he decides to act with honor and face the rival in the respectful way the third hair should. The young man knows that if he accidentally uses any style or blow from his past life, he'll definitely get exposed. He is sure that with the master's vast experience, it would be impossible for Sir Eisen not to notice his secret. Lucian walks forward and concludes that even though his rival is greedy, he's still just a kid with no real experience. Joshua mocks his older brother, asking where all that confidence from earlier went while he just looks around. He sneers, asking if it finally feels real to hold actual steel, and tells the blonde not to get so worried. The young man guarantees that serious accidents in duels only happen when opponents have a similar combat level. Joshua warns with a smile that if the blonde is scared, he can swap the steel weapon for a safer wooden sword. Lucian cracks an insane smile and replies that the swap should only be made if his rival is scared of getting hurt. The blonde says in a threatening tone that the only effective remedy to teach a stubborn younger brother is a good lesson. Joshua gets furious upon hearing the taunt and stomps hard on the ground, launching his fast charge into the arena. The kid runs, dragging his steel sword toward Lucian, kicking up a large cloud of dust along the way. The young man takes on a look consumed by hatred and swears mentally that he'll make his rival regret those words. Lucian gets on guard, thinking it won't be easy to teach his younger brother a lesson while holding back his own strength. The now older brother remembers Joshua also trained with the master and that his basic fundamentals shouldn't be underestimated. To make matters worse, the blonde knows he spent almost all his spiritual energy in the exhausting previous training with the old man. On the other hand, he concludes that the opponent's inexperience is obvious since he falls so easily for cheap provocation. Channeling blue spiritual energy into his legs, the young man dashes forward, applying the concept of mana circulation. He applies Eisen's lessons on power concentration and fiercely charges at his younger brother in the courtyard. Lucian raises his sword and delivers a powerful downward strike that glows with an intense blue light. The blonde swears he will take advantage of Joshua's slightest slip to overpower the attack and take control of the match. Sir Eisen follows the violent clash closely, showing a lot of interest in his disciples' actions. The butler and the servant watch apprehensively from the edge of the arena with panicked expressions due to the high level of the match. In the heat of the fight, the blonde ironically advises the youngest to clench his teeth to manage to hold the blow. He warns with a laugh that otherwise, the kid runs the serious risk of ending up biting off his own tongue. The butler yells out in panic for Joshua as he sees the immense impact of the sword collision generate a massive explosion of light. A dense cloud of dust covers the center of the combat arena right after the violent collision of the metal blades. When the dust clears, the scene reveals Lucian pushing his blade against Joshua, who has been forced to his knees on the ground. The youngest strains to hold back the pressure exerted by Lucian's sword while gritting his teeth in pure rage. The blonde looks down on him with mockery and starts a speech, saying that a real man with a warrior's honor. He adds that a warrior should never let his knees touch the ground so easily. Joshua trembles with hatred upon seeing himself overpowered and kneeling in such a humiliating way in the castle courtyard. The kid tells his rival to shut up and uses all his strength to push back the block and break free. The youngest manages to leap backward, generating a strong gust of wind to create a safe distance from Lucian. Out of breath, Joshua tries to convince himself the previous blow was just beginner's luck on his rival's part. The kid yells, guaranteeing there won't be a next time, and aggressively charges into the courtyard once again. He leaps, unleashing a violent aerial attack, but Lucian dodges with ease, stepping back. The two cross swords again, and Lucian blocks the attack easily using his own steel blade. Joshua grits his teeth in frustration upon seeing his rapid charges easily stopped by his older brother. The blonde keeps his calm expression, blocking the kid's heavy attack without showing any effort. They trade rapid blows, generating an intense sequence of metallic snaps that echo across the arena. Lucian decides to ramp up the physical pressure and pushes harder against Joshua's steel blade. The two keep trading rapid strikes, generating a strong shock wave that kicks up sparks all around. Surizen and the butler keep a close eye on the match as it reaches dangerous proportions. The butler asks tensely if the fight isn't getting too violent and suggests stopping them ASAP. He explains that Joshua has always been hostile toward Lucian due to constant comparisons from being close in age. The man reports that when the subject involves Lucian, the youngest simply refuses to listen to any advice. Fearing an accident, the old man calmly replies that the staff member's fear won't come true. He assesses that the youngest is impulsive, but won't forget his important responsibility within the nobility. The master says that actually, he'd only need to worry if the duel's situation were reversed. The Sword Saint stares at the arena seriously, aware of the hair's true and terrifying abilities. He admits mentally that considering the obvious difference in technical level, that worry makes no sense. He knows Lucian was born with extraordinary potential, but still lacks real combat experience. In contrast, Joshua has ordinary talent, but reached his current peak through constant training. The old man reflects that even without advanced techniques, the immense gap in level between them cannot be overcome by mere luck. He notes that the youngest son cannot control his explosive temper, throwing away whatever advantage he had. At the same time, the master realizes that Lucian is just waiting silently to take advantage of the opening left by the youngest. To maintain such calmness in front of a real blade, the old man concludes that the boy must have overcome the fear of death. The fact that the third hair manages to show this tremendous coldness during combat reveals something terrifying. It shows that either he is a complete fool, or he possesses the audacity of someone who has already crossed the line between life and death in the past. For some intuitive reason, the experienced Sword Saint strongly suspects the second option is the true one. The stone floor cracks violently from the heavy impact of the ongoing attacks, crashing in the center of the courtyard. The swords clash at high speed, generating a noisy sequence of strikes and sparks flying through the air. Joshua wonders angrily where all that weakness from before went, and why his brother didn't yield to his initial warnings. He screams for his rival to surrender, while Lucian quietly notices that the youngest is having fun. The blonde deduces that the youngest is excited, thinking he's going to win, and notes that his whole body trembles with every block he makes. He remembers that his original plan was to end the fight with a single well-placed strike to avoid trouble. However, Joshua's swordsmanship was better than expected, and he didn't have enough energy to take him down right off the bat. Now, he realizes he doesn't even have leftover energy to keep reinforcing his body's physical structure. Faced with a lack of alternatives, he decides to bet everything on the next and decisive exchange of blows in the duel. Joshua delivers another swift strike, while the protagonist dodges in a calculated way, waiting for the ideal chance to act. The youngest notices with surprise that Lucian Lucian's sword has become much heavier and wonders where that sudden strength came from. However, seeing Lucian's fatigue, the youngest concludes that he can no longer handle the pace of the clash. Joshua smiles smugly, deducing that this reaction is just Lucian's last desperate effort before going down. The youngest shouts arrogantly that he will end the duel right then and there, attacking with all his might. Joshua delivers a devastating vertical strike, meant to shatter his older brother's defense once and for all. Lucian maintains a firm posture and lowers his head, focusing entirely on his secret counter, attack tactic. He casts a focused gaze and concludes internally that his rival's impulsive move was exactly what he wanted most. Joshua's steel sword crashes hard against the ground, creating a huge fissure and kicking up dust in the air. The boy is in shock as he looks at the blade stuck in the ground and sees that his brother dodged his all-out attack. He trembles with nervousness as he realizes the situation goes far beyond a simple lucky dodge, and he starts sweating with dread. He notices that Lucian was smiling and wonders if that previous display of fatigue was actually a trap. The blonde points out that Joshua attacked without thinking things through, totally throwing away his combat advantage. He says ironically that the youngest was a fool not to notice that the simulated fatigue was just bait for the duel. The blonde smiles mockingly and concludes that is exactly why Joshua is the youngest and he is the older brother. Joshua trembles with rage upon hearing Lucian's sarcastic lecture and grits his teeth, overcome by deep hatred. He screams out of control for his rival to save that ridiculous speech for when he can actually manage to defeat him. However, before the boy can react, the blonde kicks off a rapid physical movement with his leg toward the target. In a surgical and lightning fast move, Lucian firmly kicks the hilt of Joshua's sword, disarming his opponent in an instant. The kick sends the steel blade flying far through the air, leaving the fourth young master completely defenseless on the ground. Lucian stares at him seriously and warns imposingly that he intends to teach this lesson without the boy even having to ask. With his sword pointed at Joshua's throat, the blonde asks what he thinks is going to happen next. Seeing the sharp blade close to his neck, the youngest stutters in terror, calling his rival older brother for the first time. Lucian lifts Joshua's metal sword under the sunlight like a prized trophy of war won right in the courtyard. The protagonist puts on an intimidating expression with gleaming eyes and makes a sarcastic remark that the youngest only calls him brother at a time like this. Before long, news about the impressive clash between the heirs spreads rapidly all over the castle. Down the hallways, the staff whisper in surprise about Lucian having outperformed the fourth young master Joshua. One staff member thinks the story is impossible, but another confirms that the sword saint himself was present. In the kitchen, the maids gossip that Joshua came back crying and humiliated after entering the combat arena so confident. The real reason why the facts spread so quickly and exaggeratedly through the castle comes down to one thing. It's because the blonde servants have been walking around the corridors, blowing the news way out of proportion. The maids surround Hugo in hands, eagerly begging them to reveal the details of what happened in the training courtyard. Purple-haired Hugo puts on a mysterious act and comments with a laugh that the outcome of that duel is a classified secret. Hans shouts excitedly, telling everyone that the boss beat Joshua and took his sword as a prized trophy. Few know that all that commotion was actually part of a well-planned scheme by a single man. Back in his quarters, Lucian hums happily while writing an important business letter at his desk. The blonde gazes at the scenery out his bedroom window, feeling refreshed that everything went just as he planned. The blonde thinks with a smile that the weather is simply perfect for spreading convenient rumors throughout the Valdec territory. He concludes mentally that Joshua is very lucky that humiliation ended in such a mild way. He remembers Joshua begging for mercy on his knees and asking for forgiveness, completely terrified. The youngest was trembling while Lucian kept the tip of his steel blade planted in the ground right in front of him. The impact of Lucian's attack broke Joshua's steel sword into several pieces on the courtyard floor. The blonde stared at him coldly and warned that, if he pulled another stunt like that, things would get ugly for him. The blonde firmly ordered the boy to mind his own business and finally learn how to behave. He demanded that the boy nod to confirm the warning, leaving Joshua even more terrified. In the present, the blonde concludes that this lesson should be enough to keep the other brothers quiet for a while. He focuses on a mysterious document on the desk, deciding to turn his attention to the next urgent problem. The young man ponders whether he should take action to deal once and for all with the conspiracies of the dangerous Logran house. Grand Duke sigmics the desk firmly upon receiving the news brought by his son about the traitors. His father stares at him seriously and asks if that is indeed the confidential message he received directly from Hugo. Lucian respectfully confirms that the information is correct. Standing before his father in the beautiful winter garden, the young man reveals that in a week, the traitors will make contact with the Marquis's group in the Bestra territory. Sigmund rests his hand on his chin, finding it absurd that they chose to carry out the transaction in such a daring location. The young man adds that despite being abandoned, the region is located very close to Kelheim Castle. The Grand Duke concludes seriously that they chose that blind spot to avoid direct inspection. The patriarch stares at his son and asks what his real goal is in reporting this espionage discovery. The patriarch stares at his son and asks what his real goal is in reporting this espionage discovery. The young man stares back firmly and openly replies that he needs power, leaving his father intrigued. Lucian ponders that drawing a beast into a trap doesn't mean you have the right tools to hunt it down. He knows that without the proper weapons and support, his ambush attempt will turn into a total failure. Sigmund concludes that the boy came asking for help because he has the troops and admits the choice is quite logical. However, the father points out that this proposal makes it look like the boy just wants to lean on his coattails. The veteran glares at him irritably and asks if the young man believes the mission's success will be recognized as his own merit. The golden-eyed young man listens to the question in silence, maintaining his calm and composed expression. The Grand Duke says that a hunter only truly earns fame when he captures his prey with his own strength. He recalls giving the blonde direct authority and laments that the boy preferred safety over a challenge. Sigmund stares at the blonde imposingly and demands to know from Lucian if that plan is the best he can do. The young man keeps his cool under his father's stern gaze and prepares to respond firmly and decisively. Lucian argues that if using supporting soldiers can guarantee a successful and safe conclusion to the hunt, he flashes an ambitious side smile and guarantees that he will gladly choose this safer alternative. Sigmund widens his eyes slightly, surprised by his son's nerve and audacity in contradicting his opinion. Lucian points out that if the royal path consists of fighting alone, he believes that path is only for those who already have power. He says that while people tremble under the fear of the beast, acting blindly on the guise of courage is just foolishness. The young man concludes that even if such foolishness works, it's merely recklessness that makes a leader lose trust. He states with conviction that the essence of the hunt doesn't lie in the act of killing the prey, but rather in protecting the territory. The blonde argues that if the danger can be completely neutralized, it doesn't matter if the result is considered modest. He lightens the mood with a slight smile and points out that this doesn't mean he intends to act naively. The young man simulates the tension of a bow and warns that if one day the ally who took the credit can no longer act, the true heir to take over that post and the leadership of the territory will surely have already been pre-selected by him. The Grand Duke remains in absolute silence for a moment, staring intently at his son, looking quite thoughtful. The father finally softens his intense expression and states in a gentle tone that answer was enough. He admits with surprise that it had been a very long time since anyone dared to refute his opinions straight to his face. Sigmund praises the young man and agrees that a true man must have conviction in the paths he chooses to follow. He takes a sip of tea and emphasizes that if a leader is shaken by mere words, he won't be capable of doing anything. Lucian asks if all of that was just a test, and his father confirms that he wanted to see if he would bow before authority. Sigmund explains that no one would ever trust or follow a leader who cannot stand up for his own convictions and beliefs. The blonde reflects on his father's unyielding nature, realizing that the man knew full well the task was beyond his abilities. Lucian sighs thinking his father never makes anything easy, but feels relieved that the conversation ended on a positive note. The young man asks about support for the mission, and his father assures him that he will provide all the necessary tools. Sigmund examines the documents and considers that moving a large number of troops would draw far too much unnecessary attention. He concludes that the best approach is to send only a small elite squad so the operation goes completely unnoticed. Lucian agrees and asks with a smile if he can count on some of the family's most skilled knights. The patriarch looks at his son seriously and decides he will dispatch the unit known as the Black Lions to assist him. He wants the blonde to feel firsthand the true weight and responsibility of carrying the burden of a great leader. A week passes, and the group finally arrives in the territory of Vestra, which lies completely devastated. The young man realizes the village's reality is far worse than the rumors. With almost no signs of life anywhere, Hugo reports that the area lost its commercial value and turned into a ghost town overrun by wanderers. Lucian explains that this exact state of abandonment was the reason he chose to set up their base of operations there. Hugo takes the opportunity to ask his master how he managed to uncover every single detail of his secret plan. The subordinate points out that even the loyal hands seem to be completely in the dark about all this information. The hare promises to give him answers when the time is right, asking that for now they focus solely on the prey ahead. The blonde asks if the trap was set carefully, and the warrior confirms that everything is fully prepared. He explains that the warehouse was stocked with decoy crates to match the exact information they planted for their target. Hugo mentions that the requested item is also ready, adding that all that is left now is to wait for the reinforcements. Lucian smirks and asks, sarcastically, if relying on reinforcements sent by his father would really be such a bad thing. The man denies it, explaining that given the gravity of the situation, they cannot afford a single careless mistake on this mission. He confesses to feeling frustrated by his own incompetence, wishing he had the power to handle everything on his own. Hugo remarks that his only wish was to let the young master shine entirely on his own merit. Lucian quietly steps up to his ally and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The blonde says he understands his comrade's feelings completely and tries to ease his mind with sincere words. He reminds his ally that their journey is only just beginning and that there is still a long road ahead. The young man advises his partner not to let impatience cloud his judgment and steer them away from their chosen path. Lucian jokes that he is only 30 years old, but Hugo awkwardly reveals that he is actually 23. Hugo points out that the age gap isn't even that big, leaving Lucian completely stunned by the revelation. An awkward silence settles between the two as they stare at each other, not quite knowing what to say. Sheepishly, Lucian tells him to stop correcting him, because it only makes him feel worse about his own age. Suddenly, a flock of birds scatters into the sky in fright, drawing both of their attention to their surroundings. The young man notes that the appointed hour is drawing near and finds it odd that the enemies have not shown up yet. Their expressions change instantly as they sense a suspicious presence closing in fast on their position. Hugo draws his blade in a flash, ready to defend against any surprise attack. A mysterious hooded figure appears out of nowhere and blocks the strike, catching the sword with his bare hand. The mysterious man with glowing eyes taunts Hugo, mocking him by saying his movements are far too slow. Hugo is shocked to realize that this man's speed goes completely beyond the limits of an ordinary human. The warrior admits that this is the first time anyone has ever overpowered him in raw physical strength and left him completely immobilized. Lucian steps in immediately and coldly orders Hugo to stand down and lower his weapon. The blonde calms his assistant, explaining that the mysterious warrior standing before them is not an enemy. Even so, The young man questions the killing intent radiating from the newcomer and demands to know his purpose there. The man coldly identifies himself, revealing that he belongs to the dreaded elite unit known as the Black Guard. Suddenly, several hooded warriors appear atop the rooftops, surrounding the two in perfect coordination. Hugo is utterly stunned and asks if the reinforcements his master mentioned were really the legendary Black Guard. The warrior recalls that this unit carries out the most covert and brutal missions, answering only to the head of the family. Lucian confirms his suspicion, explaining that they are indeed the hunters sent to aid them in this difficult mission. The members of the elite unit stand at the ready, waiting for the order to begin the operation. The leader of the Black Guard takes a step forward, while Hugo is still trying to process the presence of this legendary force. The warrior respectfully greets the third young master with a formal salute. He explains that it was merely a small test of reflexes, assuring him that the Black Guard harbors noble intent. Lucian reflects that even in his past life, the unit's existence was so secretive that he once doubted they were even real. The blonde concludes that the chilling rumors about them, which once sounded like mere ghost stories, were no exaggeration at all. He realizes that even though he was on high alert, he failed to sense their approach, since they mask their presence perfectly. He silently acknowledges that every single one of these warriors is truly a terrifying monster. A faint smile appears on the young man's face as he realizes the incredible strength of the backup he was given. The blonde finds it fantastic that his father sent such an overwhelmingly powerful force to assist him. The scene shifts to the inside of a large abandoned warehouse, where the group gathers to plan their next move. Lucian explains that the Logrand family has already taken the bait and is on their way, just as planned. The blonde states that their single primary objective is to capture the mastermind behind all this alive. He ruthlessly adds that every other enemy standing in their way can be wiped out without mercy. The young hare finishes by saying he leaves all remaining tactical decisions on the mission entirely to the leader's command. The warrior thinks to himself that the Grand Duke didn't just send them to keep his son's hands clean, but had another purpose in mind. He admires how the boy remains calm and maintains the imposing composure of a true master. Even when faced with the unexpected, the man notices that Lucian is capable of accurately assessing the group's abilities to prepare for any contingency. The leader gives a silent salute, reflecting that the family might be on the verge of entering a whole new era under such leadership. The elite knights take their positions in unison, declaring with conviction they are fully ready to strike. A dusk falls over the village, and the distant sound of carriage wheels echoes through the quiet streets, signaling someone's arrival. A luxurious carriage drawn by white horses moves slowly down the dirt road, flanked by empty houses. The purple-haired passenger whines disdainfully about how utterly boring the long trip was. Irritated, he confesses that he never would have set foot in this cursed place if it weren't for his father's direct orders. The boy uses a handkerchief to shield himself from the dust, saying he just wants to settle this business quickly and go back home. Philip Logrand, the second son of the rival family, steps out of the carriage, complaining that the air around here is absolutely revolting. A local guard rushes over, offering countless apologies for not knowing someone of such noble standing would be visiting. Just ahead, one of the escort guards draws his sword and orders a young hooded servant to halt and identify himself immediately. The blonde pretends to be terrified, begging for mercy and explaining that he was merely sent to guide them under Hugo's orders. The young man keeps playing the humble servant, while beneath his hood, a sharp smirk forms as he sees the plan working. Philip orders the guard to sheath his weapon, saying it's disgraceful to waste breath on someone so insignificant. Upon seeing which noble came in person, The young hare realizes the prey is far bigger than he originally anticipated. Lucian takes note of Philip's arrogance for walking around so casually despite knowing he's stepping into enemy territory. The blonde concludes with certainty that this arrogant brat is definitely one of the rival Marquis's own sons. He scans the surroundings and estimates that the enemy only brought around 12 guards, all of whom look like apprentice knights. He notices the burly warrior sticking close to the young noble and deduces that he's the only real threat worth worrying about. The blonde finds it pathetic and bizarre that the opponent brought maidservants along to such a dangerous place and situation. Philip snaps impatiently, demanding the supposed servants stop stalling and guide them inside at once. Lucian acts overly nervous about being near high-ranking nobles, while the enemy looks down on him, thinking he's a fool. As he turns his back, the young man shoots a razor-sharp glance toward the maidservants accompanying the group. His eyes lock onto one of the maids, finding her features strangely familiar, but he tries to brush the thought aside. The young man shakes his head, trying to convince himself that it's just a silly resemblance and that it can't possibly be the person he's thinking of. The heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing the inside of the old hideout, draped in cobwebs and dust. Philip complains with even more disgust, calling the place deplorable and whining that the full stench is assaulting his nose. He wonders if Hugo stole the funds sent by his family or if the whole setup was just a cheap front to deceive them. Hugo emerges from the shadows of the hall and firmly replies that what truly matters is the valuable content waiting inside. The warrior introduces himself respectfully, explaining that preparing the item took extra time due to its extreme rarity. The noble grows suspicious of his motives, but the warrior merely chuckles, asking if he would really risk everything for so little. Hugo remarks that the illustrious presence of the Marquis's own son only proves just how curious they were about the artifact. He refers to the mysterious item capable of shaking Kelheim to its foundations and utterly destroying the rival family's power. The warrior flashes a confident grin and eagerly announces that he will show them the goods right away. Lucian looks at his ally, thoroughly impressed by his guts to spin such outrageous lies without showing a trace of nerves. Philip is outraged by the mercenary's boldness, warning him to be ready for the consequences if the results disappoint him. The noble points at the fake servant and orders him to retrieve the artifact from his master at once. Lucian walks toward his partner and asks him to hand over the item they had prepared for this very occasion. Hugo discreetly slips the small glowing device into the blonde's hands, the signal to spring the ambush. The two partners exchange a brief, knowing glance, confirming that the plan is ready to unfold. The blonde raises the small vial and calmly states that the merchandise is already in his hands. In a lightning-fast motion, he prepares to slam the artifact straight onto the floor. He hurls the magical light device, sarcastically promising to make this delivery utterly unforgettable. Philip panics at the servant's reckless move, screaming and asking if the boy has completely lost his mind. The enemy falls into sheer panic, having no idea what that strange device is right as it's about to shatter. The vial collides with the metal blade and shatters completely, unleashing a burst of mysterious energy. A blinding blue light erupts from the broken object, and the guarding knight orders his master to take cover behind him. The intense glare fills the entire warehouse, instantly blinding every guard in the room. Hugo and Lucian shield themselves from the flash, having known all along what was about to happen. Their opponents scream in agony and panic as the dazzling flash strikes their eyes head-on. The men cry out in pain in the dark, claiming they've lost their sight, desperately trying to figure out what's going on. Philip drops to his knees on the ground, frantically calling for his subordinates and threatening to punish them severely. The noble weeps in despair as he realizes no one is answering his cries amid all the chaos. Suddenly, a trembling voice speaks up beside him, confirming that one of his guards is still alive and right next to him. The spoiled brat frantically demands the soldier protect him from whatever danger might come their way. However, the dying guard struggles with his last breaths to tell the young noble to run away as fast as he can. Philip's eyes widen, trembling in sheer terror as he spots the towering silhouette of an unknown warrior right in front of him. The enemy captain coughs up blood, revealing with his dying breath that Hugo betrayed them before collapsing lifeless to the floor. Philip stares at the dead body of his main protector, stammering in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Panic completely takes over the boy as he finally realizes he is utterly cornered with zero means of defending himself. Looking around, he is met with the gruesome sight of all his guards lying slaughtered across the room's floor. One of the special unit members coldly finishes off the last standing soldier who tried to put up a fight. The maidservants with the group begin shrieking in absolute terror as they witness the horrific slaughter unfold. The young noble loses all composure, letting out a high-pitched shriek of pure terror upon realizing just how deep in trouble he really is. The shattered magic stone on the ground reveals the use of a rare, expensive item that unleashes a blinding light upon impact. Lucian reflects that despite the heavy price tag, there is no better tool to blind the enemy and secure an instant victory. He is amazed to see that the elite soldiers managed to wipe out the entire enemy escort in mere seconds. The feared hunters hold their weapons ready at their sides, showing a cold, lethal efficiency that is nothing short of brutal. The squad leader announces that the threats have been neutralized, and that he will take the woman and the prisoner straight to Kelheim. Lucian stands quietly, taking in the scene in silence as he processes the absolute success of the ambush. He recalls his father's advice, beginning to truly grasp the real meaning behind the responsibility of leadership. Cowering in the corner, the prisoner desperately begs everyone to stay back, attempting to use his noble status to save his skin. He screams in desperation, claiming to be a legitimate, high-ranking heir of the powerful Logran family. The elite knight coldly warns him that the boy's fate will now be decided solely by the feared Grand Duke Valdek. Philip freezes in sheer shock at the mention of House Valdek, trembling even harder in pure horror and dread. The boy glances at Lucian and realizes with a jolt that the disguised servant is actually one of House Valdek's sons. He desperately tries to call out for the guards outside to come and save him by any means necessary. Lucian, however, flatly tells him that screaming is pointless because there is no one left alive outside. Suddenly, Philip screams the name Felicia, causing Lucian's eyes to widen in utter shock the moment he hears it. The boy gives permission for one of the maids to draw a weapon and put an end to this dangerous situation once and for all. Lucian watches the maid's feet approach the weapon, realizing that her face and name match those of someone he used to know. In the blink of an eye, the young maid snatches the sword from the floor with incredible mastery, falling into a flawless combat stance. Her hand grips the hilt with unshakable firmness, proving without a doubt that she is a highly seasoned warrior. Lucian feels her overwhelming aura shift and wonders if this maid is actually the legendary sword demon, Felix. The entire room falls dead silent, staring at the mysterious maid who now stands with weapon drawn, ready to fight. Philip frantically clings to his maid's robes, begging her to save him from this horrific nightmare. The boy promises to grant her anything if she can just get him out of there alive. He swears that no one will ever insult her again over her late mother's lowly bloodline if she helps him. Philip yells in frustration at her silence, demanding to know if protecting him isn't the sole reason for her existence. The girl finally breaks her silence, telling him in a cold tone to shut his mouth if he actually wants to stay alive. She plants both hands firmly on the hilt of her sword, bracing herself to engage in battle. The warrior coldly admits that she is completely sick and tired of all her master's foolish antics. The elite knight finds it pathetic that a noble would hide behind a woman just to save his own neck. He praises the girl's resolve and fighting spirit, standing tall even in such a hopeless situation. Still, the seasoned warrior warns her not to throw her life away out of reckless pride. The man points out that giving her a chance to surrender is merely an act of mercy granted to her as a young woman. With glowing eyes, the young woman raises her weapon and asks if that is truly the choice he wants to make. She takes a firm step forward onto the wooden floorboards, focusing all her mana to deliver a lethal strike. Hearing the girl's response, the Blackguard warrior accepts the challenge and braces for a deadly clash. Nipson leaps down from above with blinding speed, delivering a powerful downward strike straight at the young maid. The young woman tracks the incoming blade's path, keeping her expression perfectly calm and composed. With subtle, razor-sharp precision, she manages to evade the fatal blow at the very last millisecond. She spins her body mid-air and expertly parries the impact, sending a massive shockwave tearing through the room. Despite the sheer brutality behind the strike, the girl shows zero strain in holding back her opponent's power. The two blades clash violently, sending sparks flying as the fighters test each other's strength in the center of the hall. In a stunning display of acrobatics, the warrior twists in mid-air and springs back to set up her next move. The elite warrior is genuinely taken aback by his young opponent's absurd, unnatural agility. He locks his eyes on her, realizing that this maid possesses combat prowess far beyond that of any ordinary fighter. A sharp gust of wind tears through the air, leaving a trail of dust and thick tension throughout the old warehouse. The blonde watches in amazement, noting that the young woman's reaction speed borders on true precognition. Lucian studies her movements, noticing how her fighting style is completely devoid of hesitation. The blonde continues watching the duel, utterly captivated by the high level of technique displayed by a simple housemaid. The young man analyzes her stance and the rhythm of the battle, concluding in his mind that there is no mistaking who she really is. He confirms to himself that this mysterious maid is none other than the legendary swordswoman known as Felix. He remembers that even back then, Felix carried a refined elegance that never quite fit the gritty world of mercenaries. The blonde recalls that his friend always turned heads due to a slender build and remarkably delicate features. Lucian finally puts it all together, realizing that Felicia fled her family and disguised herself as a man to live as Felix. Nixon admits to himself that if his defensive reaction had been even a second slower, he would have lost his head right then and there. Drops of blood begin dripping slowly onto the wooden floor, confirming that the elite warrior took a hit. He admits he made a foolish mistake by underestimating his opponent before seeing the claws she had kept hidden. Swallowing his wounded pride, the man resolves to treat her from here on out as a true enemy in battle. He unleashes a massive surge of crimson mana, wrapping his entire body in an overwhelmingly crushing pressure. The young woman reads the situation, realizing her opponent wields immense power and that she cannot rely on sheer luck. She coldly surveys her surroundings, noting that the battlefield has turned overwhelmingly unfavorable for her. The warrior notices another swordsman of equally terrifying caliber watching everything from the warehouse's upper level. To make matters worse, she senses an even more powerful presence lurking in the shadows of the hall, surpassing everyone else there. Faced with such stacked odds, the young woman concludes that her chances of getting out alive are practically zero. Making up her mind, she resolves to pour everything she has into one final attack, so she leaves behind no regrets. The observers perched above praise the girl's unshakable composure for facing Nixon's terrifying bloodlust head on. The squad leader looks down at the young woman with a stern gaze, quietly acknowledging her grit and valor. A single drop of blood hits the wooden floor, marking the end of the brief pause and the reignition of the battle. Both fighters charge forward simultaneously at a speed that the naked eye can barely track. They streak across the room like blurs, leaving behind only the trails of their blades and concentrated mana in the air. The two overwhelming forces collide at the center of the room, unleashing a brilliant explosion of blue and purple energy. The violent impact shakes the warehouse to its foundation as the two swords battle for every inch of ground. Both warriors' eyes blaze intensely under the colossal impact of their clashing swords. The forces collide with overwhelming power, unleashing a massive wave of radiant energy that tears through the darkness. Lucian shouts with authority, demanding they put an immediate end to their destructive duel this instant. Both combatants' eyes widen in shock as his sudden, direct order cuts their clash short. They break their lock and quickly leap to their starting positions across the warehouse floor. Lucian plants himself firmly in the center of the room, exuding an imposing presence and complete control over the situation. He coolly and firmly reiterates that this swordplay has gone on more than enough for today. The blonde plainly states that he will not tolerate any more needless bloodshed in the building. Nixon warns anxiously that if they let the girl live, her immense potential will become a grave threat down the line. Lucian fixes him with a stern look and asks if the warrior forgot who gave him the authority to act here in the first place. He reassures him that he understands his fears, but points out that if they keep going, one of them will surely end up dead. The young man turns to the maid and proposes a direct deal to settle this tricky situation once and for all. He offers to decide everything in a one-on-one duel, promising she'll be free to walk away safely if he loses. However, if she is defeated, she must drop her sword immediately and surrender peacefully to the group. A murmur of surprise ripples through the elite knights, watching expected duel proposition unfold. The blonde offers a calm, confident smile as he waits in silence for his skilled opponent's response. Felicia is bewildered and asks what the young master truly means by such an unusual duel proposal. Philip screeches hysterically from behind her, demanding she stop hesitating and take the blonde's offer to save him already. The selfish young noble obnoxiously claims her sole duty is to worry about his safety and his safety alone. He dramatically whines about the ridiculous ordeal he's being forced to endure all because of the guards' incompetence. He demands she prove her worth and show she's made of much better stuff than her late mother. In a chilling tone, the warrior maid tells her master to shut up immediately, leaving him utterly stunned. She snaps that a piece of trash like him has no right to insult the guards who died fighting bravely to protect them. With a terrifying glare, the young woman warns that if he keeps running his mouth, she'll cut out his tongue herself. Lucian takes full responsibility for whatever happens next before everyone present. He firmly demands that everyone honor his word and let the girl leave if he happens to be defeated. Felicia formally accepts the challenge, solemnly declaring that she will fight the heir of House Valdek. The blonde locks eyes with his opponent and calmly asks her to raise her blade to begin the duel that will decide everything. Both combatants take their fighting stances under the sharp, focused gazes of the surrounding knights. One of the elite guards wonders if they're really just going to stand by and watch without intervening in the master's decision. Raymond reflects that even though he wasn't going all out, the girl still managed to wound him, displaying immense talent. He analyzes her style and realizes she has no formal training whatsoever. Despite her razor-sharp technique, the veteran concludes that her lack of formal training is irrelevant in the face of her astonishing adaptability. He notes that her natural swordsmanship and keen eye far outweigh any lack of proper instruction. The seasoned leader assesses Lucian's capabilities and worries he might be no match for such a formidable opponent. Hugo agrees that Lucian's judgment has been brilliant, but warns that raw combat strength is a whole different beast. Raymond quietly gazes at the arena, confirming he shares the exact same concern regarding the duel. Nevertheless, the leader decides that for now, all they can do is watch closely as the situation plays out. He recalls that the moment the young master borrowed his weapon, something very unusual suddenly occurred. Lucian broke down every detail of the mysterious swordswoman's talent and sharp instincts with surgical precision. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the third young master fully grasps the gravity of the situation he's in. The veteran suggests waiting to see the true strategy behind the blonde's seemingly reckless move. Through the glass window of the old building, the warm hues of dusk paint the sky outside. Felicia quietly ponders how the young hare carries himself completely differently from any noble she's ever known. She notes that the young man didn't hesitate to disguise himself as a mere servant, just to spy on the enemy up close. On top of that, the blonde went out of his way to personally propose a duel that seemed totally unnecessary for the mission. Although she can't fathom his true intentions, she is certain he stands no chance against her. Yet, a different feeling of deep gratitude begins to swell in her chest as she looks at him. She silently thanks him for the opportunity and promises to slip away quietly without causing trouble if she wins the fight. Lucian locks eyes with the girl with unwavering resolve, stating that if he wins, she'll have to come with him to Kelheim. The blonde notices she's made up her mind and mentally gears up for the duel. Felicia slips into a flawless combat stance, fixing her opponent with her striking purple eyes. Lucian grips the borrowed sword with a calm expression and a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The girl decides she doesn't want to hurt him needlessly and plans to finish him in a single strike. She owns her focus completely and gathers her energy, locking onto the target before her. Bursting forward with blinding speed, she charges straight at him, shrouded in a powerful purple aura. The young woman delivers a fierce diagonal slash, driving her blade toward the hare with full force. She executes the move with surgical precision, confident this single attack will end the duel. However, her eyes snap wide in sheer disbelief when she sees her strike blocked flawlessly. The warrior is left in shock, unable to comprehend how he managed to stop her attack with such precision. Lucian effortlessly parries her blade, displaying masterclass sword control. She spins gracefully mid-air and lands on the ground, struggling to regain her fighting stance. The girl wonders how he could have possibly blocked that when his reaction speed seemed slower than hers. Suddenly, a realization hits her, and her eyes go wide as she unravels the secret behind his block. She thinks back to her past battles and starts connecting the blonde's techniques to those of her former master. The clash of steel echoes in her mind, dredging up memories of intense duels from long ago. Lucian calmly reasons that she likely doesn't understand why she's being backed into a corner right now. He knows she is exhausted after burning through so much energy in her previous clash with the Black Lions. The blonde concludes that the power gap is so wide right now because he knows her better than she knows herself. He vividly remembers every habit, weakness, and attack pattern he once studied in his friend's past. The young man recalls the days when they would duel fiercely, trading sword strikes without a shred of hesitation. Back then, they learned from each other's moves, turning their rivals' techniques into weapons of their own. Lucian reflects that the entire essence of Felicia's fighting style is engraved into his muscle memory. The elite knights watching from afar are left slack-jawed, utterly speechless at how the duel is turning out. A heavy, tense silence hangs over the room as everyone bears witness to the blonde's breathtaking swordsmanship. With a swift maneuver, her sword is knocked away, flying high into the air and glinting under the warehouse lights. Philip trembles in terror as he watches his main protector get disarmed so easily right before his eyes. In Lucian's memory, the warm image of his friend patiently teaching him the art of the sword resurfaces. The young man remembers that even knowing they might one day become enemies, his friend never hesitated to train him. Back in the present, a heavy hush falls over the grand hall as everyone waits for the final verdict. The disarmed blade clatters onto the wooden floor with a sharp metallic clang that echoes through the abandoned warehouse. Lucian points the tip of his blade straight at her throat, sealing his undeniable victory. Felicia pants heavily, staring up at her opponent with a mix of utter exhaustion and profound shock. The young man gazes down at her calmly, thinking to himself that this victory settles a small part of his debt. The scene shifts to the family's grand main estate under the bright glow of a full moon in the night sky. Grand Duke Sigmund stands on his palace balcony, pensively looking out at the stunning night view. The leader turns around and asks about his son's performance and attitude during the crucial mission. He asks his subordinate if the blonde truly possesses what it takes to inherit the family's leadership. Raymond respectfully reports that the third young master displayed an unwavering, resolute character throughout. Surprised, the father admits he didn't expect such high praise from his most experienced elite knight. The veteran apologizes for the hasty remark, conceding it's still too early to draw conclusions about succession. Sigmund's expression softens as he agrees that, if the report is accurate, his son put on a formidable show of strength. The patriarch firmly holds a letter containing updates on the successful operation in Vestra. He scans the paper with satisfaction, proud of the blonde's remarkably swift progress. In good spirits, the leader remarks that he is willing to give the boy more room and freedom to act on his plans. Nostalgic, the Grand Duke mentions it's been a while since they had a drink together, and invites his comrade to share some fine wine. He adds that the bottle he picked is the exact kind the knight always used to enjoy. Raymond smiles warmly and jokes that his master is definitely going to regret extending that invitation. The knight points out that a single night of talking won't be nearly enough to cover all the incredible feats from this mission. Dawn breaks with bright sunshine, and the first rays light up the treetops, signaling the start of a new day. The group rides back to the main Kelleheim estate after successfully completing the mission in Vestra territory. Lucian gazes around, satisfied that he neutralized the threat and captured the leader of the enemy smuggling ring. Right after the duel ended, young Felicia passed out from sheer exhaustion due to overusing her mana circulation. To aid in her recovery, the blonde sent the girl and the other maids ahead to a neighboring town. Philip mutters in despair, convinced he will definitely be disowned by his family after such an utter failure. The blonde looks at the prisoner, who once acted insufferably arrogant, and is now on his knees begging for mercy. Lucian forced him to dig the graves of his fallen knights, using nothing but his bare hands. He did so hoping the spoiled brat would finally understand the true weight and value of a life snuffed out in combat. Back in the present, the blonde breathes in the fresh forest air, feeling the gentle warmth of the morning sun on his face. From the rear, the enemy prisoner keeps yelling, cussing out Hugo, and swearing he'll never forgive the betrayal. Philip demands to be treated with dignity as a noble prisoner of war, whining about the humiliation of being tied up like this. He lashes out frantically, questioning whether House Valdek really wants to spark an all-out war with his clan. Lucian merely looks at him with disdain, realizing the foolish boy still hasn't grasped the real danger he is in. The blonde walks up to the prisoner and calmly tells him he will offer him just one piece of crucial advice. Looking back over his shoulder with a grave expression, he warns the kid that if he wants to keep breathing, he'd better watch his mouth. The heir points out that they are entering territory where even Philip's dreaded father wouldn't dare set foot. He points toward Kalheim, indicating they are about to step right into the heart of his family's domain. The castle's massive wooden gates slowly creak open, revealing the sheer majesty and grandeur of the royal fortress. Lucian rides through the gates atop his black horse, followed closely by his loyal warriors and their captives. Hugo rides right behind his young master, maintaining a serious, composed expression amidst the grand welcome. The crowds in the streets cheer wildly, celebrating the third young master's return and his capture of the rival leader. The citizens yell with joy, waving from afar and begging the young heir to look their way as they shower him with applause. The people proudly roar that the Lion of House Valdek has returned victorious from his dangerous hunt in the outskirts. Hugo is stunned by the massive victory parade and sheepishly asks what on earth is going on throughout Kelheim. Lucian smirks slightly, realizing his father decided to throw his full public support behind his great achievement. The young man tells his companion to hold his head high and proudly take in the well-deserved cheers of the joyous crowd. Hugo feels a surge of immense pride, recognizing this as his young master's first major military achievement. The festive procession crosses the main bridge, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd throwing flowers along their path. High up in a grand tower, Grand Duke Sigmund and his advisor watched the parade from afar with keen interest. The leader chuckles, remarking that he must be getting old to throw such a celebration just because his son requested it. The silver-haired advisor agrees, pointing out that the blonde's monumental feat fully warrants such fanfare. He notes that the letter sent by the young heir wasn't just meant to solidify his own position. The advisor observes that the move was a masterstroke designed to showcase their clan's might to their rivals and the empire. Sigmund somberly agrees with the analysis, noting that the brewing conspiracies against the empire are truly alarming. He pensively reflects that even structures, once thought indestructible, can eventually begin to crumble. The patriarch knows all too well that the first signs of weakness and internal fractures have already begun to show. Lucian reflects that if he doesn't want to get swallowed up by this storm, he'll need to sharpen his skills more than ever. The scene cuts to the young man's luxurious quarters in Kelheim Castle, bathed in warm, golden sunlight. He collapses onto his plush bed with a relieved sigh, admitting he had grown far too accustomed to a life of comfort. Since his meeting with the Grand Duke isn't until tonight, he decides to use this downtime to take a well-deserved nap. The blonde stares thoughtfully at the ceiling, happily concluding that this dangerous mission paid off far more than expected. He celebrates the fact that he successfully recruited Felicia much faster than he had originally planned. The warm reception from the people also served to clear up all the bad rumors that once tarnished his name. The mission boosted loyal Hugo's morale and allowed him to forge closer ties with the legendary elite knights. He feels all the loose pieces are finally falling into place, bringing him one step closer to the family throne. A radiant, triumphant smile spreads across his face as he realizes his grand ambition is right within his grasp. That night, a small band of mercenaries and allies gathers around a campfire at the camp to unwind. Hugo lets out a dry chuckle, remarking that his old rivals would be horrified if they could see him now. Lucian gets out of bed after organizing his thoughts, deciding it is time to plan his next moves. The blonde flashes an ambitious smile, showing he is completely ready to take on whatever challenges come his way. Felicia slowly recovers in bed, receiving attentive care from one of the palace maids. Meanwhile, Hugo trains hard with his sword, determined to grow even stronger and more useful for upcoming missions. The scene shifts to the castle's massive, lavish banquet hall, exquisitely decorated with a stunning crystal chandelier. Over dinner, Sigmund remarks that luck was on his son's side, as he managed to capture the Marquis's heir of all people. The Grand Duke emphasizes that this capture provides the smoking gun they needed to incriminate the dangerous House Logran. The father openly praises how the mission was handled, and the blonde responds with extreme modesty and respect. Lucian adds with a smile that success was only possible thanks to the skilled knights his father provided. The young man asks what will happen to the prisoner, Philip Logran. Now that the mission is officially wrapped up, Sigmund muses that the enemy Marquis certainly won't sit idly by while his own son perishes. He notes with a grave tone that they still need to keep a close eye on their opponent's next moves. The veteran explains that the Marquis is a cold, ruthless man capable of throwing away his own hair for the clan's status. Sigmund warns that having just one remaining son to preserve the bloodline would be more than enough for the Marquis. The blonde listens to his father intently, recognizing the sheer complexity of this dangerous political game. A brief silence falls over the dinner table as they eat in thoughtful, focused contemplation. Sigmund tells his son not to worry about what comes next and asks what reward he wants for this achievement. The Grand Duke astutely deduces that the young man didn't send that letter just to ask for a city-wide celebration. The boy smiles sheepishly and admits he'll speak candidly now that his father brought it up directly. He starts by requesting a special reward for his assistant Hugo for his pivotal role in the mission. However, the Grand Duke cuts him off bluntly and shoots down the request on the spot, catching the young man off guard. The father asks if his plan was really to ask for a knighthood for Hugo, a former mercenary ally. Sigmund sharply points out that he cannot simply overlook the fact that Hugo previously conspired with the rival House Logran. Lucian tries to argue back, emphasizing the undeniable fact that Hugo played an exceptional role in executing his plan. Sigmund calls his son's name in a stern, booming tone, asserting his authority and shutting down the debate at once. The patriarch firmly states that a true knight must earn his honor through undeniable, questionless deeds. The blonde inwardly laments that his assistant doesn't yet meet the requirements for an official knighthood. Sigmund offers to compensate him with chests full of gold coins or even a brand new secret identity for Hugo. But the veteran makes it crystal clear that right now is simply not the time to knight him. Lucian mentally apologizes to his friend and admits to his father that he got a bit carried away in the heat of the moment. The clan leader then tells the young man to ask for a different reward, something less extravagant and easier to grant. A shrewd, calculating smile crosses the young man's face as he prepares to reveal his true desire. He makes his request, asking for permission for Felicia to meet with the legendary Sword Saint. The Grand Duke is left totally flabbergasted, his eyes widening in disbelief at his son's bizarre request. The next morning, bright sunshine washes over the palace gardens as preparations for the new plan get underway. Two heavily armed sentries stand guard at the entrance to the wing reserved for high-value prisoners of war. Felicia sits lost in thought on her bed inside the comfortable stone quarters reserved for detained noble guests. The young woman finds it odd that a mere maid like herself has been placed in luxurious quarters meant for nobles. She notices she's receiving top-tier meals and first-class medical care, wondering what their real objective is. Even so, she lets out a soft sigh, figuring that at the end of the day, her current situation might actually be a blessing. She stares blankly ahead with a wistful look, showing she still carries deep scars from her painful past. She resigns herself to the thought that at least she managed to escape that living hell before it was too late. The young woman quietly yearns, wishing from the bottom of her heart that she could hold a real sword just once more. She wistfully ponders that if she could afford to be just a little greedier, she would ask to fight again. The memory of gripping the cold metal hilt tightly floods her mind, bringing a surge of pure nostalgia. She recalls the exact moment she was handed that makeshift sword during the enemy raid on the warehouse. The image of Lucian staring at her with a dead, serious gaze, blade pointed at her, resurfaces vividly in Felicia's mind. She remembers the sudden feeling of collapsing and the absolute exhaustion that hit her right after that intense duel ended. The young woman timidly admits her sincere desire to cross swords with the third young master once again. Suddenly, the latch on her door clicks, instantly drawing her attention to the entrance of the room. Lucian walks in and gently asks if she is feeling any better from her severe fatigue and malnutrition. The blonde offers a warm smile with his arms crossed. Asking if she feels ready to pick up a sword again, Felicia is shocked, questioning what Lucian means by her picking up a sword again. Lucian walks into the room, joking that life as a prisoner seems to suit her quite well. The young man reaches out and grabs a piece of fresh bread sitting on the table. As he eats, he states that he didn't go through all that trouble bringing her here just to keep her locked up. Lucian gets straight to the point, asking if she has any interest in honing her swordsmanship talent. He assures her that he has no intention of letting her remain a mediocre warrior. He reveals his plan to recommend her as the new disciple of the legendary Sir Eisenbrinter. Felicia bites her lip in frustration, asking if he is just mocking her with an offer like that. She exclaims that the idea of a maid becoming a swordswoman is already absurd, and becoming the sword saint's disciple is downright impossible. Dejected, the young woman falls to her knees, saying she knows her place all too well because of her low birth. Lucian watches her, realizing he rushed things and that her reaction is only natural. He remembers that she was cast out by her own family and forbidden from ever touching a weapon simply for being a bastard. The blonde says he understands her doubts and decides to give her time to think everything through before making a decision. He paces slowly, emphasizing that he is leaving the freedom of choice entirely in her hands. Lucian mentions that he must leave today and asks her to tell him just one honest thing. Looking straight into her eyes, he firmly asks her to never give up on the way of the sword. Lucian gives a gentle smile, telling her that she only truly seems like herself when holding a weapon. Felicia falls deep in thought, remembering how even her own flesh and blood took the sword from her hands. With trembling hands, the girl clutches her dress, fighting to hold back her emotions. Calling out to her master, Felicia timidly asks if she really has the right to train freely. She asks if she can dedicate herself entirely to the sword without being tied down to anything or anyone in the future. Lucian glances back at her and answers that she can, if that is what her soul truly desires. The young man makes a solemn promise, swearing on all the honor of his name, Lucian Valdek. Felicia recalls a moment from the past when an old battle comrade asked her what her dream was. Under the shade of the trees, her friend had told her she could easily become a great commander or noble. She remembers not thinking much of it back then, yet a deep longing remained buried in her chest. Her only wish was to dedicate herself entirely to swordsmanship without being bound by any duty. The scene shifts to Kelleheim's vast training grounds, lavishly prepared for practice. The three walk quietly along the castle walkway, overlooking the training yard below. Suddenly, the young master stops in his tracks as he notices an unexpected presence up ahead. Lucian is caught off guard seeing his father, Sigmund, standing in the corridor speaking with a butler. Sigmund reveals he came in person to oversee the crucial arrangement made with the sword saint. The imposing leader gazes at the group with his signature stern look, commanding absolute respect from everyone. Hugo and Felicia immediately drop into a formal bow to greet the mighty Grand Duke. Sigmund turns to Hugo, acknowledging that the warrior indeed performed well on the last mission. The patriarch points out, however, that Hugo's past mistakes still weigh heavily against his accomplishments. The leader explains that even so, Lucian gave up his own reward just to request that Hugo be knighted. Hugo's eyes widen, deeply moved to learn of the great sacrifice his master made for him. Sigmund confesses he rejected the request, believing the warrior is not yet ready to bear such weight. The Grand Duke encourages him to train even harder and build up enough merit to claim that honor himself. Looking closely at the veteran, he states that he eagerly awaits the day he can finally bestow that title upon him. Hugo strikes his chest in deep emotion, swearing he will do everything in his power to meet those expectations. Tension fills the hallway as the Grand Duke shifts his full attention toward Felicia. Sigmund calls her name with commanding authority, and the girl stammers under his overwhelming presence. He tells her she should know full well the massive risk Lucian is taking for her in the midst of the succession race. The father warns that if she fails to prove her worth, everyone will view Lucian as a fool blinded by lust. Demanding an honest answer, the leader asks if she truly believes she is worth all that sacrifice. Lucian immediately steps in front of her, declaring that he will answer on her behalf. With a confident smile, the young man tells his father that she is without a doubt more than worth it. He admits that everyone in the imperial court may doubt his choice and call him a fool for now, but with a look of fierce determination, the blonde tells himself that all those doubts end today, once and for all. He knows everyone is about to discover that she is a diamond in the rough, previously held back only by status and gender. Lucian whispers to Felicia to step up and boldly declare that she is completely confident in the test. The young man realizes that the Grand Duke was actually waiting for them in that corridor all along. He understands that his father wanted to see with his own eyes the allies his son had truly chosen. Sigmund wanted to offer a vote of confidence, giving his son's first major endeavor the wings it needed to take flight. The Grand Duke states that if they are so confident, they will see it with their own eyes in the courtyard. He tells young Felicia to brace herself, as she is about to stand face to face with the Sword Saint. Lucian inwardly offers his deepest gratitude for the permission and opportunity his father granted them. The castle's training courtyard stands completely empty, cleared and ready for the crucial test. The legendary Sword Saint walks casually across the arena to meet the Grand Duke and the youngsters. Sir Eisen smiles, remarking how wonderful it is to see not just the third young master, but the Grand Duke himself present. He mentions that his curiosity as a knight got the better of him, given how momentous this occasion is for the clan. The Grand Duke asks him to judge the girl rigorously, and Lucian agrees, saying he prefers it that way. The blonde points out that only a strict test will give real value to the promise made between them. Sir Eisen falls quiet for a moment, observing the young man's conviction while fondly recalling the past. The sword master agrees, stating he will deliver a harsh judgment since both father and son see eye to eye on it. Felicia swallows hard, feeling the overwhelming weight of the entire place pressing down on her shoulders. Sir Eisen assumes a serious stance, assuring them he will conduct the assessment with the utmost solemnity. The wind whips up dust in the center of the courtyard as both combatants take their positions. The young woman and the legendary Sword Saint stand face to face in the middle of the massive training arena. Just by standing there, she can feel how terrifyingly strong he is as the very atmosphere shifts around them. Taking the initiative, Felicia bows and greets the veteran, stating it is a great honor to meet the legendary Sword Saint. She attempts a formal introduction, but the seasoned warrior cuts her off abruptly. He picks up a wooden sword and bluntly states that her name does not matter for this test. With a single precise thrust, he drives the wooden blade deep into the rocky ground. The master tells her to let her sword do the talking, ordering her to pull the buried weapon from the earth. Watching from the balcony above, the Grand Duke and the blonde know the grueling test has finally begun. Lucian notices the master gathered mana at the tip of the wooden weapon before embedding it into the hard rock. He figures it would be impossible to pull out with brute physical strength alone, but simple enough through mana circulation. Felicia grips the hilt, knowing this is the biggest chance of her life and that she must be extremely careful. The girl decides to channel her spiritual energy directly into her trembling hands. Applying the technique, she makes a swift motion and yanks the weapon with every ounce of her bottled-up determination. Overjoyed, the young woman realizes she managed to pull the wooden sword free with ease. Holding the practice weapon, she excitedly asks what the next step of the test will be. Sir Eisen merely falls silent and closes his eyes thoughtfully, showing no sign of approval. The veteran declares that was more than enough, and there is no longer any need to continue. Confused, Felicia stammers that she only pulled the weapon from the ground, just as she was told. Extending his hand, the Sword Saint states that his reason for ending the test is painfully obvious. He explains that she ignored the proper flow of energy, threw her hands out of fear of pain. He adds that such a mistake is the hallmark arrogance of someone who relies solely on raw talent. The master acknowledges that she does possess great talent, having held her own against the elite Black Guard. However, the experienced warrior stresses that her reckless disregard for her own body is completely unacceptable. He tells her to reflect on her former master's teachings and learn to listen to others first. Felicia sorrowfully confesses that she has never actually had a master in her life. Looking down, she admits she knows nothing about energy control and was merely mimicking what she saw others do. Head bowed in tears, the young woman desperately begs him to teach her from scratch. Sir Eisen is utterly shocked to realize she picked up all of that without any formal guidance whatsoever. He asks if she truly managed to control all that energy just by imitating her brother's fights. She explains that she could feel the change in the weapon's weight whenever the energy flared around his body. Sir Eisen thinks she must be delusional, as no one can perceive spiritual energy without direct physical contact. Stunned, he wonders who this girl truly is, capable of releasing energy through sheer willpower alone. Up on the balcony, Lucian smiles proudly, recalling his promise to bring someone with unbelievable potential. The sword master realizes he is looking at a true masterpiece of raw swordsmanship talent. Suddenly, the young woman dashes forward, unleashing a lightning-fast swing to prove her true worth. The strike unleashes a massive gust of wind that's across the training yard with incredible speed and force. Sir Eisen tracks the attack with a steady gaze, bracing himself to counter the girl's daring strike. Felicia attacks again, her expression burning with fury and determination as she tries to reach the legendary master. The wooden blade tears through the air, trailing a glowing streak of energy as it bears down on its target. She unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, trying to break through the seasoned Sword Saint's defense in the arena. The wooden weapons clash violently, sending a loud boom and a cloud of dust echoing across the entire courtyard. Sir Eisen coldly remarks that her movements are full of flaws, and her resolve is far too weak. The veteran stares her down with razor-sharp eyes, showing complete technical dominance in their clash. He questions whether all her desperation and will to fight amounted to nothing more than this meager display. Effortlessly parrying another heavy blow, the master knocks her weapon aside with ease. The girl is violently thrown backward, her feet sliding across the sand of the training grounds. Felicia pants heavily, realizing that even pushing herself to the absolute limit, she cannot even land a scratch on him. Frustration mounts as she notices the legendary Sword Saint has not even taken a single step to defend himself. The warrior realizes the insurmountable gulf in power separating her from the pinnacle of the world's swordsmanship. She stares at the ground for a brief moment, eyes narrowed as she tries to catch her breath and regain her focus. Silence blankets the courtyard for a few seconds as everyone waits to see what the young woman will do next. But gritting her teeth, The girl refuses to surrender or give up on her greatest dream. A massive surge of spiritual energy begins to swirl around her, as if lifting the very stones from the earth. The spiritual pressure born of her determination expands rapidly, generating a colossal shockwave. She tightens her grip on the practiced sword as a dense blue aura envelopes her young frame. The girl shoots forward like blue lightning, unleashing an extraordinary burst of speed across the courtyard. The tip of her wooden blade glows brilliantly, gathering an enormous concentration of energy. She unleashes a devastating slash that rips through the air, hurling a powerful torrent of energy at her opponent. Sir Eisen merely observes the breathtaking technique, deflecting the strike behind an invisible barrier of wind. Inwardly, the master marvels at her indomitable fighting spirit and her untamed, unconventional instincts. A colossal blast of light and smoke engulfs the center of the courtyard, obscuring the view of the onlookers above. The veteran knows full well that young Felicia has not exhausted all of her true potential in this fight just yet. In his mind, he urges her to unleash every last drop of her strength without holding anything back. The warrior pushes her to let out all the resentment and rage she has kept locked away for so long. An ominous red glow begins to radiate from the young woman's hands, completely shifting the battle's atmosphere. Felicia charges forward, seized by a primal fury, her gaze completely transformed by the hostile aura. Her eyes blaze with a vivid crimson light, showing she has awakened an overwhelming power. A colossal spiritual projection of a red lion emerges behind her, roaring ferociously across the courtyard. The manifestation of a terrifying sword demon looms before the master, filling the air with pure dread. She brings down a strike infused with all of that violent crimson energy, straight against her opponent's defense. The girl lets out a deafening roar of rage, pouring every last ounce of her power into the attack. Her eyes turn completely white from the uncontrolled release of mana during that ultimate strike. Sir Eisen takes the monumental impact, standing firm like an unyielding rock against the crimson explosion. A faint smirk touches the master's lips as he bears witness to the true dormant power of his new disciple. The training courtyard is consumed by a massive crimson flash that shakes the very foundation of the castle. From up above, Lucian and the Grand Duke watch the courtyard in dead silence, waiting for the smoke to clear. Both nobles continue watching the aftermath of that incredible display of power without uttering a single word. Sigmund breaks the silence, asking his son if he knows what truly makes a swordsman reliable. The patriarch states that it is one who has etched the price of rigorous training into the very core of their soul. He adds that it comes from fundamentals forged through endless repetition and real life or death experience. Sigmund reflects that while it is a brutal path, it is the true foundation of a genuine swordsman. The patriarch notes that he has always kept only those with such steadfast resolve and battle scars by his side. However, he points out that rare geniuses exist, who can leap over a mountain of effort in a single bound. He describes them as special people who shine as brightly as the scorching sun wherever they go. Sigmund admits that the girl's overwhelming talent is like a tidal wave capable of swallowing everything in its path. Glancing at his son, he openly acknowledges that Lucian made the right call by bringing her. With a smile, Lucian replies that such light would have been snuffed out had his father not given her this chance. The young man remarks that the world is full of buried talents simply because they never received a single opportunity. Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, the sword saint calmly pinches the wooden blade between his fingertips. Sir Eisen looks at her with admiration, noticing the intensity of the pure, unyielding resolve in her eyes. He is captivated by the unwavering brilliance radiating directly from her pupils. The master concludes that this young woman was undoubtedly born for the sword, no matter what trials await her. He notices something even deeper within her. the rare ability to see the hidden flow of energy. The girl can perceive spiritual flow far beyond common sense in an utterly astonishing way. Sir Eisen sees before her a path of swordsmanship that stretches toward true infinity. The wind finally dies down, clearing the dust and revealing the two warriors standing in the center of the yard. Now that she has proven her true worth, the seasoned sword saint asks her to state her name once more. He assures her that no one will ever dare doubt her worth again, ordering her to speak her name with pride. Felicia raises her wooden sword with pride and firmly replies that her name is Felicia. She sadly reveals that she has no family name, having been abandoned by her mother and rejected by the rival house, Logran. Sir Eisen listens in silence, deeply moved by how bravely she endured it all, and praises her courage. The seasoned warrior catches her by surprise by giving her a new surname, solemnly naming her Felicia Brittner. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she hears that she will inherit her master's very own prestigious surname. He announces that he will adopt her as his daughter and teach her everything from swordsmanship to high society etiquette. The veteran warns her that the training will be grueling, and not a single moment will be easy. Sir Eisen looks at her sternly and asks if she is truly prepared to face it all. The young woman kneels before the master, who admits he was just a stubborn, harsh old man for judging her too quickly. Smiling, he asks if she will be able to convince him with her sword whenever they disagree in the future. Weeping with immense joy, Felicia swears she will also strive to understand her master's sincerity through battle. The veteran concludes that though their paths were different, both their hearts beat for the same love of the sword. The image shows the practice sword driven into the ground, marking the start of Felicia Brittner's new journey. Meanwhile, dangerous rumors begin to quietly spread through the deepest shadows of the castle. An informant delivers a secret letter, ordering it sent to the elders, since the future of House Delete is at stake. A hooded ally asks his master in confusion what the true meaning behind this whole development is. He worriedly explains that the sword saint had always remained neutral in the succession, yet now he has taken a disciple. The man warns that this girl's backing could shatter the internal balance of power within the entire Valdec family. He points out that, if their plan to place Geordie in power and save House Delate fails, they will be in serious trouble. In the dead of the Kelheim night, the conspirator contemplates that it might be wiser to abandon ship before it sinks. He suggests switching sides to back the third young master, Lucien Valdec, who has been standing out remarkably. He points out that Lucien achieved great feats in war and even managed to bring in the sword saint's new disciple. In his office, the Grand Duke receives reports that letters filled with concern are pouring in from all sides. Sigmund gravely notes that he has already taken precautions, but knows his political rivals will not back down easily. His loyal aide asks if it would not be much better to act immediately before this small spark turns into a blaze. The mighty patriarch walks over to the window, gazing at the colorful sky as he contemplates his next moves. Sigmund mutters that the elders are greedy individuals willing to commit any crime, just to crown their own heirs. He clenches his fists tightly, knowing that this boundless greed is precisely what ruins children. He orders the butler to summon all his children for dinner, declaring that he will give them a fair chance. Geordie Valdec writes a letter with a cold gaze, determined to carve his own path through the clan with raw combat strength. The youngest son, Joshua, prepares for battle, knowing that the heirs of Kelheim must speak with their own blood. Lucien wears a confident smirk, knowing that soon enough, everyone will see which heir truly possesses the fangs of a lion. The full moon illuminates the majestic Kelheim castle, where a grand family dinner is about to begin. Geordie strides elegantly down the palace's long corridors, followed closely by his butler. The maids setting up the hall are visibly on edge, with the heirs gathering drawing near. They whisper anxiously among themselves, knowing full well just how tense the family's political atmosphere tends to be. Lucian enters the main hall, and all the maids immediately bow respectfully to greet the young man. He gives them a warm, friendly wave, prompting the maids to whisper about how he's truly become such an impressive figure. The blonde notices that even the servants in the main castle are treating him like night and day compared to before. He smirks with pride, realizing his reputation and influence within the family have skyrocketed. He recalls that his original plan was simply to make Felicia the direct disciple of the Sword Saint. However, she ended up being adopted by the master, and as a result, he started getting far better treatment himself. The young man thinks that, after meeting the legendary Sword Saint, the girl will grow into an absolute monster on the battlefield. He stops before the massive wooden double doors of the grand hall, where the banquet is actually being held. The blonde straightens his formal attire with a smile, ready to face his dangerous rivals. The large doors slowly creak open, revealing a lavish dining hall richly decorated with candlelight. Geordie is already seated at the table beside other family members in dead silence. His rival glares at him with disdain, clearly annoyed to see his younger brother standing out so much. Lucian catches everyone's gloomy expressions and thinks they look just as miserable as he expected. Joshua sits with his arms crossed, his eyes burning with pure fury and resentment over his previous defeat. The third young master walks in with absolute grace and takes his seat at the table under the watchful eyes of the clan. He calmly settles into the plush red chair as the tension in the room grows thick enough to cut with a knife. The protagonist breaks the ice, saying it's great to see all the siblings gather together after being apart for so long. He directs his words straight at Geordie, sarcastically asking if he agrees. Geordie fidgets impatiently with his ring and remarks that his brother seems awfully confident after his recent stroke of luck. The rival sneers, warning that luck doesn't last forever and that he'd better watch his step from now on. Lucian claps his hands cheerfully at Geordie's words, completely ignoring the veiled threat. He feigns being deeply moved and sarcastically thanks his brother for caring so much about his well-being. Chuckling, the young man hugs himself and says he knows that beneath those sharp words lies nothing but brotherly affection. He taunts him by bringing up how Geordie mercilessly cut ties with an ally after their failure in the clan's last battle. Lucian brings up with dripping irony how Geordie covered up the servant Jenny's embezzlement and even handed her a generous payout. He dramatically concludes that he'd be an absolute fool not to appreciate all of his brother's kindness. The protagonist lands one final jab, asking if Jenny the servant is still doing well these days. Geordie grits his teeth in barely contained fury, saying that at least he saved the servant from a far worse fate. He glares at the blonde with murder in his eyes, muttering curses at his brother's sheer audacity at the dinner table. Joshua watches the whole thing, silently thinking their older brother should just shut his mouth before embarrassing himself even further. The servants in the corners break into a cold sweat, realizing Geordie's taunt only fed right into Lucian's hands. Joshua snaps and shoots up from his seat, shouting that his younger brother has completely crossed the line. Joshua yells in defense of Geordie, claiming he was only offering advice to prevent any more mistakes. Joshua points an enraged finger, demanding Lucian formally apologize to Geordie right then and there. However, he swallows hard when he feels the room's atmosphere abruptly shift under his brother's chilling gaze. The protagonist's dark, terrifying glare instantly sends shivers down Joshua's spine. The blonde reflects that maybe he should have beaten Joshua even harder back then, so he'd finally learn his lesson. Lucian completely loses his patience, asking in a chilling tone if Joshua really doesn't know how to read the room. He asks if Joshua thinks he's a pushover just because he's the youngest, threatening to show him just how terrifying the world can be. Joshua stumbles back in absolute terror, stammering before the overwhelming killing intent, radiating from his brother. The door latch clicks, and a deep voice remarks that all the hair's blood seems to be boiling. The imposing Grand Duke enters the banquet hall, instantly silencing all his sons. The young men rise from their seats, greeting their powerful father with the utmost respect and reverence. Sigmund comments that even during a rare family dinner, they can't help but shout, but notes that such fire and fury are necessary. He drops a bombshell, saying that fighting spirit will come in handy, since he plans to send them to the battlefield. Outside the castle, the night remains quiet, completely oblivious to the gathering storm of war about to break out. Everyone sits back down as the Grand Duke assumes his commanding position at the table to make his announcement. Sigmund asks if everyone there is properly familiar with the feared Imperial Liberation Front. He explains that this rebel faction is made up of remnants from former states, trying to break free from the Empire. The rebels incite violent uprisings and murder nobles without mercy, acting as a massive thorn in their side. The patriarch shares that he sent his firstborn, Tristan, to contain the initial suspicious movements at the border. He states there were minor skirmishes, but a recent report brought troubling news that cannot be ignored. Geordie and Joshua listen intently to the details, realizing the military situation is far more critical than they thought. Lucien maintains a calm, focused posture, analyzing every single word his father says over dinner. Sigmund reveals that signs of a massive monster migration have begun surfacing in the Bornholm region. The protagonist tenses up, well aware that a monster stampede is an insanely dangerous disaster. This terrifying phenomenon happens when beasts overpopulate out of control and abandon their territory in search of prey. In the worst case recorded in history, such an invasion completely wiped out an entire castle and 10 neighboring villages. The young man considers that handling both rebels and monsters at the same time would be far too heavy a burden for his brother Tristan. He finally grasps the real reason their father mentioned, sending one of them straight into the battlefield. The Grand Duke rests his chin on his hand, waiting to see how his sons will react to such a massive challenge. Sigmund confirms that one of his heirs must go there to clear away the dark clouds looming over the region. The patriarch asks point blank if anyone is willing to step up and head out to assist the firstborn, Tristan. Geordie scoffs internally, thinking it would be impossible to take command of a battle that Tristan already controls. He reasons that whoever goes will just be a sidekick, and all their achievements will only serve to make Tristan look good. Geordie questions his father, arguing that they lack real battlefield experience, and suggesting an alternative solution instead. He argues it would be far more efficient to simply dispatch knight orders to provide his brother with military support. Seeking backup, the young man asks Joshua directly if he agrees with the idea. Joshua stammers nervously, agreeing that it would be best to follow the defensive plan suggested by his second brother. Suddenly, Lucien cuts in, firmly stating that the proposed plan is completely out of the question. The blonde explains that sending regular troops would make neighboring nobles think they're using the rebellion as an excuse. Joshua is taken aback, asking if their neighbors would really think they're plotting a full-scale military invasion. The youngest yells in irritation, asking how anyone would dare suspect their clan, and suggesting they just send a stern warning. Joshua says they don't need to walk on eggshells around them, and Sigmund comments that the boy isn't entirely wrong. Lucien thinks that the real danger lies in the Emperor himself, suspecting their motives for even a single second. The Grand Duke builds on that thought, warning of the risk that rival factions might exploit such a political opening. The patriarch slams his glass down on the table, and solemnly declares that Lucian's assessment is spot on. Sigmund explains that large-scale troop movements put the entire empire on edge and back the emperor into a corner. Their father asks what he suggests. Since they cannot dispatch an official army yet, still need to back Tristan up. Lucian considers a solution that resolves the crisis without causing needless border tension or alarm. The blonde stares blankly in thought. Concluding there's only one smart way forward, he reasons that they need battle, hardened warriors willing to operate under specific local conditions. They must be fighters already based in that region to avoid any suspicion of an outside military incursion. Lucian proposes hiring the skilled, freelance mercenary companies already operating in Bornholm. He adds it to keep those unruly bands in check. Someone bearing the clan's own blood must lead them. The young blonde flashes a daring smirk and personally volunteers to lead the perilous mission. A few weeks pass, and a massive ship cuts through the ocean's crystal, clear waters toward its new destination. Lucian and his loyal attendant Hugo stand on the wooden deck, gazing out across the vast blue sea. The blonde rolls a shiny silver coin between his fingers as he ponders the challenges ahead. He thinks to himself that dealing with mercenaries is always an exhausting, uphill battle. He knows money is their only driving force, but gold coins alone don't buy true loyalty. He recalls how easily sellswords switch sides. Yesterday's signed contract can become today's running joke. As a former mercenary himself, he jokes that knowing when to run and survive is the true mark of a hired sword. He reflects that the real issue isn't the mercenaries, but rather the underlying reason his father sent him. He knows he'll have to deal with his eldest brother, Tristan, a completely rigid, unyielding man. Lucian remembers from his past life how his older brother would micromanage everything, right down to the troops, resting hours. He remembers how draining it was dealing with the firstborn back then, given his obsession with strict, relentless discipline. Lucian knows Tristan would never stoop to bargaining with sellswords, and the mercenaries themselves wouldn't miss a chance to take advantage. With that in mind, he chuckles, realizing this whole messy situation is practically a feast laid out just for him. He grins sadistically, thrilled that he can finally flex his true abilities after so long. Hugo glances at him sideways, stammering slightly as he notices the terrifying look creeping across his young master's face. Seagulls glide through the blue sky as the merchant vessel finally approaches the local harbor docks. The ship drops anchor safely in the island's bustling harbor, unveiling a massive stone, fortified city. Sailors begin unloading heavy crates of timber and supplies brought straight from the mainland. Lucian formally thanks Sir Raymond for ensuring such a safe and smooth voyage all the way there. Commander Raymond commends the young man, mentioning he heard he personally volunteered for this mission. The veteran notes that since it's an assignment of immense responsibility, he made sure to provide a proper escort. He informs him that the elite unit that served alongside Lucian in Bestra has already arrived and is assessing the local situation. Raymond asks if he wants to head straight to meet his brother Tristan, and Lucian agrees without hesitation. Suddenly, the scene shifts as rapid, hurried footsteps echo loudly across the palace's stone floor. Armed soldiers pursue a group of hooded rebels, shouting commands to ensure no one escapes the encirclement. The rebels sprint in a panic, scrambling for an exit while debating whether to split up to make their escape. The Kellam cavalry charges relentlessly after them, making it clear their resistance won't last long. One of the hooded rebels spots Lucian's group from afar, formulating a desperate plan to save himself. Seeing the well-dressed blonde, he schemes to take out the bodyguards and use the young noble as a hostage to escape. The intruder draws his blade at blinding speed, knowing he can't afford a single mistake during the ambush. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lucian appears right in front of him with a chilling, dark smirk. The rebel's eyes go wide in sheer terror at the young noble's absurd speed. With a sadistic glint in his eye, the blonde asks why he won't let him in on the fun as well. A massive blue shockwave of spiritual energy erupts across the area, slamming the other rebels hard onto the ground. The young man's silhouette glows brightly through the smoke, displaying an immaculate, terrifying control over his mana. The rebel leader drops unconscious onto the stone floor as his weapon slips uselessly from his grip. The remaining rebels scream in panic, unable to fathom how their captain was taken down so fast. One of them trembles in fear, realizing this young noble knocked out their seasoned captain with just a single swift strike. The panic spikes even higher when they realize Lucian pulled off the attack without even unsheathing his sword. Holding the hilt of his sheathed sword, he glares down at the intruders with cold, utter contempt. Lucian feels his heart pounding as mana surges through his veins with strength unmatched in his past life. The protagonist celebrates inwardly, realizing his body is performing far better than he anticipated. He locks eyes with the remaining rebels and coldly asks if they still don't understand the situation they're in. A massive torrent of blue energy bursts around him as he warns them this is their final notice. In a voice dripping with authority and menace, Lucian orders all of them to drop to their knees immediately. The clatter of dropping weapons echoes across the stone courtyard as the rebels completely give up the fight. The rebel drops to his knees trembling, knowing defying him means certain death, and that he must survive for the rebellion's sake. They pled for mercy, surrendering completely and swearing to cooperate in exchange for their lives. The blonde glares down at them with cold detachment, showing not a shred of sympathy for their desperate pleas. He notices that the young rebel's eyes are actually filled with deep, seated hatred and pent-up rage. He sighs inwardly, thinking that this is precisely why war always leaves such a bitter taste in his mouth. The blonde keeps his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, resolving to focus strictly on carrying out his duty. He coldly assures them that if they cooperate, they will receive a formal, fair trial before the Kellium court. The blonde sternly warns them not to try anything foolish that could make their situation even worse. The imposing Kelheim cavalry finally arrives on the scene, surrounding the surrendered prisoners in the stone street. One of the knights in gleaming armor dismounts, stepping firmly and commandingly into the courtyard. The leader states that as citizens of the Empire, they are subject to the clan's strict laws of official judgment. He claims that the right to a trial is what upholds the Empire and must be granted to every social class. However, he points out that the rebels forfeited that right the moment they raised arms against the clan. Tristan Valdek coldly declares that the verdict is simple. Every single rebel is sentenced to death. The rebel on the stone pavement glares at Tristan, pure hatred coursing through his veins. The rebel lunges furiously at Tristan, screaming what right he has to pass judgment on them. He roars, accusing the Empire of starting it all by pillaging and trampling over his people first. Tristan stands entirely calm and motionless, without showing the slightest hint of concern or fear. A swift metallic flash slices through the air with lethal precision across the courtyard. The rebel is instantly sliced in two, collapsing lifeless onto the ground under the force of the swift strike. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, dropping to his knees before losing consciousness completely. The other rebels scream in horror as they watch their vice captain get wiped out in the blink of an eye. The warrior's lifeless body falls onto the cold stone floor in full view of everyone present. Tristan turns to Lucian and coldly tells him to etch that important lesson into his mind. The firstborn asserts that such ruthlessness is the absolute standard they must uphold to protect Kelheim. The older brother stares him down with dead seriousness, making it clear he won't tolerate weakness from anyone. He concludes by saying that is the clan's core principle, as the scene shifts to the massive Bornholm fortress. A large dark banner flutters atop the stone tower beneath a cloudy, gray sky. Black ravens perch along the fortress walls, casting ominous shadow over the area. Lucian reflects that while he remembered his brother being stubborn, he didn't recall him ever being this ruthless. The blonde notices that, strangely enough, he has no memories of what happened in Bornholm during his past life. He figures it would be impossible not to know about something this major. Suspecting a hidden secret behind it all, he mutters under his breath, noticing how weird and dangerous the fortress's atmosphere feels. The blonde realizes that between the rebellion and the locals' unrest, the situation is far worse than the official reports let on. He walks over to the tactical map table and remarks that the fortress's defenses are practically non-existent right now. Tristan agrees, revealing that the bulk of their army is engaged with the main rebel force far away. The firstborn explains they hired mercenaries to help, but the Sellswords are breaching the contract to extort more coin. He sneers that the mercenaries are trying to cash in by holding the region's safety hostage. Lucian thinks that kind of outrage is just noble logic, which will never get through to mercenaries. He explains to his brother that mercenaries see this as a golden opportunity to make a massive profit. Tristan flatly states that he will not negotiate with them as long as he holds absolute command over the fortress. The older brother says he expects no help from Lucian, assuming he was practically forced to come to Bornholm. He tells Lucian to just manage the mercenaries on paper and ensure they don't flee the moment the fighting gets tough. The protagonist listens in silence, maintaining a cold, unreadable expression before the order. The blonde cracks a faint, sarcastic smile and says his older brother is mistaken about a few things. Tristan asks what he means, and Lucian clarifies that he came entirely of his own free will, not out of obligation. He drops a sealed document onto the table, revealing that their father granted him total authority over the mercenaries. Lucian states that negotiations are his responsibility now, and tells his brother to just sit back and relax. Lucian walks through the fortress streets at night, approaching a large, bustling tavern in town. The blonde eyes the entrance, determined to settle the score once and for all with the mercenary leaders. Loud laughter and rowdy singing echo from inside the torch-lit establishment. The tavern is packed with warriors drinking and partying at the top of their lungs. One of the bosses laughs and shouts for everyone to drink up, since they plan to milk the Kelheim nobles for every last cent. The Sellswords raise their ale mugs, toasting to their greedy captain's health. The celebration carries on loud and wild as they dig into the hearty feast, spread across the wooden tables. One of them praises the captain, claiming nobody else in the empire would have the guts to stand up to such a mighty clan. The captain slams his mug on the table with a laugh, saying the territory's safety is none of their concern. The red-haired leader points out that the Kelheim lords are on the brink of an all-out war with the rebel alliance. He adds that with the monster threat thrown into the mix, this has turned into the ultimate payday for them. His henchman chuckles, asking if they should just hold out until the nobles get desperate for help. The red-haired captain licks his lips, eagerly daydreaming about the moment they bring over sacks of gold coins. He laughs, saying that's when they'll name their final price for every single service rendered. The boss assures him he has already united the other mercenary outfits behind the same scheme, and success is only a matter of time. Suddenly, dead silence falls over the tavern entrance, immediately catching one of the guards' attention. Two sharp claps echo through the silence, instantly catching everyone's attention in the tavern. The mercenaries are bewildered by the applause, glancing back to see who the crazy bastard at the entrance is. Lucian stands imposing at the doorway accompanied by his guard, taking in all the commotion inside. Protagonist cracks a calm smile, remarking that he completely understands the greed of a mercenary captain. He strolls in, explaining that a good leader truly must know when to seize a golden opportunity. However, the blonde coldly points out that this greedy logic only applies before a contract is signed. The feared Captain Sven arrogantly fires back, saying a dog should act like one only after getting paid. The tension skyrockets as the two lock eyes, sizing each other up with their glares alone. All around, the other mercenaries whisper suspiciously, already readying their weapons at the slightest hint of a fight. Lucian remains completely steady and unbothered in the face of the warrior's blatant mockery. The red-haired captain can't hold back and bursts out laughing, amused by the young noble's audacity on his turf. Sven stands up, shouting for his men to welcome their guest, who brought a hefty bag of gold coins. The crew cheers sarcastically, thanking the young master for the feast they'll be having tonight. Lucian's golden eyes gleam intensely, reflecting Sven's figure in an enigmatic and dangerous light. A strong drink is poured as the mercenary leader mockingly warns that their conversation is going to be a long one. Sven offers him the cup, saying they should clear up any misunderstanding that might have come up between them. Lucian looks at the drink and thoughtfully repeats the word, making it clear he isn't buying into the little game. Crossing his arms, he firmly states that there is only an official contract and nothing else to discuss. The young man reminds the crew that they've already received half their payment up front to carry out the defense job. Sven pulls at his cheek, scoffing contemptuously as he asks if he's referring to that petty pocket change. The captain calls the sum a mere pittance for an extremely dangerous mission against rebels. The vice captain laughs in agreement, claiming that chump change wouldn't even buy a decent meal for his old mother. With a cynical grin, Sven muses that they are still subjects of the Empire and can't completely ignore the situation. He steps closer, suggesting they find a win-win solution to make things easier for the young master. The protagonist remains in absolute silence, staring the man down with a deeply cold, calculating gaze. Lucian cuts straight to the chase, deciding there's no need to beat around the bush, since paying with money is the easiest route. He tosses a gleaming coin that spins through the air and lands heavily on the wooden table, instantly drawing every eye. The mercenaries gasp as they recognize the rare commemorative coin worth hundreds of standard gold coins. The blonde tosses more rare coins onto the table, asking if they'll really be satisfied with just that. With a sinister smile, he showers down riches, stating that the price for a life must be paid in full. Sven thinks the kid is an idiot, already picturing himself living in luxury as the lord of a small castle. The captain puts on a theatrical display of remorse, apologizing for being so rude to such a generous master. He swears to put his life on the line, promising to mobilize every mercenary group in the region for the battle. But first, the greedy leader hastily reaches down to grab that valuable platinum coin on the floor. Sven drops to his knees, gathering the coins under the commanding gaze of Lucian, who remains standing and watching it all. Suddenly, Lucian assumes a grave posture and announces an official request in the name of the mighty House Valdek. He coldly orders Sven's execution, offering all those platinum coins as the final bounty. The men around them freeze in utter shock, hearing the blonde invoke the supreme authority of his clan. Sven instantly panics and screams in a fury, demanding to know what kind of dirty trick the noble is playing on him. Lucian smirks, replying that he's simply resolving things the easy way with money, just as the captain wanted. He tells Sven to learn a vital lesson. A mercenary without his word is nothing more than a common bandit. Holding the cup, the protagonist coldly adds that the captain has just forfeited all his credibility. He raises the drink, warning that the bounty will drop by half the moment he empties the glass. Instinctively, the other mercenaries begin drawing their weapons, turning menacingly toward their own leader. Sven screams in desperation, ordering everyone to stop and threatening to butcher anyone who dares take a step forward. He grovels before the young master, begging him to withdraw the bounty and agreeing to do the job for far less. Lucian completely ignores the desperation. Calmly and steadily chugging the drink down his throat, Sven bellows in panic, begging for mercy and swearing to work like an obedient dog from that moment on. The last drop of liquor trickles from the cup, marking the end of the time limit set by the young noble. The protagonist looks down at the desperate man, and Riley remarks that he now understands how he climbed the ranks. Lucian finishes his drink calmly, pulling the cup away from his lips with total composure. Suddenly, the vice captain brutally strikes Sven from behind, spraying blood across the tavern. Sven screams in outrage, asking how he dares betray him, but the traitor retorts that the captain did the exact same thing in the past. With a clean, fatal strike, the new leader finishes Sven off, bidding his former captain a peaceful eternal rest. The other mercenaries watch the violent scene unfold with bewildered, terrified expressions. The littering platinum coins now lie on the wooden table, stained with Sven's fresh blood. Panting, the killer asks Lucian if he'll truly keep his promise and hand over the agreed reward. Lucian flashes a devilish grin, congratulating the warrior on his sudden, forced retirement. The night remains cold and quiet outside the bustling tavern, where everything went down. The traitor lets out an insane laugh of pure greed, tightly clutching his new bag full of coins. He bolts out of the place in a hurry, trying to ensure no one steals his massive fortune. Right on his heels, the other gold-hungry warriors draw their weapons and give chase after the fugitive. A trail of violence and blood is left on the tavern floor, exposing the true nature of that crew. Lucian Riley remarks that he was going to buy a round to celebrate, but sees that everyone is far too busy. He raises his glass, proposing a farewell toast to the newly retired captain who just passed away. The remaining mercenaries in the room and tremble, realizing the terrifying ruthlessness of the young noble. The blonde lounges back in a relaxed posture, maintaining absolute control over the chaotic situation. He tells them not to mourn Sven, as he has no intention of ending the night like this. The protagonist assures them that he'll pay handsomely anyone who can pull off the job he's commissioning. He holds up another valuable platinum coin, showing that their bounty will be unimaginably generous. The young noble ponders in silence, his golden, feline gaze locked on the warriors before him. Lucian admits Sven was right when he said hunting the most wanted rebels is an extremely dangerous mission, but he enthusiastically states that from now on, they will move heaven and earth to hunt these criminals down. With a dark smirk, he announces he will pay a whole platinum coin for every head they bring him. He adds that there will be an even bigger bonus if they can bring the rebels back alive. The mercenaries gulp, dazzled by the golden opportunity to strike it rich overnight. The entire crew roars and cheers wildly, swearing eternal loyalty to the generous House Valdek and the young master. They set off to scour all the nearby mountains, while Raymond notes just how effortlessly Lucian mobilized them all. A platinum coin spins rapidly on the wooden table, mirroring the sheer greed of those men. The precious metal settles on the tabletop, revealing the complete success of the protagonist's manipulation. Lucian's triumphant smile reflects off the polished surface of the coin that now rules the tavern. Outside, the wind blows against the window of the chamber, where Sir Raymond reflects on the recent events. The seasoned knight sits pensively in the dark room, illuminated only by the faint glow of a candle. He turns his thoughts back to the conversation he had with the third young master before they headed to the tavern. He recalls that the blonde made a special request of him. Before they set out for the mercenaries' den, Lucian was firmly clutching the bag of coins as he revealed his true strategy to tame the group. The blonde had only asked Raymond to stand by his side, watching in silence without interfering in anything. He explained that since they wouldn't listen to his older brother, what they needed right now wasn't bloodshed. The protagonist had smiled, saying they needed honey sweet enough to rot their souls. The shadows of the two nobles cast across the floor as the brilliant, ruthless plan was laid out in the fortress. Raymond admits he thought he'd use bribery, but realized the blonde wielded their own greed as a weapon. He knows that mercenaries who break trust so easily could betray anyone at any moment. Knowing this, the master made them eliminate the root of the problem with their own hands. He planted a temptation so irresistible that the warriors had no choice but to fall in line. The knight reflects that the third young master has turned out to be far more intriguing than he'd imagined. He acknowledges that while the boy's methods seem a bit harsh and ruthless, they work flawlessly. Raymond gazes into the night, thinking that every single move Lucian made was terrifyingly calculated and precise. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the blood-stained coins gleam under the torchlight, signaling the start of the hunt. In the dark woods, a lone mercenary strides through corpses, focused solely on claiming his reward. The hunter pants warily under the crimson moonlight, determined to track down the rebels and collect his platinum. A trail of blood slowly trickles down the sharp blade of a weapon in the dead of night. Panting and badly wounded, the fleeing vice captain desperately wonders if the nightmare is finally over. He collapses, exhausted, onto the forest dirt, beside a comrade who couldn't survive the long trek. With an insane, victorious grin plastered across his face, the traitor quietly celebrates making it out alive. He pumps his fist, celebrating having overcome all the odds to achieve his goal. The man thinks with contempt that he'd never die as stupidly and easily as his former Captain Sven did. He mutters that if the captain was going to die so easily, he should have just grabbed a single platinum coin and gotten out of there. The warrior scoffs at the blind greed of his former leader, who didn't even know his own damn place. Suddenly, a massive silhouette looms silently from the shadows right behind him, making him swallow hard. The loyal aide Hugo presses his sword against the traitor's throat, remarking that he completely agrees with that. Desperate, the man begs for his life, offering half of the entire platinum fortune to be spared. He weeps, begging just to survive, but Hugo coldly replies that he brings bad news for him. Lucian's assistant stares down at him with an unforgiving gaze, saying he's never been one to accept such friendly offers. Realizing his tragic fate, the traitor smiles bitterly, knowing his life was never going to be that easy. Hugo delivers a swift, lethal sword strike in the dark forest without a hint of hesitation. The traitor's lifeless body hits the dirt floor in a rapidly spreading pool of blood. The former mercenary looks over the finished job, maintaining a rock, solid stance and a blank expression. Calmly walks over to the corpse to retrieve what truly matters on this night mission. With effortless ease, Hugo takes back the bag of platinum coins from the limp hands of the fallen warrior. The full moon blazes in the crimson sky, bearing witness to the end of another violent night in the region. Hugo makes his way back to the fortress carrying the recovered riches amidst the death's silence of the forest. The warrior moves through the shadows with duty fulfilled, knowing he secured a tactical victory for his master. Later, the gleaming platinum coins are neatly arranged back on the office's wooden desk. Lucian lightly touches one of the precious pieces, feeling the weight of the absolute success of his brilliant play. The protagonist looks out into the night from the window of his chambers, feeling thoroughly pleased with the results. He cracks a slight, grateful smile, thinking he truly owes a massive debt of gratitude to his loyal companion Hugo. The next morning, the guards of Bornholm Fortress begin assembling in the main courtyard for duty. Several officers go over the new military reports, whispering in surprise about the recent developments. Atop the immense stone rampart, Tristan watches all the soldier movements with a stern, watchful gaze. The fortress commander expresses his approval, muttering that the outcome of the negotiations was excellent. The older brother admits he intended to punish Lucian severely had his pursuit of glory compromised their security. Tristan adds that from now on, he will leave command of the mercenaries in the blonde's hands. Lucian politely bows his head, accepting the new military post as his golden eyes gleam. The blonde is pleasantly surprised to finally receive genuine acknowledgement from his strict older brother. The protagonist figures Tristan likely agreed to share the credit after seeing the massive gains achieved. He knows full well that even as a strong candidate for patriarch, things could turn on a dime. A single defeat on the battlefield would be all it took for the entire tide of political support to shift. That's why the blonde finds the whole situation suspicious, wary of how easily everything fell into place. He approaches Tristan on the rampart, wanting to verify some crucial details regarding last night's report. Lucian begins to explain that in nature, there is a very distinct line separating predator from prey. He notes that while the relationship between humans and monsters may shift, the eternal cycle of slaughter between them never breaks. As a demon savagely devours its prey, the blonde tries to prove his point using natural logic itself. He questions the fact that the rebels are peacefully in camp, sharing territory with wild beasts. With an intensely serious, piercing stare, the blonde asks if that military report is truly reliable. Commander Tristan listens to the question in silence, holding his firm, commanding stance on the rampart. Tristan says he understands the concern, but reassures him that everything was personally verified by his trusted aides. The armored officer explains that beasts have a keen sense of smell and can be kept at bay with magic tools. He adds that while interspecies cooperation is rare, it is possible when observing demons acting in packs. The blonde thinks that simplistic explanation doesn't suit Tristan, since such cooperation is an extreme anomaly. The youth knows these creatures belong to different food chains and should tear each other apart on sight. He explains that the relationship between the two beasts is like that of a starving predator and a defenseless child. If that really is the case, the protagonist concludes he must immediately consider another possibility. Lucian brings a hand to his face, pensively pondering if mages might actually be behind this whole rebellion. Commander Tristan hears his younger brother's words, and his expression turns grim. Magic is a forbidden art that defies the natural order and warps the very fabric of reality. Only a select few with heightened spiritual senses can comprehend such occult rituals. A single powerful mage is a living disaster capable of wiping an entire castle off the map without breaking a sweat. 300 years ago, a mage rebellion nearly destroyed the empire, leading to them being hunted down ever since. For that reason, the empire will resort to any brutal method necessary to purge these traitors from their land. Tristan sternly warns Lucian to watch his tongue and not spread unsubstantiated rumors across the fortress. He says that with the empire in turmoil, the slightest spark of a rumor could easily ignite an inferno. Tristan reminds him that the authority granted by their father is strictly meant for managing the mercenary forces. The older brother orders the blonde to focus solely on commanding the fort in times of crisis and protecting the clan. He fixes his eyes on Lucian, demanding firmly to know if he truly understood all the orders. The protagonist listens to everything in absolute silence, keeping his composure perfectly calm and controlled. Lucian's golden eyes watch his older brother with a chill that conceals his true intentions. Lucian offers a slight bow in apology, claiming his rookie eagerness simply got the better of him. Tristan declares it's impossible for mages to be nearby and announces he will personally deal with the rebels. Lucian darkly muses that you never know where out of control mercenaries might decide to flee. Meanwhile, a cold mist blankets the dense, dark forest on the strategic edges of enemy territory. The wind whips violently through ancient trees, creating an eerie, ominous atmosphere in the gloom. Threatening red eyes begin to glow intensely from within the thick underbrush of the dense woods. Monstrous, ravenous beasts bare their sharp fangs, ready to pounce on any unsuspecting intruder. A man in a dark cloak strides calmly past the terrifying beasts without showing a shred of fear. The hooded rebel walks slowly through the thick fog, while the wild beasts merely watch him pass. He whispers tensely, complaining that his heart races with terror every time he has to come here. The infiltrator activates a magical communication device, requesting permission to speak with leader Charon. A mysterious figure silently materializes from the magical smoke, answering his ally's call. Leader Charon asks what brings his ally here so late at such a delicate moment for their grand cause. The infiltrator replies in terror, stating that's precisely why he came, because the master plan is falling apart. Charon is taken aback by the terrible news and immediately demands a clear explanation of what happened. The man explains that this Lucian, appointed by the Valdex, solved the mercenary problem in a single night. He adds that espionage has become impossible and that the 4th Rebel Squad was completely wiped out by him. The ally confesses that the young noble is far too extraordinary to be treated as just some kid. The rebel anxiously suggests they should revise their current plans and proceed with far more caution. He questions whether it was really a good idea to forge an alliance with that mysterious beast tamer. The warrior doubts they can trust someone who uses sorcery to bend the minds of wild monsters. Charon says he understands the fear and doesn't trust them either, but points out that rebel forces are running thin. The commander asserts they have no choice but to use each other as long as they share the same goal. Charon concludes that this is the biggest reason to stick to the original plan, leaving the other rebel confused. He darkly reveals that this is their golden chance to wipe out both Valdec hairs in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts through the silence, musing that he thought this mission would be much easier. The rebels panic completely as they realize their worst gut feelings rarely ever fail them. The man screams in fright, demanding to know how he tracked them down and slipped past the area's monsters undetected. He furiously orders the intruder to stop hiding like a cowardly rat and reveal his identity already. Lucian emerges from the shadows with his face hidden behind a black mask, calmly telling them there's no need to rush. The blonde strides forward calmly, revealing he too has some very important business to settle with those traitors. Under the grim shadow of a wild beast, the protagonist coldly warns that he won't be needing 2 witnesses. Drawing his gleaming dagger, he mockingly announces that only one of them is making it out of this dark forest alive. The chilly night wind hauls through the trees as the deadly battle is about to unfold. The sound of snapping branches echoes sharply through the dark forest, shattering the silence of the night. Both fighters charge at each other at top speed, kicking off a deadly clash in the fog. The leader of the 1st Rebel Squad unleashes a vicious horizontal slash, aiming to graze the blonde. Lucian dodges with incredible agility, slipping past the enemy's blade in the blink of an eye. Sliding low across the ground, the protagonist counters with pinpoint accuracy, slicing his opponent with his sharp dagger. He follows up with a devastating upward strike to seal his victory over the dangerous rebel leader once and for all. Blood sprays into the air, marking the end of the quick and lethal fight in the clearing. Charon watches his valuable ally fall, pure shock and sheer panic written all over his face. The first leader collapses in defeat as Charon grips his sword, struggling to keep his composure. Breaking into a cold sweat and gasping for breath, the rebel realizes the deadly threat he is up against. Charon lets out a furious roar and lunges forward with a full power overhead strike in a desperate bid to save himself. The masked blonde moves calmly, setting up his counterattack without showing the slightest hint of fatigue. Lucian's glowing golden eyes lock onto his opponent's movements, anticipating every action ahead of time. The blades clash violently in midair, producing a bluish flash amidst the deep darkness of the forest. Moving at blinding speed, Lucian strikes Charon repeatedly, tearing through the enemy's defense. The rebel groans in pain as precise cuts land on him, splattering blood across the scene. Charon's sword is sent flying, spinning through the air after Lucian's overwhelming attack disarms him. He crashes heavily to the ground, utterly defeated, and with no strength left to fight the powerful masked opponent. The protagonist wipes the blood from his dagger, remaining completely cold and commanding before his subdued foe. Lucian stands victorious over Charon's body as the dark mist settles over the surrounding area. Lying on the ground, the rebel wonders in shock how such a powerful leader could be defeated so humiliatingly. Trembling in terror, he stares at the protagonist, wondering who this monstrous young man really is. The young man sighs, thinking how everyone would freak out if they knew he came into the forest all by himself. Stepping over his opponent's blood, he considers that this risky move was truly necessary. He reflects that nothing beats the adrenaline of real combat to sharpen one's instincts and hone their skills. Besides, the imminent danger threatening the territory's safety demands swift and highly effective action. The blonde steps forward, saying he cannot just ignore all this while playing the part of an ordinary noble. Charon calls him a hunting dog of the Valdex, but doubts he can ever stop the rebels' grand cause. The rebel swears he will not say a word, but Lucian finds the foolishness amusing and mocks their so-called noble cause. The blonde scoffs, telling him they have no clue how this fake cause will swallow their entire territory whole. Charon demands to know what he means, while the protagonist warns that true hell is about to descend upon the fortress. The blonde warns that once the Empire finds out about the mages, they will send their army to burn the entire city without mercy. He explains that the Empire's hatred of magic runs deep, and that the rebels' plan is basically jumping off a cliff. Lucian reveals that the allied mage pulling the strings from the shadows will betray them and wipe them out without a trace. With a grim look, he states that the rebels are nothing more than disposable prey to that cruel monster. Charon accuses Lucian of trying to trick them with lies, though he admits he is surprised Lucian even knows about the mage. He shouts that they only joined forces with the mage for the sake of liberation, and would never stoop so low as to trust profane dark magic. The protagonist listens to his enemy's excuses in cold, intimidating silence. Lucian tells the rebel to face harsh reality, asking if he truly believes in the power of their totems. He asks if they honestly think they can control so many giant beasts without paying a terrible blood price. The blonde tells his opponent to think straight, if he still doubts the dire consequences of that choice. He questions why they shed so much blood if an easy way to defeat the Empire really existed. Lucian points out that everything would have been resolved easily if that single mage's help was actually genuine. The blonde assures him that the mage approached them first, whispering sweet promises of power to secure allies. He explains that the mage chose their group simply because they were easy pawns to manipulate and discard at the end of the game. Under the enemy's shocked gaze, the sword drops to the ground, symbolizing the warrior's complete loss of hope. Lucian ruthlessly concludes that the time for his group to be thrown out like trash has finally arrived. Charon drops to his knees on the damp ground in utter despair, realizing they have been used from the very beginning. The defeated man asks what the blonde's real goal is, and why he would reveal such terrible secrets to an enemy. The protagonist adjusts his black mask, preparing to deliver his final verdict and wrap up this mission once and for all. The rebel leader stares at the blonde, totally stunned and unable to utter a single word in response. Lucian confidently reveals that his death is not the outcome he wants on this cold night. He gives the man a choice: die in utter misery, or cooperate to prevent a catastrophe at the fortress. Charon looks at him thoughtfully, processing the unexpected offer that could completely turn the tide. The chilling night wind continues to blow menacingly through the treetops of the dark forest. Back in his quarters at the fortress, the blonde looks out at the quiet outside through a large glass window. The blonde holds a crucial military report firmly in his hands, packed with highly confidential intel. Lucian tells his trusted allies point blank that he has finally uncovered the whole truth behind the case. He says he discovered the identity of the hidden enemy manipulating the Liberation Front's actions. Sir Raymond asks for a deeper explanation, wanting to know who this terrifying real opponent actually is. Lucian casually explains how he sent the group to track monsters in order to recover an artifact. Hugo puts two and two together and asks in frustration if the young master ordered that just so he could slip into the forest alone. The assistant fumes over how reckless the plan was, while the blonde complains that he is way too sharp. Hugo says he should have sent the mercenaries, but Lucian promises to take the lecture only after the mission is done. The protagonist holds up the scroll, emphasizing that he needed to confirm the facts with his own eyes and ears. He was looking into everything from the cause of the abnormal monster migration to the mysterious rebellion that broke out at the fortress. With a firm gesture, he announces that he has finally cracked the great mystery surrounding the region. Culprit is the dark mage Jude Digrek, who uses profane magic to fuse and control the minds of wild beasts. He points out that even the Liberation rebels are nothing more than disposable pawns in his hands. The blonde warns that if they do not stop him, a massacre will follow, declaring that they will now act independently. The blonde shows sheer determination, swearing he will do it even if he has to stand against his own brother, Tristan. Out on a distant plain, a mysterious blue-robed mage walks under the howling wind of the dark night. The young sorcerer walks alone across the damp grass, lost in his own thoughts and worries. He looks up at the starry sky, finding it strange that Bornholm's star of destiny is shining even brighter. The boy stares at the magic crest on his arm, cursing the fact that he is bound to that terrible contract with the old mage Jude. The green-haired young mage breaks to a sweat from anxiety, knowing he made a terrible choice when he agreed to the deal. He mutters to himself in fear, realizing the situation is becoming far too dangerous for him. Holding his head in despair, the young man deeply regrets getting involved with the Liberation Alliance. He gazes at the horizon, thinking the rebels are idiots for not even realizing they have allied themselves with a cruel dark mage. The young man knows that to ordinary folk, all sorcerers look the same. As he makes his way toward a cabin, he grimly notes that dark mages are the worst creatures alive, embodying the world's purest evil. Inside the dark cabin, children desperately beg for a sip of water in the freezing cold. The silhouettes of the little victims weep, begging the terrible monster to spare their siblings' lives. Bloody little hands slide desperately against the glass windows in a futile cry for help. Despair hangs heavy in the dim room, with bloodstains revealing the brutal violence inflicted inside. An atmosphere of pure horror grips the abandoned cabin, unveiling a scene of extreme cruelty. A weeping little girl watches in horror from behind a wall, dreading the terrible fate awaiting her friends. A gigantic, terrifying wolf beast with glowing red eyes roars ferociously, bearing its murderous rage. The sinister dark mage makes an imposing entrance, descending the stairs toward where he conducts his experiments. The lifeless arm of one victim lies limp on the cold floor, drenched in fresh blood. Jude stares at a red orb of life energy, grumbling that even after using all the children, it is still not enough. The old man adjusts his red earrings, maintaining a deeply wicked, completely merciless expression. Jude Digrek flashes a macabre, insane grin as a thick haze of blood magic swirls around him. He mutters that this sacrifice is merely a cruel but necessary step toward true progress. The villain places a hand over his chest, enthusiastically exclaiming that he is so close to completing his goal. He gives a chilling smile, thinking about the grand start of the ritual that will shake the very foundations of the earth. The scene cuts to the sunlit border region of Holian, where a massive military camp is set up. Two heavily armed and Imperial guards stand watch at the entrance of the division commander's main tent. A knight reports to Tristan that the remaining Valdec forces have already set out and will join the army soon. The soldier adds that the third young master has been buying plenty of artifacts to hunt beasts in the forest. The soldier reports that Lucian is gathering local mercenary captains to assemble a massive military force. Hearing the report, Tristan immediately realizes that his younger brother must have uncovered the whole truth. The fortress commander stares at the horizon thoughtfully, noting that the blonde has finally reached the tactical level. He reflects that this was well within his expectations, since a Valdec would never return empty-handed. Tristan orders them to let the boy act, as the harder he fights, the better foundation he will build for their cause. The kneeling officer apologizes, admitting he still cannot grasp his commander's true plans. Tristan explains that the monster anomalies and the rebels' strength point to a clear connection with powerful mages. He adds that the rebel alliance teamed up with Sorers to attack the fortress now that it is left without soldiers. The officer questions why Tristan ordered an attack on the rebels outside, instead of focusing on defending the fortress. He warns that doing so will turn the fortress into a living hell. Directly confronting his commander, the commander slowly turns around with a cold look, nonchalantly asking what the problem with that would be. The officer breaks into a cold sweat as he senses the silent fury and ruthlessness in the military leader's icy stare. He quickly bows, begging for forgiveness and admitting he spoke out of turn and completely foolishly. Tristan walks calmly through the room, his heavy armored boots echoing firmly against the floor. The eldest brother admits that his aide's concerns are completely valid and make total tactical sense. He grimly adds that it would only matter if the fortress of Bornholm was still worth protecting. Tristan looks at his gauntlets, muttering the name of the legendary military fortress with utter disdain. The Bornholm region was a strategic stronghold that the Empire used as a bulwark against major threats. Because of this, the Empire poured in massive resources, securing power and peace for the nobles for a long time. But that peace bred a greedy conspiracy among the lords, who only cared about hoarding their wealth. The commander steps closer to the officer, coldly remarking that those lords have lived in peace for far too long. He states that conspiracy is the seed of rebellion, and that they are nothing more than parasites eating away at the empire. Tristan clenches his iron fist, declaring that the exact moment for a total purge has finally arrived. He sees the cows as the perfect opportunity to lock up both the greedy lords and the rebellious people of that land once and for all. The blue-haired officer stares at the commander in a cold sweat, anxiously warning that there will be heavy civilian casualties. With his back turned, the firstborn responds that much blood must be spilled in the name of an infinitely greater cause. Wearing a proud expression, Tristan proclaims that he will call this terrible massacre a divine purification. The sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the Bornholm sky with reddish hues of impending destruction. In the shadows of the forest, clan spies move at breakneck speed to deliver new messages. The massed intelligence trio advances quietly along the dirt path to report to their leader. The spy reports that the mission was accomplished, and that he handed over the secret intel to Raymond of the Black Lions. The head of intelligence, Edwin, commends the group's work while watching the stunning Bornholm sunset. The seasoned old man silently remarks that the choices made by the two young masters are polar opposites. While Tristan openly embraced the bloodshed, Lucian rejected such senseless cruelty. He reminds himself that as the Grand Duke's eyes and ears, their absolute rule is to never interfere in the succession. The old man's shrewd eyes gleam under the orange light, proving he definitely has a favorite. Edwin smiles, thinking that rooting for one of them will not hurt, revealing himself as the leader of the Golden Eye organization. The scene flashes back to a few days before Lucian was sent to Bornholm, showing the massive palace under the moonlight. The stained glass windows of the Imperial Palace shimmer under the moonlight as state secrets are discussed in the office. Grand Duke Sigmund stands in his chambers, listening intently to his spy master's report. Edwin reports to the Patriarch that, just as predicted, Lucian was indeed the heir chosen to head to the fortress. Sigmund notes that the other sons knew they had nothing to gain by sending the blonde on that mission. He adds that his third son has serious momentum right now and will use Bornholm to solidify his leadership. Edwin expresses concern, warning that Lucian could end up crushed by the fortress's sinister conspiracy. Sigmund states that if the boy just mindlessly follows orders, he will end up as a puppet in Tristan's hands. Patriarch points out that if that happens, the blonde will fall permanently behind in the succession race. Sigmund sternly declares that he has never paved easy paths or handed out sweet rewards to his sons. A candle flame flickers in the room as the Patriarch continues to lay down his harsh rules of survival. He muses that if Lucian can read the flow of battle and forge a different path from Tristan on his own, Sigmund orders that, in that case, Golden Eye intelligence must clear the way for the young blonde's rise. Sigmund gazes wistfully at the portrait of his late wife, feeling the lingering pain of that old loss. The Patriarch closes his eyes, remembering how he swore to protect her and remain a faithful, lifelong friend. He stares at the shadows on the wall, reliving past memories as he makes a difficult, ruling decision. The setting sun bathes the great fortress of Bornholm, signaling that dark times are heading for the territory. Edwin stands motionless atop a rocky cliff, gazing at the horizon with complete solemnity. The intelligence chief accepts the mission, firmly stating that the Patriarch's orders have been received. Back at the fortress, the Kelahim Knights begin marching out in droves beyond the massive stone walls. The Imperial army rides out on horseback, their imposing red capes standing out under the fortress's overcast sky. The fortress residents and refugees watch the troops depart with deep concern and anxious looks. A young man tries to comfort a crying, panicked elderly woman who fears the worst for her beloved family. A mother weeps while clutching her young child, terrified of the impending massacre facing the area. High up by a fortress window, Lucian and Hugo silently watch the turmoil and despair gripping the people of Bornholm. Hugo anxiously reports that nearly all the troops have marched off to battle, leaving the fortress completely defenseless. The blonde glares at the scene, pure rage burning in his golden feline eyes in the face of the looming threat. He reveals that he had personally handed over all the intel gathered on the rebel alliance to Tristan. The blonde recalls trying everything to convince his older brother to call off that reckless offensive, but Tristan brushed off every single warning, coldly claiming the intel was nothing more than a distraction. The military commander ignored Lucian's pleas with a completely detached and callous look on his face. Witnessing that stubborn, ruthless reaction, the blonde became dead certain of his brother's sinister plan. Lucian concludes that Tristan already knows everything and secretly wants Bornholm to fall into enemy hands. The eldest brother plans to sacrifice everyone for the sake of his own twisted vision of imperial order and balance. The blonde silently admits that even though he expected the worst, he never imagined his brother could be this cruel. He scoffs, thinking that to tyrants, the lives of thousands of innocents are nothing more than numbers on a page. The protagonist decides there is no more time to waste, and that he has zero reason to hesitate now. Hugo and the other allies step up to the blonde, ready to launch their true counterattack in the forest. Lucien rallies the elite group, firmly ordering that they must make their move tonight without fail. He lays out the secret mission's objective. Putting it simply, tonight, they hunt monsters deep within the Black Forest. The night's silence masks the terrible dangers lurking in the dark. A massive stone tower looms mysteriously through the chilly fog of the dense woods. Under the night sky, 2 hooded rebel guards patrol the dark trail, keeping watch around the mage's lair. They slowly make their way along the misty path, completely unaware that death is stalking them from the trees. The rustle of crushed leaves echoes through the branches, sending a quiet wave of panic through the guards' hearts. The rebel angrily complains about being stuck with the awful job of guarding that damn dark mage. He grumbles about the constant screaming and the endless demands for insanely expensive ritual supplies. The warrior spits on the ground, showing his absolute disgust for the atrocities committed inside that cabin. He remarks that the full stench of blood coming from the old man proves he has slaughtered hundreds of people. The other guard tells him to shut up, reminding him that the success of their uprising completely relies on the mages. He explains that they need sorcery to breach the fortress and capture the Lord, while the army is busy elsewhere. The man concludes that this is why they need to secure that mysterious site without a single flaw. He brings up how he witnessed the old mage's command over beasts, and that young kids' power to call down meteors from the sky. His partner agrees, saying he does not like them either, but will put up with the temporary alliance for the greater good. Suddenly, the talkative guard is violently yanked upward by a rope in the crimson dark. The man thrashes desperately as the rope tightens around his throat, choking back his cries for help in the woods. He sheds one final tear of terror as he realizes his life is slipping away fast and brutally. Felicia watches from a tree branch, gripping the rope tightly with the sheer agility and skill of a seasoned warrior. The other guard notices his partner is gone, freezing in his tracks and drawing his sword on high alert. He glances back suspiciously, trying to figure out where that strange noise came from amidst the silence. Out of nowhere, Felicia emerges from the shadows right behind him. Pressing her cold blade against his throat, the warrior's eyes go wide in pure shock as he realizes he has been completely ambushed and disarmed. With a swift, surgical slash, she cuts him down, silently eliminating the threat in the dark. A bald man breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed with terror at what he is about to witness in the dark. Crows fly across the crimson sky, letting out eerie caws from the withered tree branches. 2 cloaked soldiers carefully make their way through the thick fog blanketing the dark forest. One of them complains about the annoying crows and suggests checking the perimeter quickly so they can head back. Suddenly, a brutal sneak attack strikes the guards, splashing blood across the crimson backdrop. The crows keep cawing, silently watching the violence unfold from their perch in the branches. The mysterious attacker calmly walks past the fallen soldier's body lying on the forest floor. The hooded figure strides forward through the dark forest, gripping his weapon with determination. Lucien reveals his face with a confident smirk and a sharp glare locked onto his next target. The main force of the Liberation Alliance has gathered on the front line against the Valdec army. Their plan is to lure enemy forces away from the castle and use mages to obliterate the defenseless base. Tristan is well aware of this, but lets himself be used to achieve his own conquest goals. He knows full well that bringing down the walls of an imposing castle is never an easy task. The soldiers brave extreme danger, trying everything they can to breach the enemy defenses in the heat of battle. The clash along the walls is vicious, with every single charge claiming countless lives on both sides. A real siege demands a massive army, not to mention vast resources and extensive preparation. Yet even with all those factors combined, success is still far from guaranteed. The commander of the defenders barks orders, urging his men to hold the line and stand firm. He encourages everyone to hold out and defend the fortress with everything they have left. Suddenly, the knight takes a brutal hit to the head from a surprise strike emerging from the smoke. It is an unfair struggle, where the defending side always holds the upper hand on the battlefield. High in the dark sky, the full moon shines brightly, piercing through the withered branches and lighting up the cold night. Even without their main army or enough resources, they stubbornly try to take the fortress with only a handful of men. The truth is, their mages are so overwhelmingly powerful that they serve as the ultimate trump card to turn the tide. Lucian knows this is the perfect moment to strike, while all eyes are on his brother, Tristan. He plans to eliminate every enemy mage, to wipe out the threat before it can even manifest. Further into the woods, a dark, mysterious cave appears as the likely hideout of his targets. Magical sparks begin crackling along the stone walls inside the cave, signaling active spellcraft. A strange artifact resting on a stone altar emanates potent magical energy, lighting up the entire chamber. One of the mages falls into despair as he realizes the sheer madness of his leader's plans, which defy all common sense. He begins to wonder how he ever let things get this out of hand after accepting their offer. The young man feels completely deceived by old Jude, who coldly manipulated him from the very start. The old man had promised a handsome reward just for casting a single necessary lightning spell. Filled with regret, he remembers the magical contract he signed, which threatens to strip half his mana if he breaks the deal. Although he knew it would be dirty work, he never expected the consequences to be so catastrophic. The mage drops to his knees upon discovering that his real mission is to blow the castle gates sky high, left with no choice. He realizes he has to go through with a horrific plan to avoid the magical contract's punishment. The spell the old man spent months preparing harnesses a truly devastating amount of energy. The lightning strike's impact will be so overwhelming that the gates of Bornholm will be wiped out without a trace. The young man faces a terrible moral dilemma as he reflects on the imminent tragedy he is about to cause. He knows all too well that this catastrophic act will result in the slaughter of countless innocent lives in the area. The mage fears this disaster will not only ruin his future at the academy, but also destroy the reputation of all mages. He envisions mages being hunted across the entire kingdom after the attack, until they are completely ostracized from society. Unable to find a way out, he bites his sleeve in frustration, feeling the guards' watchful eyes on him. Suddenly, the young man notices something strange that snaps him out of his anxious thoughts about the old sorcerer. Looking around, he is shocked to see that the suffocating presence of the guards watching him has completely vanished. A glimmer of hope appears on his face as he realizes something serious must have happened outside. A delicate, glowing magic circle begins to form in the palm of a mysterious hand emerging from the dark. Streams of bright white energy swirl violently around the intruder, revealing the casting of a powerful spell. The gleaming beam of light strikes the cave floor with silent precision, dispelling the threat once and for all. The young man is enveloped by the radiant energy as he feels the danger fade away. Tiny glowing creatures of pure mana begin floating around him in a mesmerizing display of light. His eyes widen as he realizes he might actually survive this dreadful day after all. Meanwhile, an imposing stone tower looms against the dark sky in the heart of the dense forest. A spiral staircase winds down into the quiet, pitch black depths of the structure. From the bottom of the stairs, a circular opening at the top reveals a faint glimpse of pale moonlight outside. The long, gloomy hallway is dimly lit by only a few torches mounted on the cold stone walls. A heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing an intense, unsettling red glow from within. Inside, a gruesome scene reveals pieces of a bloody body laid out across a stone slab. Bound tightly, the prisoner desperately begs for death to end his agony. Jude stares at the prisoner, coldly scoffing that the man couldn't even last a full month. The old man admits he had high hopes, considering this was a rather rare specimen of a knight. Jude sneers in disappointment over wasting so much effort on what is now a deformed test subject. He mocks the justice the warrior fought so hard for before being captured and mutated into a monster. Jude tells his victim to look at his own pathetic state, utterly powerless to save anyone. The villain taunts that he will never avenge his fallen comrades, and tells him to hold on just a little longer. Jude declares that in the end, the test subject will amount to nothing more than useless meat hanging from meat hooks. A shadowy beast with glowing eyes watches from the darkness, ready to strike at its master's command. Outside, a young knight sweats in terror as he overhears the gruesome horrors inside that dark room. The soldier recoils in horror as he watches his comrade's lifeless body being lifted into the air. A massive mutated beast with razor-sharp fangs steps out of the shadows, effortlessly holding the helpless soldier. The other knight freezes in pure dread before the terrifying monstrosity towering over him. In an instant, several other red-eyed beasts emerge from the shadows, completely surrounding the warrior. On the ground, the wounded man uses his last ounce of strength to beg his comrade to run while he still can. A violent strike cuts him off, unleashing a burst of blood that stains the darkness of the dungeon. The warrior screams in pure terror as the monstrous maw lunges in to swallow him whole. Jude quietly watches the lifeless body of the test subject slump onto the cold experiment slab. The old man scratches his neck in boredom, deciding it's time to dispose of the failed knight's remains. Annoyed as he is, he takes comfort in knowing that younger bodies have a higher fusion success rate. Suddenly, the sorcerer halts and touches his earring, sensing a strange disturbance in the area. He immediately suspects that one of his subordinate mages must have screwed up outside. Jude is stunned to see a mysterious intruder step right into his dungeon without him noticing. Lucian locks his cold, golden eyes onto the sorcerer, fully prepared for the imminent showdown. Jude smirks mockingly, coldly stating he doesn't recall inviting anyone into his secret dungeon. Meanwhile, an eerie calm settles over the dirt path, winding through the deep, chilled blue forest. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers dashes through the trees, heading straight toward the battle. The squad charges forward with fierce determination, ready to launch an ambush on the enemy camp in the dark woods. He knows all too well that real war is far from a simple training drill meant to toughen up rookies. On the battlefield, destruction is absolute, and noble ideals like bravery lose all meaning. A battle-hardened warrior covered in scars confronts the enemy, blade drawn in the heat of combat. He warns that anyone can freeze in terror when faced with the raw bloodlust of their enemies. That grim moment, the dread of impending death completely takes over a warrior's mind. The clash descends into sheer chaos, with soldiers fighting desperately amidst swirling dust and blood. One man takes a vicious spear thrust to the chest and collapses lifeless onto the blood-stained ground. Another warrior delivers a swift, fatal strike, cutting down an opponent whose desperate guard falls short. Blood sprays through the air as the ruthless battle claims more lives with every passing second. Overwhelming fear turns even the strongest men into helpless fools amid the slaughter. But the truth is, the young third master loosens nothing like ordinary soldiers. His golden eyes hold a chilling calmness that clearly doesn't belong to someone in their first real war. His most loyal followers keep watching their leader's every move with deep admiration. One of the enemy scouts in the forest catches a suspicious noise and grows weary of his surroundings. Before he can even react, the soldier is hit by a lightning-fast, lethal surprise attack. His patrol comrades watch in horror as blood splatters right before their eyes. The scout's body drops lifeless to the ground, sending the remaining warriors into a panic over the sudden strike. Lucian steps imposing out of the mist, extending his hand to weave his next spell. The third young master draws his razor-sharp blade, getting ready to unleash another merciless assault. A massive aura of glowing blue energy surges around Lucian's body, unleashing immense power. One of the surviving guards points in terror at the brilliant blue light illuminating the dense woods. But before they can react, Lucian flashes forward like a blue bolt and cuts down his foe without giving him a chance to defend. The young man moves with near-invisible speed, reaping his enemies' lives with chilling composure. One of the scouts screams in sheer terror, desperate to know the identity of this ruthless warrior. Lucian's blade glows brightly as he delivers swift, precise slashes through the darkness. The soldier's throat is cleanly slit, cutting off any chance of a scream or warning. Lucian's golden gaze remains cold and unwavering as he watches his opponents drop one by one. The last scout falls to his knees on the forest floor, bleeding out as the life drains from his body. Lucian wipes the blood from his face with a faint smirk, feeling as though his chains have finally been broken. The young master speeds down the dark path, pressing toward his ultimate objective. He reflects that even in his past life, high-stakes missions where a single mistake meant death were rare. Lucian draws his golden sword, well aware that he never planned to risk everything like this in his new life. Yet the circumstances and his enemies keep dredging up his old mercenary instincts. The young man despises anyone who treats the lives of their subordinates as disposable pawns. Lucian vows to tear down this rotten system and deliver a crushing blow to the tyrants. A squad of warriors looks down from the cliffside at the valley overrun by hordes of monstrous beasts. Deep inside the cave, countless monsters roam freely, preparing for the impending invasion. Ravenous beasts with terrifying red eyes bare their sharp fangs, thirsting for enemy blood. Sir Raymond points out the eerie structures throughout the forest and the abnormal hordes of monsters. Lucian smirks, realizing they have finally tracked down the Dark Mage's hideout. The young man prepares to lead his strike team into the dark on this pivotal night of battle. He raises his hand toward the moon, fully aware they only have until dawn to secure victory. The seasoned warrior warns that the enemy has surely noticed their missing scouts by now. He adds that even if Hugo and the mercenaries manage to buy time, it will only be a temporary fix. Lucian cuts through the tension, claiming that the tough odds only make him more confident in victory. He decides to deal with the Dark Mage personally, while his men clear a path through the cave. Sir Raymond questions Lucian's strategy, but is reminded that his squad is simply too strong to fail. Lucian explains that the wicked Jude will resort to dirty tricks and avoid clashing directly with powerful warriors. The young master plans to use himself as bait, knowing Jude will view him as a prime test subject rather than a serious threat. He makes it clear this move isn't driven by glory, seeking, or reckless optimism. His allies listen closely, understanding that this is a completely calculated, strategic move. Lucian finishes by saying he has already proven his combat prowess on plenty of other critical occasions. Raymond recalls the saying that desperate times call for desperate measures. The supreme leader had once stated that extreme moments demand bold actions to secure the clan's victory. Lucian asks for their trust, promising they will soon be celebrating their victory over the enemy together. Moved by the young master's resolve, the warrior draws his heavy blade, sealing their pact of trust. Sir Raymond takes an imposing stance, his blade gleaming beneath the moonlight of this fateful night. The other knights follow suit, drawing their weapons and bracing for the coordinated strike. The entire unit pledges absolute loyalty, swearing to follow Third Master Lucian's orders to the end. With the plan set, Lucian overlooks the quiet valley, ready to give the signal for the assault. High in the dark sky, 5 shining stars form a signal pattern that catches the beast's attention. In an instant, a massive blast of blue magical energy rips through the camp, unleashing pure chaos. Lucian leaps swiftly toward the heart of the enemy's stronghold under the cover of his allies. Lucian charges through the air with determination, heading straight for the secret entrance of the enemy lair. The massive stone doors of the temple swing open, revealing the sinister red glow inside. The young man slips quietly through the shadows, using the red light to blend in. The villain continues to mock the ideals of justice from the night, laid out on the gruesome experiment slab. Jude ponders his fusion research before realizing something went wrong outside. He is shocked to find that someone managed to breach his laboratory without him detecting a single movement. Lucian stands firmly before the dark mage as dust and wind swirl through the underground chamber. The young man keeps his head low, hiding his gaze beneath his hood as he mentally prepares. Jude remarks on Lucian's silence, guessing there must be a compelling reason for him coming all this way. The old man's eerie red eyes glow with intense curiosity toward the young intruder. The villain admires the rare golden eyes and exceptional physical build of the young third master. The dark mage claims it would be an insult to compare Lucian to his other failed test subjects. Jude openly declares that the young master is the perfect specimen for his fusion experiments. Lucian merely lets out a heavy sigh, clearly bored by the villain's unbearable arrogance. The young man glances at the deformed subject on the altar, completely disgusted by the mage's cruelty. Without hesitation, the young man insults the villain outright upon seeing the dungeon's atrocities. Furious, Lucian promises the old man won't get a quick death and will suffer for everything he's done here. Jude snaps back, claiming every noble who came here to fight him spouted the exact same nonsense. He revels in the fact that Lucian walked in on his own, turning himself into a prime test subject. Lucian echoes the word evolution, showing mild curiosity toward the villain's twisted plans. The villain complains that the world treats brilliant minds like his with prejudice and ignorance. He claims humanity is weak and limited, nothing more than an inferior, unstable species. The old man argues that humans are feeble and inefficient because they cling to irrational emotions. He sneers that humanity is completely incapable of overcoming the limits of its own weaknesses. The villain defines this pathetic frailty as the true essence of all mankind. Lucian continues listening to the deranged speech in complete silence while analyzing the battlefield. Jude lifts the chin of the mutilated corpse, claiming his ultimate goal is to purge human weakness. A sinister, dark energy begins seeping through the walls of the laboratory. The arrogant old man demands Lucian show him respect and surrender immediately so the fusion can begin. He extends his hand, offering special treatment if the young man yields without a fight. The boy cuts him off sharply, dismissing the old man's entire speech as nothing but pure, delusional garbage. Jude is surprised by how much the kid knows, but sneers that it won't change a thing. He argues that monumental historical shifts always require countless lives as test sacrifices. The villain remarks that as a member of House Valdek, the boy should understand sacrifice better than anyone. Lucian grips the hilt of his dagger and tells the madman to listen very carefully to his next words. He calls the dark mage a self-absorbed lunatic, leveling his glowing mana blade right at him. With his pride wounded, the old man completely loses his composure, his expression twisting into murderous rage. He lunges in blind fury, swearing to inflict unimaginable agony on the young master for such insolence. The villain flinches in shock at the blinding speed of the mana blade grazing right past his face. The young man's golden eyes stay locked on his mark as he executes swift, lethal strikes across the floor. Lucian executes a rapid spin, unleashing a flurry of continuous strikes to shatter his opponent's guard. He tightens his grip on the dagger, adjusting his stance for the next decisive blow. The young man flashes a subtle smirk, knowing the perfect moment to strike has finally come. Jude leaps back at high speed, laughing that it would be a shame if the boy died too easily. The mage acknowledges the boy's mana control, but taunts that all of his efforts are utterly useless against him. The violent clash between both forces triggers a massive explosion of colored lights across the chamber. Dense reddish smoke billows throughout the area, concealing both fighters' movements. Lucian leaps backward, nimbly dodging a fierce counterattack emerging from the dust. The villain charges forward furiously, laughing maniacally and daring the boy to fight back with everything he's got. He bares his monstrous maw, declaring that pain will finally teach the young master the true meaning of glory. Lucian sarcastically remarks that the old man truly lives up to his reputation in the beast faction. With a quick pivot, the young man propels himself forward, launching another swift charge across the arena. He tells the villain to keep barking all he wants as the two trade violent blows. The third young master coldly warns him that time is rapidly running out before his defeat. Jude lets out a hysterical laugh, claiming the boy's threats are nothing more than a pathetic bluff. The mage sneers that the young man's body, so terrified that he closed his eyes just to escape reality. Jude lunges with his wicked claws, telling the boy not to worry because he'll soon reawaken merged with a beast. But Lucian smirks beneath his hood, promising to strike the evil mage completely blind. With agile precision, the young master tosses a small, glowing magic stone into the air toward the villain. Jude halts his attack abruptly when he notices the small blue crystal floating right in front of him. His terrifying red eyes widen in horror as he belatedly realizes what the item actually is. The blue crystal detonates, releasing a massive flash of blinding light that illuminates the entire dark chamber. The blinding surge spreads at high speed, severely burning the retinas of anyone inside the cavern. Caught completely off guard, the dark mage screams in agony as he desperately tries to shield his eyes. He writhes in sheer torment, clutching his face in unbearable pain from the brilliant flash. Seizing the perfect opening, Lucian unleashes a flurry of swift, lethal slashes against his defenseless opponent. The precise strikes carve into the dark mage's body, sending blood splattering across the dungeon. He lets out a deafening screech of pain as Lucian ruthlessly tears him apart with deadly precision. Deep, gruesome gashes cover the villain's face, bleeding profusely in the aftermath of the onslaught. Stripped of all strength to stand, the dark mage collapses onto the cold stone floor. The young master calmly strolls over to his fallen foe, mocking him with questions. Lucian sarcastically asks if this pathetic, beaten down state was the evolution he wouldn't stop bragging about. The old man lifts his bloody head, pure hatred burning in his eyes after being humiliated so easily. Jude can barely stomach being on his knees, completely bested by a mere boy. He proudly recalls mastering the demonic arts all on his own back in his youth. The mage truly believed he had cast aside all human limitations to reach godlike power. In his eyes, even prodigy mages were nothing more than foolish, insignificant buds compared to his might. Jude Degrec was utterly convinced of the absolute superiority and righteousness of his dark path. The villain genuinely viewed himself as a grand prophet, chosen by the heavens to usher in a new era. He screams in fury, insisting he surpassed human limits long ago, and that it remains an undeniable fact. Lucian holds his blood-stained dagger, ignoring the madman's delirious rant as he glances at the shattered crystal remnants. The villain grows frantic, seeing himself brought low by a boy he considers inferior and incomplete. Looking down with his golden eyes, the young man coldly warns him to wipe that hateful glare off his face. Enraged by the command, the dark mage yells, asking how a mere insect dares to speak down to him. In the blink of an eye, Lucian delivers lightning, fast slashes across his face before he can even react. The villain unleashes another blood-curdling shriek of agony as fresh, deep wounds rip into his flesh. Lucian stands tall, coldly watching his opponent's desperate cries echo across the dungeon floor. The youth remarks on how pathetic it is to watch someone who claimed to be so superior cry over such minor wounds. He asks with sheer disgust how a cowardly worm like him had the nerve to take so many innocent lives. Stepping forward slowly, the young man notes that all arrogant villains like him are ultimately cut from the same cloth. He says they cloak themselves in noble excuses, but deep down, everything they do is just to stroke their bloated egos. He adds that the only thing monsters like him know how to do to achieve their selfish goals is ruthlessly butcher innocent people without a shred of remorse or guilt for the lives they take. Lucian pauses in quiet reflection, thinking that perhaps he wasn't so different in his own past. Back during his mercenary days, he too had committed atrocities, doing whatever it took just to survive. Yet he considers that his old battles were strictly fought against foes who were prepared to die. He asserts that sparing the weak and innocent is the bare minimum required to remain truly human. With a chilling glare, the boy asks if the wretched mage finally understands the lesson before his demise. Even while gravely wounded and humiliated, the deranged dark mage starts chuckling ominously from the floor. The villain laughs hysterically, mumbling that he finally grasps the reality of the situation he is in. Jude screams loudly, claiming this temporary defeat is nothing but his final divine ordeal. Channeling all his malice toward Lucian, he vows to bring the boy to his knees no matter what. The villain shrieks like a madman, declaring that he will finally achieve his complete, flawless evolution. Calling the young master a foolish insect, he prepares to unleash his ultimate attack. The mage tells the young man to consider it an honor to witness his full might unleashed all at once. The crimson jewel embedded in his chest begins pulsing erratically, discharging an enormous surge of mana. A destructive torrent of red energy erupts from Jude's body, engulfing the entire cavern. Lucian watched the massive release of power unbothered, standing his ground with absolute composure. The massive stone tower trembles violently under the crushing weight of that demonic energy. A colossal beam of ominous red light blasts from the top of the tower, piercing the night sky. The crimson shockwave ripples across the entire forest, terrifying everyone in the surrounding area. The knights fighting in the woods freeze in shock as they witness the immense glow erupting from the tower. Sheer bewilderment washes over every warrior, beholding that sinister spectacle. The veteran warrior is horrified to see the malevolent aura visible to the naked eye, even without sensing mana. He grows deeply anxious, knowing that level of power far exceeds anything Lucian can handle. Back inside the tower, Lucian grips the hilt of his sword with steady resolve and razor-sharp focus. He settles into a textbook combat stance, pointing his sharp golden blade toward the beast. With a cold gaze, Lucian taunts the villain, saying his new monstrous form perfectly matches his insanity. The youth tells the monster to cut the nonsense and show everything he's got before he gets crushed. The towering beast roars, delivering a devastating claw strike that tears through the air with sheer ferocity. In his wolf form, the villain mocks the boy, calling his ignorance truly pitiful. He charges at blinding speed, claiming the young master is a fool for failing to see the greatness of his evolution. The monster boasts about combining the essence of beasts, capable of tearing through entire armies single-handedly. He reveals that his power source was forged through the sacrifice of countless human lives. He roars that no ordinary knight's sword technique could ever leave a scratch on his new body. The villain promises that the only thing waiting ahead for the young master is pure, absolute despair. However, the young man's golden eyes flare with a terrifying feline intensity amidst the pitch-black darkness. A gigantic aura shaped like a blue, flamed lion manifests behind Lucian, illuminating the entire dungeon. The majestic beast of blue energy lets out a commanding roar, completely taking over the atmosphere. The mutated wolf freezes in sheer terror upon recognizing the overwhelming lion aura towering before him. Driven by pure survival instinct, the beast frantically leaps backward to put some distance between them. The monster trembles in fright, realizing that for a brief second, he felt like nothing more than helpless prey. He can't fathom how his divine form shrank back, in fear against his own will in front of that boy. Horrified, the villain realizes his primal instincts are screaming at him to run for his life from Lucian. Standing tall with regal poise, the young master raises his glowing blade and swears the beast's end in the name of the gods. He vows to cut down any coward who dares sacrifice innocent lives under pathetic excuses. Lucian surges forward with his secret technique, unleashing a colossal slash of blue energy at the enemy. The monster roars, trying to push through the overwhelming dread, knowing he must strike the boy down right then and there. But sheer panic sets in as he realizes his body is entirely paralyzed, refusing to obey his commands. The blue energy radiating from Lucian swells to colossal proportions, dominating every inch of the dark dungeon. Channeling all his power, the young master executes the first form of his special sword technique with a fierce, unwavering gaze. He prepares the decisive strike imbued with the crushing force of a lion's paw. The boy unleashes the final slash, which crashes down like a brilliant blue meteor, cleaving through the laboratory's darkness. A blinding burst of blue radiance consumes the entire dungeon, completely obliterating the dark mage's evil forces. Feeling the terrifying gap in strength, the villain finally understands why his body froze in fear, realizes the difference in power was so massive that he was merely prey awaiting execution. Facing Lucian Valdek's majestic dominance, the monster simply accepts his tragic, final demise. All the dark mage's arrogance, ambition, and cruel experiments prove completely futile as he is wiped off the map. A colossal pillar of blue energy bursts through the tower, permanently destroying the enemy's magical stronghold. By the next morning, serenity returns to the beautiful waterfall as soldiers gaze out at the dawn of a new day. A man with short gray hair speaks with Sir Raymond about him volunteering to act as Lucian's escort. He asks whether Sir Raymond had a profound change of heart to make such a bold decision. Raymond stays silent for a moment, simply admiring the scenic waterfall in the background. He explains that he merely wanted to witness where these new winds would carry the fate of House Valdek. Raymond adds with a smile that this wind blew fiercely enough to rattle even the sword saint himself. He acknowledges Felicia's remarkable talent, but admits the results achieved are still jaw-dropping. They discuss the Lionheart sword style, an ancient technique passed down directly from the Beast King. This raw, unrefined style contains no flashy moves, focusing purely on destructive, overwhelming force. However, mastering such a legendary style demands exceptional physical conditioning alongside pure mana. Their astonishment lies in the fact that Lucian managed to unleash the technique's first form with such precocious talent. To everyone's shock, the Sword Saint reveals that he never actually taught that legendary technique to young Felicia. Raymond points to the claw marks carved into the stone, noting they are the undeniable signature of the style's first form. He is struck with disbelief as the true implications sink in if the attack wasn't unleashed by Felicia. Raymond asks in astonishment if the one responsible for the strike was actually the third young master, Lucian. The old man reveals that Lucian replicated the movement flawlessly after seeing it demonstrated just once. He explains that the strike was merely a basic imitation and that the boy hadn't even channeled his mana properly. Sir Raymond concludes in awe that this instant mastery is precisely what makes the young master all the more terrifying. He imagines with great anticipation the sheer havoc Lucian will unleash once he fully masters the legendary blade. The group of knights gathers before the thick cloud, of dust lingering over the destroyed laboratory. As the dust gradually settles, the kneeling silhouette of the young master begins to emerge among the rebel. Unexhausted, Lucian leans heavily on his golden sword, panting hard after delivering such a devastating strike. Even completely drained, he quietly tells himself that the mission was a complete success. The crater left behind on the cavern floor looks like the aftermath of a natural disaster caused by an overwhelming force. Later on, Lucian rests peacefully in a cozy double bed, recovering from his overwhelming exhaustion. Suddenly, his bright golden eyes flutter open in surprise as he awakens from a deep, restorative sleep. Lucian quickly sits up in bed upon hearing Edwin's voice, politely greeting him in the luxurious room. The elderly and refined head butler, Edwin, smiles warmly, glad to see the young master finally awake from his rest. Lucian asks why Edwin is there. Since his last memory was fighting off the enemy beasts, he asks how long he was out and urgently inquires about the current status of the war. The butler tries to reassure the boy, gently asking him to relax for a moment before hearing the answers. He begins checking over the boy's wounds and decides to address his biggest concern right away. Lucian fixes his golden gaze on the elderly man, eagerly waiting for news from the front lines. Edwin reveals that the dark clouds hanging over the strategic region of Bornholm have finally cleared. He explains that peace has returned to the beautiful city, allowing the locals to resume their daily lives. The elderly man makes sure to emphasize that this newfound calm is a direct result of Lucian's brave actions. The butler advises the young noble to rest easy and let go of the heavy burden on his shoulders. Lucian gives a relieved smile upon hearing that so many important people genuinely care about him. Edwin happily agrees, warmly reminding the young master never to forget his cherished allies. He reveals that the boy was asleep for 3 days, explaining that his unusual body reacts differently under extreme strain. The butler notes that pushing past his physical limits took a heavy toll, but enough rest will heal it completely. Lucian sheepishly admits that he acted on impulse without weighing the serious consequences of his choices. Still, he reasons that eliminating Jude once and for all made the entire risky gamble worth it. With Jude's demise, the mind-controlled beasts destroyed themselves, neutralizing the rebels' greatest weapon in the valley. Edwin then moves on to share updates regarding the direct campaign, his eldest brother, Tristan. The butler explains that Tristan brought the battles on the front lines to a swift and overwhelming conclusion. Tristan took less than a day to behead the enemy commander, thanks to his vast military experience. He reveals that his brother only dragged out the siege intentionally to reorganize the forces in Bornholm. The old butler pauses thoughtfully before delivering one final, crucial piece of news about the Grand Duke. Edwin shares that Patriarch Sigmund fully approved of Tristan's calculated strategy, unlike Lucian's reckless approach. The head butler locks eyes with the young master, concluding his detailed report on the clan with a stern, focused look. Lucian maintains a deadpan, focused expression as he processes Edwin's words. The butler firmly remarks that he is certain the boy understands the true meaning behind that warning. Placing a hand on his chin in thought, Lucian addresses Edwin by his formal title of head butler. The young noble lets out an easy laugh, teasing that the butler really has no talent for acting. He points out that his father, Sigmund, would never waste breath on empty disapproval if he knew the truth of his actions. Lucian recalls that his father's role is simply to watch his son's path unfold, so long as he bears the risks himself. The boy remarks that as stern as his father is, he always quietly supports the children who show true resolve. Lucian extends his hand toward Edwin, stating that the butler's very presence here is proof of his father's unspoken backing. The butler thinks to himself that gathering so much internal intel on Bornholm in such short notice should have been impossible. Lucian explains that the documents provided even contained detailed instructions on how to defeat Jude. He figures that the only person capable of gathering that kind of intel was the butler with his covert spy network. In a gesture of sincere respect and gratitude, the young master bows his head to Edwin. Lucian admits he never could have made it this far without Edwin's invaluable behind the scenes support. The butler smiles with pride, thinking that Lucian's growth is so staggering it borders on unbelievable. Edwin reflects that although the boy has come a long way, he still has a long and treacherous road ahead. He warns that this victory will put a target on Lucian's back, as many enemies will now view him as a serious threat. The loyal butler warmly urges the young noble to keep building his strength to overcome the crises yet to come. The young man takes the advice to heart, knowing this would be both the first and last lecture he'd ever get from the old man. Lucian promises to hold the butler's counsel close to his heart as he sets off on horseback. The young noble rides off proudly, bringing a definitive close to the intense and victorious Bornholm campaign. In the dead of night, smoke still drifts from the shattered ruins of Jude's underground laboratory. Amidst the piles of stone and dust, absolute silence hangs over the desolate scene. Suddenly, a deformed, clawed hand drenched in blood bursts through the debris, breaking the eerie stillness. The sinister dark maid Jude crawls onto his knees among the wreckage, battered and broken, yet miraculously alive. He stares in shock at his own arms, realizing he managed to survive even after having his limbs torn off. He deduces that the magic gem packed with thousands of sacrificed souls used up all its regenerative power to keep him alive. The madman laughs maniacally in the dark, claiming his twisted pursuit of power was never wrong to begin with. He sarcastically thanks Lucian for showing him the true limit that only reveals itself at death's door. Jude swears vengeance, vowing to return one day and tear down everything Lucian holds dear when he's at his happiest. Out of nowhere, the young mage Colin emerges from behind the trees, looking surprised that the old tyrant is still breathing. Colin lets out an exasperated sigh, complaining about how stubbornly the old geezer refuses to stay dead. He dryly laments that young Master Lucian didn't finish the job thoroughly enough. Hearing the boy mention sabotaging the magic tower, Jude's face contorts with pure rage and hatred. Realizing his apprentice betrayed him, the villain furiously warns that he made a fatal mistake by daring to show his face. The old man vows to butcher the traitor limb from limb and toss him into his cruel experiment jars. He laughs, saying he'll drain the boy's energy as a healing potion, but Colin remains calm and unfazed. The young mage simply raises his hand, which begins blazing with pure, golden magic flames. Colin mockingly points out that the old man's scheme would only work if he were actually at full strength. With a piercing, cold glare, the youth vows to return every bit of pain and cruel abuse he ever endured from his master. Sheer terror finally grips the old man as he senses the immense hidden power radiating from his former apprentice. A colossal pillar of sacred fire descends from above, completely swallowing the defenseless dark mage. Colin bids a cold farewell to his former master as the raging tower of flames reduces everything to absolute cinder. The wretched villain Jude shrieks in excruciating agony as he is entirely incinerated by the purifying fire. The crimson core in his chest fractures and shatters completely, destroying any possibility of regeneration. Within seconds, the searing blast of heat consumes the area, reducing the villain's remains to ashes. Black particles drift through the air, settling lifelessly onto the scorched earth of the cavern. A gust of wind sweeps across the ruins, blowing away the final traces of the once feared and cruel dark mage. Relieved to be free of his contract, the young man vows to keep a much lower profile to avoid further trouble. He decides to vanish for a while, picking the bustling city of Krefeld as his next destination. A full month passes under the calm of a bright, clear blue sky, marking the beginning of a brand new chapter. Lucian rides peacefully alongside his father, Sigmund, through the lush, sunlit green forest. Staying focused, the young man draws the string of his hunting bow, taking careful aim at the target ahead. A deer grazes peacefully in the middle of the clearing, completely unaware of the dangerous hunters nearby. Startled, the animal jerks its head up as it catches a suspicious sound coming from the nearby foliage. Lucian looses his arrow, but the nimble deer dodges at the very last second and bolts into the woods. Chuckling sheepishly, the boy admits to his father that today's prey proved too quick on their first hunt together. Sigmund remarks that while the scent of blood may have faded, the boy's thirst for battle clearly remains. The young man looks down at his gloved hand, reflecting on how long it takes for the lingering feelings of war to truly fade. The Grand Duke fixes his son with a firm, piercing gaze, preparing to share his honest thoughts. Sigmund praises his son, bluntly stating that his judgment in Bornholm was entirely correct. He admits, if not for the boy's courage, far more blood would have been spilled on those lands. Laughing, the father asks if he really seems petty enough not to recognize his son's good sense and sound judgment. Lucian offers a gentle smile, but wonders aloud about the danger if things had spiraled out of control. He points out that failing the mission would have damaged the Grand Duke's standing with the imperial family itself. With full authority, Sigmund confesses he would have been deeply ashamed if those grim predictions had actually come to pass. He explains to his son that handling things through Tristan's rigid approach might have avoided that mess altogether. But he adds that a nation that abandons its people to their own fate has already sealed its tragic doom. The patriarch praises his son for carrying out the order to purge the Bornholm Valley far beyond his expectations. He reassures Lucian that any future fallout from those actions will be handled by him as both leader and father. Sigmund warns that the Empire is merely faking peace, and that a grand era of chaos has already begun across the realm. He warns that the future will bring ruthless choices that will decide exactly who survives and who falls into ruin. To stand firm among wolves, the young man will need to forge his own sharp claws and fangs. He advises his son not to be fooled by empty promises, urging him to look far ahead with the sharp eyes of a hawk. Sigmund makes it clear he will demand far more from all of them from now on, so they can defend the clan on their own. Finally, the patriarch commands Lucian to begin building his own faction of allies within House Valdek. The young man knows all too well that forming rival factions is the clan's natural way of vetting candidates for succession. Sigmund makes sure his son doesn't get the wrong idea, emphasizing that this permission doesn't make him the official heir. He confesses that his main goal is simply to prevent tragedy and ensure everyone is strong enough to defend themselves. He also forbids Lucian from expecting any help from him, declaring that power must be earned through his own merit. Sigmund wraps up the conversation by officially congratulating his son on his outstanding service in Bornholm. The Grand Duke explains the rules of the Blackguard, revealing that members with notable merits can be transferred. He reveals that Sir Raymond is expected to step down soon, challenging Lucian to make the knight a worthy offer. Sigmund says that a true ruler inspires people to follow him willingly, with genuine and heartfelt loyalty. Hearing his father's invaluable advice, Lucian tightens his grip on the reins, a surge of determination rising in his chest. The boy knows Sir Raymond is the complete package, armed with vast military experience and razor-sharp instincts. Lucian realizes he needs this legendary warrior by his side, and that their past friendship alone won't cut it. He plans to offer something so irresistible and miraculous that the seasoned warrior will bow his head willingly. With his mind made up, the young man swiftly dismounts, pure resolve burning in his eyes. Lucian bows respectfully before the Grand Duke, expressing sincere gratitude for the talk. and his guidance, a cunning smile crosses the young man's face, knowing he must seize this golden opportunity without wasting a single second. Lucian formally asks his father for permission to take a temporary leave from House Valdec's central territory. He knows it's time to start recruiting powerful new warriors to expand his own military faction. The young man also turns his focus toward advancing secret alchemy research to brew the legendary healing nectar.